for the rest of his life. The events of the 1st of May 1923 revealed clearly that the Bavarian state had the capacity to deal with Hitler and the threat that his movement posed if its rulers wanted to. It could have done even more. Hitler had done enough on that day to be prosecuted for forming an armed mob. He could also have gone to prison if he had been forced to serve the 3-month suspended sentence he had received the previous year. But Hitler was ahead of the authorities. He sent them a note that included a threat that if they proceeded with the prosecution, he would create a political scandal by exposing the secret cooperation that had taken place between the Reichswehr and the paramilitary leagues, including details of the Reichswehr's plans to use the paramilitaries in a war against France. That threat was enough to convince Bavaria's Minister of Justice, Franz Gürtner, a member of the German National Bavarian Centre Party, to drop the case. At the start of May 1923, Bavaria's rulers were still willing to put Hitler in his place, but they did not want to take the risk of destroying him. It was the Ruhr crisis that brought Hitler back to Munich. After Schlageter was executed on the 26th of May 1923, there were major nationalist demonstrations across Germany in his honour. Hitler could not afford to be absent while they took place in the right-wing stronghold of Munich. On the 2nd of June 1923, Hermann Esser took to the stage at a Nazi rally in Munich to condemn Schlageter's execution. During his agitation speech, he was interrupted by stormtroopers shouting loudly, "Slay the treacherous dogs! Severing the pig has to go!" Just as the Nazis had blamed the November criminals for the invasion of the Ruhr, Esser blamed Prussian Interior Minister Karl Severing for Schlageter's betrayal and execution. A few days later, the accusation was printed in the Bergisch-Märkische Zeitung in Elberfeld and subsequently repeated across the German press. It was the starting point for a right-wing hate campaign against Severing, which saw fears grow that he might share the same fate as Matthias Erzberger and Walter Rathenau. Men like Esser accused Severing of being responsible for the wanted poster that they falsely claimed had led to Schlageter's arrest. Once he was in French captivity, they claimed that Severing had ordered the arrest of Schlageter's commander, Heinz Hauenstein, to prevent him from leading a daring military operation to free Schlageter from his Düsseldorf prison. Soon after, Vorwärts criticized the murderous rage against Severing. Severing's role was even the subject of heated debate in the Prussian parliament on the 16th and 18th of June, where Schlageter was hailed as a national hero who had died a martyr's death for the greatness of his fatherland. In response, Severing filed a libel case against the Bergisch-Märkische Zeitung. When it came to court, the judges ruled that, even though the newspaper had run a story about Severing that was untrue, its editor was not deserving of punishment because he was motivated by national feeling. Hitler had more success in Munich's courts in June 1923. In February, Vorwärts had published a report from Munich that included an accusation that the Nazi Party was funded by French espionage funds. This was based on the arrest of a stormtrooper leader who was found to be in possession of French money. Hitler and Dietrich Eckart, then editor of the Völkische Beobachter, brought a defamation case. Hitler claimed that as leader of the National Socialist movement, he had been defamed. Defending Vorwärts, the lawyer and SPD politician Alvin Sanger argued that the leader had no legal basis for his claim, and that Eckart had no case because the newspaper was not mentioned in the Vorwärts article. The district court agreed, but the Nazi leaders sought an appeal in the regional court, which sided with them. Vorwärts was fined 40,000 marks. The same court rejected an SPD counterclaim against the Völkische Beobachter for calling the party leaders November criminals, Jewish supporters, and riffraff. In Munich, the Nazis had received a legal green light to say whatever they wanted. Hitler spoke publicly about Schlagetter's execution at another Schlagetter celebration in Munich on the 10th of June. This was organized by the patriotic associations, including the Nazi Party, and held on the Königsplatz in Munich to coincide with Schlagetter's funeral service in Schönau. Speakers included Generals Erich Ludendorff and Karl von Kleinhans, the former Munich police president, Ernst Porner, the former justice minister, Christian Roth, and several former officers. Press reports suggest that several thousand people attended the celebration. Following Ludendorff, the Protestant pastor Martin Joch promised that Schlagetter's sacrifice would continue to live in German hearts. He ended his address, a mixture of political nationalism and religious prayer, with the plea, "Lord, help us, Lord, make us free." Hermann Kriebel, the former chief of staff of the anti-revolutionary Bavarian Home Guard, Einwohnerwehr, who organized the demonstration, then called Schlagetter a victim of the lust for power of inhumane enemies, and promised that they would one day take revenge for his death. He was interrupted by loud cheering. As Hitler started to speak at the end of the ceremony, he was greeted with loud cheers of Heil. The death of a single German was not what upset Hitler, he said. He told the crowd of mourners that hundreds of thousands like Schlagetter died in the war. Hitler claimed that what left him upset was that the German people didn't deserve his sacrifice. The people of today are no longer truly worthy of the likes of Schlagetter. For us, in whose ranks the dead man stood, Schlagetter has a different meaning. His fate reminds us that we do not live in the deepest peace, that we do not live in peace and order, but in Germany's deadly struggle. Schlagetter's death must make us realize that freedom does not come through protest or demonstrations, or through speeches, but only through deeds, through education to deeds. This single fanatic, Schlagetter, is hated by the French more than 10,000 supporters of Ebert's calls for a united front. Our act of liberation will not come from a large front of weaklings. It will come from the fighting front of fanatics. Hitler repeated the argument that there could be no real resistance against the French until there was a change in the leadership of the Reich. First of all, there must be such heroes at the head of the empire who can sweep the people along and incite them to resist. Because of a lack of such men, we lost the war, and we are experiencing the same thing now. The spirit of resistance must be kindled from above. Only then will Schlagetter's heroic death bear fruit. It is our duty to ensure this. Hitler ended his quasi-religious address with a semi-prayer. Lord God, we promise you that we will sacrifice ourselves for freedom to the last breath. Therefore, give us your blessing. In the spirit of resistance, there is no rest until the day comes when it will roar through Germany. The people arise! The storm is breaking! At the end of the demonstration, when Hitler finished speaking, there were more cheers of Heil, and the crowd sang the German national anthem. A formal religious ceremony in memory of Schlagetter was held later that day in the church of St. Boniface nearby, where the Benedictine abbot Albanus Scharchleiter, an early supporter of the Nazi movement, gave the funeral sermon. At the same ceremony, using the platform provided by the church, Kriebel announced, "The day is coming when we will take terrible revenge on France and on the traitors in our own country. Today there are only hundreds of thousands. Soon there will be millions who are crying out for the deed called for in Kleist's words, 'Beat them to death. The last judgment will not seek your reasoning.'" From this point on, Schlageter featured regularly in Hitler's speeches during the summer and autumn of 1923. On the 27th of June, he condemned the betrayal of our hero Schlageter. On the 8th of July, in Ingolstadt, in a 2.5-hour speech in front of 2,000 supporters, he reminded them of Schlageter's assassination and claimed that in the 7 most recent cases where death sentences were handed down for active resistance, 3 recipients were also party comrades. None of the sentences was ever carried out. At the start of September, a joint declaration of the patriotic associations which Hitler signed included the call for Germany's youth to join them and emulate Schlageter. Hitler may have suffered a major personal defeat in Munich on the 1st of May 1923, but the abrupt shift in his mood from extreme pessimism to unrealistic optimism would become a characteristic of his entire political career. In the depths of his depression in the summer of 1923, Schlageter's death offered Hitler not merely a rhetorical tool with which to mobilize his supporters, it represented something that he could believe in. Within weeks of the May Day failure, he wasn't just drumming up support for the coming nationalist leader who would destroy the Republic. He was claiming the role for himself. Part 3. Summer 1923. Chapter 10. The Year of the Zeros. There is no doubt that by the spring of 1923 Hitler had mastered the art of public speaking. But it wasn't just his rhetoric and performances that drew crowds to hear his message. By the time of the future Führer's 34th birthday, Germany was entering one of the most economically turbulent periods of modern European history. At the start of April, just days before the Nazis' celebration of their leader's birth, Count Harry Kessler, a cosmopolitan German Europhile, predicted that Weimar Germany was on the verge of a financial catastrophe. He feared that the economic situation facing the young democracy was more difficult and more dangerous than 1918, when the German Empire collapsed as a result of the combination of food shortages, starvation, and military defeat. The cause of the problem was record-breaking inflation. It had surged almost continuously since the shock that followed Rathenau's murder. But the root of the problem went back to 1914. Before the First World War, the cornerstone of the international economy had been the gold standard. The idea that the value of every paper note in circulation had to be backed by an equivalent amount of gold or other precious metals, held in reserve by a state's central bank. When it functioned properly, this system provided stability. Trade could flow across borders because it was safe to assume that foreign currencies had stable values. Within Germany, people could trust the value of the paper notes in their pockets because they knew that they had the right to go to a bank and demand that they be given a piece of gold that matched its value. When the war started in August 1914, the German Central Bank's 57-year-old president, Rudolf von Havenstein, who had held the top job since 1908, immediately decided that the gold standard had to go. At the time, the decision made sense. In the final days of July 1914, as Germans feared that a war was about to start, many rushed to banks to exercise their right to swap paper currency for gold. But even more importantly, the gold standard had to go because policymakers like Havenstein recognized that the cost of war was too great to be funded through extra taxation or general state income. So, they chose to print extra paper money. Unlike gold marks, which had been backed by the value of gold, the newly printed paper marks rested solely on the public's faith in their value, and by extension, their faith in a German victory. At the time the gold standard was abandoned in August 1914, men like Havenstein, who had the backing of the German Reichstag, expected that the war would end quickly and the public's faith would be repaid. But as the war dragged on, the flood of new paper notes led to inflation. It surged in 1916, when German war costs soared as a result of the construction of a massive new German defensive line on the Western Front. But by then, Havenstein and others feared that reversing the decision would send a message to the general public that there could no longer be certainty of a German victory. So they printed more money to fund the war. But they did not remain passive either. To help maintain the belief that the bank would one day return to the gold standard, they hoarded almost all of the available precious metal in Germany, even asking the public to hand over their gold watches and jewellery. Printing extra money wasn't the only way to pay for the conflict. Like other states fighting the war, Germany also borrowed money long-term. But unlike on the Allied side, where Britain and France sought loans from the United States, the German Empire borrowed from its own citizens. Between 1914 and 1918, it issued 9 war bonds, which were bought by members of the public using their savings. It was only in the final weeks of the war, when interest in the 9th war bond plummeted, that the system finally collapsed. Up until that point, the first 8 war bonds had proved highly popular, as ordinary citizens believed that once Germany was victorious, their war bonds would reward them with handsome profits. In November 1918, when the war ended with defeat and revolution, the value of the German currency and the amount of printed money in circulation was unrecognizable compared to the situation in August 1914. Despite the revolution, Havenstein stayed in his job. For him and the rulers of the new republic, the goal was to wait for the right time to return to the gold standard and end the era of wartime inflation. It was obvious that this was necessary, but during the first year of the republic, few political leaders considered that it was a wise time to begin such a major course of fiscal correction, which was very likely to trigger social unrest. As the economy made the transition from wartime to peacetime, extra money in the form of newly printed notes was also a useful tool to fund new state welfare programs, and to keep the economy on track so that returning soldiers could find new jobs, while existing workers retained their old ones. In this scenario, inflation quickly became a potent drug that successive Weimar governments could not wean themselves off. Best of all, inflation allowed the Weimar Republic to pay back the domestic debts that it inherited from the defeated German Empire. That meant ordinary savers lost out, but it quickly reduced Weimar Germany's internal debt, a move that was necessary as the victorious Allies' reparation demands intensified. It also benefited indebted German households and farms, as they could pay off their private debts with devalued currency. The problem was that the same currency also had to be used for international financial exchange. Initially, inflation brought some benefits in this area too. The decreasing international value of the German currency made exports cheap. But the same situation also made it harder for German traders to pay for goods in foreign markets. Worse, the Weimar Republic had to pay its reparations, and for this it needed a stronger, more valuable currency. By the start of 1921, a series of minor reforms introduced since the end of the war appeared to have got German inflation back under control, only for the announcement of the London Ultimatum in May 1921 to trigger a new round of inflation and capital flight out of Germany. Up to this point, some foreign speculators had been happy to buy cheap German marks, because they expected their value to soar when the Germans finally decided to return to gold. Now, restoring stability became Germany's financial priority. The night before he was murdered, in June 1922, it formed the subject of Walter Rathenau's last conversation with the American ambassador to Germany. Less than 6 months later, as prices soared and the value of the mark against the dollar continued in free fall, the average monthly exchange rate of 317 marks per dollar in June 1922 fell to 7,589 per dollar in December 1922. Wirth's government had come no closer to agreeing a pathway to German stability. For international financial experts looking at Germany, including economists like John Maynard Keynes, the main question was why the German central bank was not doing more to intervene and stabilize the value of its currency. After all, Germany might have left the gold standard, but it still had a hoard of gold and other precious metals that it could have used to steady the mark. But Havenstein strongly opposed such a move. For him, the bank's gold was the Republic's financial bazooka, and he had no intention of firing it until he was certain that it would bring success. In the final months of 1922, when many economists thought it absolutely necessary, he feared that any such intervention could be rendered useless by unilateral French action. However, by doing nothing, Havenstein only increased the size of the challenge facing Germany in its fight to return to economic stability. With the French and Belgian invasion of the Ruhr on the 11th of January 1923, the question of how to restore stability shifted decisively. Having used newly printed paper currency to fund the war, Cuno's government now adopted the same method to finance passive resistance, a decision that quickly turned the campaign into one of the most radical financial interventions made by any European state in the entire 20th century. For the first 6 months of 1923, on average, the Weimar Republic spent 1 trillion marks a month on passive resistance. During the same time frame, it spent another 2.5 trillion marks in credits to businesses. This increased spending was necessary, because Cuno's government in Berlin couldn't ask the workers of the Ruhr to lay down their tools and give up their wages just to frustrate the French and Belgians. It had to provide money to both workers and the industrial bosses to ensure their compliance. But with passive resistance shutting down the heartland of the German economy in the Ruhr, the only source of cash to fund this extra spending was newly printed money. The decision was the starting point for a new wave of accelerated inflation that made the inflationary addiction of the previous 9 years suddenly look like the healthy consumption of a moderate drug. In Havenstein's defense, when this campaign started, the assumption was that it would be short-lived. Swept up in a moment of nationalist euphoria, he bet that the central bank had sufficient resources to prop up the value of the mark in international markets for as long as would be necessary for Germany to be politically victorious in the Ruhr. If the Ruhr occupation had lasted only a couple of weeks, his plan might have worked. But during the first weeks and months of the occupation, the radicalization that the occupation had generated on both sides meant that there could be no German reversal of its decision to finance passive resistance with printed money, even if those measures put the entire economy at risk. This was why Harry Kessler was so worried at the start of April 1923. With each passing week, he and other observers were increasingly gripped by the question, how much longer could the Reichsbank continue to support the exchange rate value of the mark and prevent its value from falling so far that it would wreak economic havoc throughout Germany? On the 18th of April 1923, just 2 days before Hitler's 34th birthday, the answer came. That day was Havenstein's Black Wednesday, the point at which the bank realized that it had run out of resources to continue to support the value of the mark. The cause of Black Wednesday was hotly debated at the time. For a few days there had been an abnormal surge in demand for foreign currency in Berlin. On the 13th of April, Hugo Stinnes had bought £93,000 sterling in a single transaction. This was approximately 1/4 of the total amount of sterling traded in Berlin on any given day. Stinnes later defended his purchase, pointing out that he only wanted it to be able to buy British coal for the German railways. But others accused him of wanting extra foreign currency in order to profit from the crisis. In the following days, the surge in demand for foreign currency continued, causing a further fall in the value of the German mark. This was the point when the Reichsbank calculated that if it continued to try to counterbalance demand for dollars by spending its resources, it was just days away from having nothing left. Havenstein was livid. He put the recent increased demand for dollars down to special interests and speculators who simply didn't care about the well-being of the nation. He was especially angry because earlier in the year he had tried to secure an emergency foreign currency loan from German industrial leaders whose companies had built up savings held in foreign currency. But the industrial bosses turned him down, recognizing that using their holdings to help support the mark was a bad deal, especially when some of them wanted to use their foreign currency to purchase the assets of their struggling rivals. Havenstein complained that, in this time of Germany's most difficult struggle, even serious players in our economy were driving up demand for dollars by purchasing more than they needed for their day-to-day business. He condemned their actions because they mean stabbing in the back, if not intentionally, the Reichsbank and all those engaged on the shared battlefront for the sake of our politics and our economy. But there was nothing he could do. With the end of the Reichsbank's support action, the exchange value of the mark fell at an extraordinary rate. The numbers defy easy summary. Whereas the Reichsbank's support action had previously held the value of the dollar at a monthly average of under 25,000 marks between mid-April and mid-May, and again between May and June of 1923, the dollar's value in Berlin doubled. On the first anniversary of Rathenau's murder on the 24th of June 1923, the value of a single dollar in Berlin reached 120,000 German marks, an extraordinary increase in the dollar's value compared to the 338 marks that it had been worth on the morning of Rathenau's death. As incredible as this was, it was only the beginning. During July, the average dollar-to-mark exchange rate in Berlin was 1 to 353,412, an increase of nearly 14 times the average price in April. By the end of August, the average exchange rate in Berlin had reached $1 to 4.6 million marks. In September, the dollar was worth 98.86 million marks. In October, 25.2 billion, and in November, 2.1 trillion. In December 1923, the dollar hit the astronomical value of 4.2 trillion. As the international value of the mark plummeted, the number of newly printed notes continued to increase dramatically. In July, for the first time, the state printers churned out 10, 20, and 50 million mark bills. They put the first 100 million mark note into circulation in August, and the first 500 million mark note on the 1st of September. In November, the Reichsbank issued a 1 trillion mark note. In all, around 10 billion banknotes were printed during this period. In August 1923, there were around 663 trillion marks in circulation. To put so many new notes into circulation at the height of the inflation, as many as 30 paper mills, 130 printing companies, and 7,500 workers at the state printers were needed to manufacture the physical money. Their output became a symbol of the crisis. Camera crews filmed trucks leaving printers containing new denominations of paper money in amounts unthinkable only days before, and that would in turn become valueless as well. Just weeks after being printed, the useless notes were discarded. The sight of children playing with them in the streets became powerfully emblematic of everything that was going wrong with Germany's currency. The speed at which currency deflated meant that the price of a cup of coffee could change dramatically between the time it was ordered and the time it had to be paid for. Months before such extraordinary numbers became part of the everyday world of Germans, the German poor were already in trouble. The 1922 harvest had been a bad one, and at the start of 1923, even before Havenstein's dam burst, many Germans were already facing starvation. In the Reichstag in mid-February, the president of the Ministry for Health, Franz Bohm, called upon Germans to open their eyes and see that the nation's children were going without underwear and other clothing, stockings and shoes. But missing clothing was far from the worst problem facing children. In February 1923, 50% of all German children were undernourished, and diseases like diphtheria and tuberculosis were spreading rapidly, while state children's homes had to shut their doors because they had reached capacity. By then, it was already clear that the infant death rate was increasing, as was the number of miscarriages. Milk shortages were especially significant. Throughout February 1923, Berlin received just 300,000 litres of milk per day, 1/4 of the amount that the city received before the war, and only half of what Berlin's mayor, Gustav Boers, calculated the city needed to provide milk for children, pregnant women, breastfeeding mothers, the sick, and the elderly. But even in this situation, when demand far outstripped supply, as much as 50,000 litres went unsold daily. Ordinary Berliners desperate for milk could not afford it. The unsold milk was subsequently converted into butter and sold to hotels, where it was consumed by foreigners and Germans with access to foreign currency. Things were equally bad in Munich. One teacher reported that when she had a chance to offer the 2 poorest children in her class a hot daily breakfast provided by an American charity, 12 children applied for it, and the decision as to who got fed and who went hungry had to be taken by the school doctor. In her words, "The half-dressed children are a pitiful sight. You can count all their ribs, while their shoulder blades stick out almost like windmill blades. Their chests are sunken. They have such skinny little arms." She added, 2 children in my class gave off a terrible smell. I take them one by one to the side and say to them that they should tell their mother to wash their underwear, while talking to them about the importance of staying clean to stay healthy. The children replied to me, "I've had my shirt on for a long time. I cannot take it off and change it because I only have one." In the Ruhr, the situation was even worse. The occupiers had not set out to starve children, but once the campaign of passive resistance and the ensuing radicalization of the occupation took hold, the situation on the ground acquired a logic of its own. Control of imports, including food imports and supply networks, became key to control of the occupied region. The fight over the railways had an impact on who got fed and when during the crisis year. The combination of de Gucht's hostility and German resistance left some people in the Ruhr facing famine conditions. In Essen, the shortages of milk were as bad as, if not worse than, in Berlin. According to newspapers, from the introduction of de Gucht's customs zones, which restricted economic exchange between the occupied Ruhr and unoccupied Germany, on the 25th of January until the 19th of February, the city, which required milk to feed 22,000 infants and 64,000 other children in urgent need, received only about 18,000 litres per day. In addition to shortages, the price of milk also jumped over the same time frame due to inflation. Between those same dates, the price of fat increased over 400%. For some of the poorest children, whose only point of contact with the medical establishment occurred within the framework of education, the occupiers' requisitioning of schools as military bases left them without access to doctors. Children were suffering from reduced resistance to measles and influenza. Rickets were also a problem. Of those children whose schools remained open, in some districts as many as 2/3 were not receiving an adequate diet, and 1/3 were chronically undernourished. As was the case elsewhere in Germany, the number of miscarriages increased. Many newborns were only breastfed for 3 months. The death rate among unweaned babies had increased by 15% since the start of the year. Medicine prices were rising beyond the reach of many people, and the number of hospital beds available to treat the sick was decreasing, following the French requisitioning of hospitals. In Essen, as many as 215 of the 1,000 beds that were normally available were lost. As a consequence, sick people were being turned away or sent home prematurely, and patients with tuberculosis were put in beds alongside the uninfected, placing them at risk of catching this disease, which spreads in the same way as colds or flu. In July, the regional president in Düsseldorf observed that the number of deprived people on the streets had increased. They were a constant reminder that the Ruhr occupation wasn't just a moment of German national humiliation. It was a public health crisis that continued to worsen as the year progressed. To alleviate the suffering of the population of the Ruhr, the Prussian Minister for Welfare, together with other ministries and charities in Germany, launched a national charity campaign, Ruhr Help. It called on Germans to donate money for the suffering population of the Ruhr. In the occupation zone, contributions to Ruhr Help were forbidden, as de Gucht viewed it as fundraising for passive resistance. Despite the attempts to fill the gaps created by the occupation with charity, the civilian population of the Ruhr continued to suffer. As the situation worsened, rather than bringing food in, a better solution appeared to be to get the children out. One of the first groups to leave arrived early on the morning of the 15th of February 1923 by train at Berlin's Friedrichstrasse station. The passengers included 80 children from the city of Essen between the ages of 4 and 10. After they got off the train, they were given a small breakfast before they were taken to another station and put on a train heading towards their final destination, a children's home on the Baltic Sea. Their transport was organized by the Prussian state's newly created Central Office for Children's Aid in the occupied territory. By the end of the Ruhr crisis, more than 300,000 German child refugees would be evacuated from the occupied Ruhr, some to as far away as Denmark or Switzerland. Evacuation on this scale was necessary because, as officials in Herder, a town to the south of Dortmund, explicitly warned in March, without action a large number of the 6,000 children in their district who were already suffering from acute malnutrition would certainly die. The officials were not exaggerating. Between the start of the year and the summer of 1923, the death rate for unweaned babies increased by between 15% and 33%. During the evacuation campaign, the sickest and most deprived children, like those who left for Berlin on the 14th of February, were placed in state-owned children's homes. Those who were a little better off, or in receipt of sponsorship from a charity, went to stay on German farms. Even though families hosting Ruhr children were not paid to do so, it was initially easy to find volunteers in unoccupied Germany to foster them. At the onset of the occupation, the people of the Ruhr were considered national heroes. Germans in the unoccupied territories saw it as their duty to care for their children. Among the more unique gestures, in Württemberg, Princess Zeil offered accommodation in her castle to 8 girls aged between 3 and 6, who would be taken care of by a nun. Other offers came from professional associations like the Association of Postal Workers, whose members in unoccupied Germany offered to provide accommodation to the children of postal workers in the Ruhr. The bulk of offers came from rural Germany. The Rural League estimated that it received as many as 500,000 offers to host children. This wasn't just altruism, however. Teenage children from the Ruhr could also be a welcome source of free farm labour. But as more children had to be evacuated, the economic situation across the Reich worsened, leaving host families unable to afford to support children from the Ruhr. The mass evacuation led to harrowing scenes at stations as parents faced the reality that their children were leaving them for an unknown time. They watched as the children were given an identity card bearing their name and destination, and then boarded trains that carried them away from their families. Most parents didn't want to send their children away on long journeys. Some were concerned about their own fate as the occupied Ruhr became a childless zone. They thought that the presence of children had been a constraint on French brutality, and worried that their absence would open the floodgates for further violence. They also didn't know when they would see their children again. The rules of the program meant that parents could only visit their children in unoccupied Germany if the latter became seriously ill. Since these evacuations took place at the same time as the French interference in railway affairs, they were often affected by delays and chaos. The occupation forces also interfered with German telegraph and postal services, with the result that the food and water necessary for such journeys, which the German Red Cross aimed to provide, were often missing. Arrivals were also fraught. Host families in rural Germany reported making long journeys to receive children at railway stations, only to discover that their guests from the Ruhr were not coming that day. More serious problems occurred when the host families were sent children of the wrong age or gender. Some rural families with boys were aghast when, against their wishes, they were sent working-class teenage girls. Considerable effort was made to avoid mixing Catholic children with Protestant families and vice versa. There is no information about whether measures were taken to protect children from violence and sexual abuse. Children had to bring clothing with them, as well as other items including ration card certificates, school books, and a recent school report, not to mention enough food for the journeys, which were expected to last at least a day. Despite the best efforts of charities like Caritas and the German Red Cross, this requirement meant that the poorest children, those most in need of transport, were the least likely to have the necessary means to travel. The children of Recklinghausen provide an example of the problems the evacuation process created. On the 20th of February, the Welfare Office in Recklinghausen estimated that 90% of the 800 to 1,000 children that it had planned to evacuate were at risk of exclusion from the program because they did not have sufficient clothing. It appealed to the Central Office for Children's Aid for extra support. However, even though it received funding from the Ruhr Help campaign, the central office lacked the money necessary to pay for the children's evacuation. After it became obvious that the most vulnerable children could not afford to leave the Ruhr, the state-owned German railways company, the Reichsbahn, slashed transportation costs, and as many as 1,300 poor children from Recklinghausen made it to the town of Guben in Brandenburg, where they were hosted in a poor farming district. Almost all of the children from Recklinghausen turned up in rags. Only a tiny number had a change of underwear. They also arrived with no educational materials. After that summer's rampant inflation, many of the host families simply did not have the resources to provide them with extra clothing or school books. Buying clothing could cost some foster families as much as 1 million marks. The charities and state organizations that they lobbied for funds came up short, and while doctors provided their services to the Ruhr children for free, the cost of medicines still rose sharply. Journeys back to the Ruhr were equally harrowing. The breakdown of transportation and communication systems left many children to return on their own. In September, an official in Dortmund complained, "Children have been found repeatedly on remote stations at night, crying and unescorted. We frequently have to find beds late in the evening for children still hours from home, who have been picked up by first aid teams and brought to us." Nor were children in the Ruhr the only ones suffering. Once the Reichsbank's support action ended, the price of food escalated at an extraordinary pace. It doubled between the end of April and the end of May. At the start of June, Vorwärts calculated that while the dollar was increasing in value at a rate of about 15% a week, the price of food was increasing by 21%, and the cost of heating and lighting by 16%. This was only the beginning. At the end of July, Vorwärts reported that in Berlin the price of a pound of margarine ranged between 120,000 and 140,000 marks, while a pound of low-quality meat was 100,000 marks. Between June and July, the cost of living index rose an unprecedented 7 times in the space of just a few weeks, while in August, when it was available, the cheapest bread cost thousands of marks. In September, the price was in the millions, and from October, billions. Similarly, the price of a kilo of beef jumped from 440,000 marks at the start of August to almost 5 trillion in late November. For workers, the increase in food prices meant that their diet was restricted to boiled vegetables and little fat. In April, the American consul in Cologne calculated that a family of 4 needed just under 110,000 marks a week to survive. By the start of June, Vorwärts reported that the same family of 4 would need 200,000 marks a week. By mid-August, the American consul put the survival figure at almost 21 million marks a week. Even though workers' wages were increased, thanks to trade union lobbying, culminating in the creation of an index linking wages to price increases at the start of September 1923, which helped shield some workers from the worst effects of price increases, no one was getting the kind of increases that would have been necessary to keep up. Already at the start of June, Vorwärts warned that the jump in prices meant untold misery for all manual and skilled workers, for all in receipt of fixed pensions, and mass deaths of the elderly and children. Women suffered especially. When Vorwärts suggested in June that a family needed 200,000 marks a week to survive, one irate reader wrote to the newspaper to tell of her harrowing struggle to manage her household on her husband's wage of just over 50,000 marks a week. In 1 week, they had spent as much as 21,000 marks on gas. As the mother of a 3-year-old, she was unable to leave the house to work and bring in a second wage, and they never had enough money to buy sufficient food. She complained that they were always hungry, and that their diet was limited to potatoes and little or no fat. She described the depression caused by the constant battle to survive, freely admitting that there were nights when she thought about leaving on the gas to put an end to this miserable existence of hunger. Other women went further. In a year when suicide levels increased in Germany generally, women in the 15 to 30 age bracket committed suicide at rates higher than young men of the same age, most likely because of the economic pressures they faced as a result of the labour market for traditional female jobs like house cleaning closing, because middle-class families could no longer afford such luxuries. The increase in suicide was also attributed to the humiliation of queuing and coming home with insufficient food. By September 1923, women and children queued for up to 24 hours in Munich to have the chance to buy cheaply priced meat. In the same city in November, visitors to the food markets could see stunned and crying women. Even though all forms of abortion were banned in Weimar Germany at this time, the number of abortions also increased alongside the hyperinflation. In April 1923, Willi Stammer, who lived in Dauborn in rural Hesse, brought his 23-year-old girlfriend, Wilhelmine, to the local abortionist, Hermine Kästner. Later in the year he returned with his sister, and again in December with the wife of a farmer for whom he occasionally worked. We know about Stammer because the abortionist was eventually arrested and sentenced to 3 years' imprisonment. During the trial, the judge noted that the vast majority of the 47 abortions with which she was charged took place during the time of severe inflation. At one point, a man paid her 9 million marks, while others paid in kind, with Hermine Kästner receiving half a pound of butter and sausages, as well as on one occasion a jug of schnapps and a gold mark. For many women, it was the prospect of facing another mouth to feed at a time of food shortages and instability that pushed them towards the dangers of undergoing a backstreet abortion, a practice that came with considerable risk to their health. Hermine Kästner was an exceptional case, in that none of the 47 women whom she faced trial for providing with abortions suffered injury at her hands. Social attitudes were changing too. 3 years later, following heated debate, the criminal penalties for abortion were reduced, and in 1927 the first liberalization of the abortion law took place to allow for abortions on medical grounds. In an article in Vorwärts at the start of July, a woman struggling with poverty described her life renting a single bedroom from another single woman who slept in the kitchen. She explained the difficulties of trying to pay for food and the frustrations of not being able to afford lighting and heating. Even Vorwärts, which was not noted for its xenophobia, reported her anxiety that she feared her landlady might throw her out and replace her with a foreigner, whose access to foreign currency would give them greater purchasing power. Some such foreigners were attracted to visit Germany precisely because their possession of foreign currency could fuel a shopping bonanza and hedonistic lifestyle. In these conditions, the number of women working as prostitutes increased. Their visible presence on the streets even fed a new rumor that middle-class girls were being kidnapped and forced to work as prostitutes. Without a stable currency, farmers who had lost their investment on the harvest because of the mark's collapse hoarded food rather than sell it for paper money that would swiftly be rendered worthless. This was an important difference from the food crisis of the First World War, when the absence of food was caused by shortages and poor distribution. In 1923, food was available, but the crisis was caused by consumers not being able to afford the prices that suppliers were willing to sell it for. The shortages would have had an even worse impact on Germans' health, but for the aid provided by foreign charities. At the end of the year, as he looked back on events, the newly appointed Chancellor, Wilhelm Marx, remarked in his radio address to the German people that it was only thanks to the charity of the Danes, Dutch, Czechs, Swiss, Swedes, Norwegians, and Germans abroad, that many Germans would have something to eat at Christmas. The American Quakers played a key role. Even before the worst aspects of the 1923 food crisis became manifest, in January 1923, they decided to restart direct aid operations in Europe's largest economy. It was a return to the situation that had existed in the immediate aftermath of the First World War, when the Quakers ran soup kitchens in Germany before withdrawing and making financial donations to German charities instead. In 1923, they felt that their presence was once again needed on the ground. The ensuing operation provided up to 1 million children a day with a meal of between 670 and 750 calories. The centres were usually located in schools. To get their Quaker soup, German children had to queue outside the distribution centre with their own utensils and bowls, and their ration was marked on a feeding card. They had to eat at the feeding centre to prevent them from taking it away to sell on the black market. The Quakers were the largest single donor organisation in Germany from the United States, but there were others too. At the end of 1923, there were 43 Swiss soup kitchens and 80 Swiss distribution centres in southern Germany. In the winter of 1923 to 24, they served just under 2 million meals. In addition to funding soup kitchens, 10 Swiss towns paired with towns in the German south to provide them with food and other aid, including children's clothing. By the end of 1923, the total weight of clothing, shoes, underwear, and food donated to German children's homes from Switzerland reached 357,978 kilograms. By the end of 1925, the Swiss child transport system had brought at least 47,000 undernourished German children to Switzerland for recovery breaks. Since the Swiss and Americans, along with other providers of aid, had access to foreign currency, as the German mark collapsed across 1923, they could afford to pay for food where Germans couldn't. It was partially thanks to foreign aid that the fear of significant numbers of child deaths by starvation that was present at the start of the year was not borne out in reality. Information about the weight of German children highlights just how important this intervention proved. Thanks to foreign aid, the poorest German children received calories. Even though the nutritional crisis that took place in 1923 was so great that German children stopped growing at the expected rates, the most detailed statistics available suggest that the mean weight of German children was stable during 1923. The Quakers worked with German doctors to target undernourished children. The growth slowdown affected both boys and girls, but it was worse for girls. It was thanks to this crucial intervention in 1923 that, in 1924, as food supplies returned to normal, German children experienced catch-up growth, a term that nutritionists use to describe how children and young adults return to normal levels of growth after they have lived through famine conditions. Hyperinflation did not just leave people hungry. It also spread hatred and resentment through German society. Heightening the sense of unfairness was the fact that there were those who had access to foreign currency, or who simply enjoyed good fortune and managed to turn a profit from the crisis. In the middle of Germany's year of despair, Hugo Stinnes became Europe's richest man. He and others such as Otto Wolff, Friedrich Flick, Rudolf Karstadt, Hugo Herzfeld and Alfred Hugenberg were the kings of inflation. Some of them had access to dollar loans, others just won big on the stock market. Operating at levels beneath them, but benefiting for the same reasons, were a whole range of local dollar kings. Families with relatives in the United States able to send dollars back home were able to flourish as those dollars grew precious. Other speculators simply got lucky. It felt like everyone in Germany had been dragged into some kind of turbo casino, where luck decided who won and who lost. In Berlin in February 1923, a police report estimated that as many as 200,000 people visited secret gambling clubs every day. The diaries of Viktor Klemperer in the late summer capture the way that the usually astute and thoughtful scholar anxiously watched to see which of his colleagues and rivals had made big wins on the stock market. Each time somebody won, it felt like many more lost. The disparity between winners and losers created powerful resentments and divisions. The figure of the racketeer, the black market dealer, was reviled across Germany. Anti-Semitism thrived. Jewish moneylenders were accused of hoarding currency and profiting from the crisis. City dwellers walking to the countryside to forage for food for their starving children recalled enraged farmers telling mothers looking for milk to let their children drink water or to eat stones. In the starving cities, there were rumors of farmers profiting from the crisis to fill their rural houses with pianos and oriental rugs. In this climate, the 15-year-old middle-class diarist Eva Weidner fantasized about violence. Her rage was caused by the increase in price of a cardigan she coveted, which was now selling for 400 million marks. When her parents told her that she had to make do with her father's old cardigan, dressed up as a sports jacket, she wrote, "It is terrible. So many are starving. If only someone would murder Poincaré, him, the man who has murdered so many." She was far from the only one to become obsessed with fantasies of revenge. With the value of money shifting at such a rapid pace, people's sense of time changed as well. Life became a race to spend freshly printed banknotes before the arrival of the next set of notes with even more zeros rendered them meaningless. Those who already despaired about the end of the monarchy and the creation of the Republic were left with the sense that the world was accelerating away from them ever faster. For these traditionalists, money was supposed to hold value. It was something to be saved, something to be conserved carefully and spent only after due consideration. Middle and upper-class girls were supposed to bring dowries that had been built up over many years to their marriages. All of these traditions and principles were swept away by hyperinflation. Images of children making paper aeroplanes out of worthless million-mark notes captured the way that something that had once been so central to people's sense of identity and status had now become worthless. Even decades later, German families passed down stories of how the wheelbarrows that they used to carry money were stolen, but that the notes piled in them were left behind by the thieves. In an essay published in the Berliner Illustrierte Zeitung on the 26th of August 1923, Friedrich Kroner captured the overwrought nervousness that characterized living through the end of money. He wrote how the number madness, which daily drums on the nerves, created an epidemic of fear, the most naked need, and queues of buyers long weaned from looking. Yesterday, rice was 80,000 marks a pound. Today it is 160,000 marks. Tomorrow maybe twice as much. The piece of paper, the brand-new banknote paper, still damp from printing, paid out this morning as a weekly wage, is rapidly depreciating in value on the way to the grocery store. The zeros, the growing zeros. In all classes, the sense that others were living through good times or even just suffering less tore society apart. At the same time, the rates of petty crime, especially thefts and burglaries, increased dramatically. In 1913, police statistics record that 115,000 people were convicted of such crimes. 10 years later, the corresponding figure was 365,000, meaning that 1923 remains the year with the highest level of petty crime in modern German history. The explanation for this jump was not just social misery caused by hyperinflation. It was the sense of injustice that some people were winning that led others to abandon the idea that it was wrong to steal. For those struggling to survive on fixed incomes, like pensioners, the anger was partially driven by the belief that class rules had broken down, and that their social inferiors had become their economic superiors. Academics suffered especially. Professor Louis Jacobsen Lask, an extraordinary associate professor of more than 20 years' service at Berlin University, complained to the Vorwärts newspaper in August 1923 that for his teaching for the recently ended summer semester he received payment of an honorarium of a little under 1,200 marks. He threatened that if he was not paid more, he would throw the useless money at the feet of the Prussian Minister for Science, Art and Popular Education. But his complaint got him nowhere. The university responded that he was a private lecturer, the equivalent of an adjunct professor today, contracted only to be paid for direct hours of work, and that his payment was linked to the tiny numbers of students who attended his course. In reply, Jacobsen Lask called it a screaming abuse, adding that it was unacceptable that private lecturers were now paid far less for their work than manual labourers. In December 1923, one man summed up the mood as follows: "Every estate blames the other. Everyone sees an enemy in their fellow countrymen. Everyone stands against everyone today, and a spark is enough to ignite the revolution again. They will find many followers from decent circles of people who believe they are doing a good deed if they help hang a banker, a big merchant, or even a farmer." The writer and thinker Elias Canetti later suggested that the period of hyperinflation had extreme consequences for all people, albeit not the same for everyone. It was more than disorder which befell the people. It was like a daily explosion. Something was left over from one thing, and it continued to affect the next day. I saw the effects not only on a large scale. I saw them up close and undisguised in every member of the family. The smallest, most private, most personal event always had one and the same cause: the frantic movement of money. All of this led him to conclude that, over the course of 1923, money had become a demon with a gigantic whip, lashing out at everything and reaching people down to their most private nooks and crannies. Looking back from his exile in the United States in 1942, the German novelist and social critic Thomas Mann, who had been able to continue to pay his son's fees for boarding school during 1923 thanks to a monthly income of $25 from an American publisher, thought that there was a straight line from the summer of 1923 to the Third Reich. The market woman who demanded in a dry tone 100 billion mark for a single egg had lost during inflation her ability to be amazed at anything anymore. Since that time, nothing was so mad or so atrocious that it could have caused any awe in people anymore. The millions who were then robbed of their wages and savings became the masses with whom Dr. Goebbels was to operate. Having been robbed, the Germans became a nation of robbers. Mann's argument used to be part of a standard account that suggested that the period of hyperinflation destroyed the German middle class, and by doing so paved the way for Hitler. Decades of painstaking work on the part of economic historians have shown that this argument is technically wrong. Many members of the middle class suffered despair and the loss of their livelihoods, but not everyone was financially ruined, and those who paid off their mortgages with meaningless currency made gains during the crisis year. The winners and losers in this unique economic situation could often be the same person. A shop that lost income due to the economic collapse did not have to close its doors because the rent on its premises had fallen to almost nothing. Property owners hurting because of lost rental income due to rent controls might also be smiling because the rate of inflation allowed them to pay off the loan on the property that they were renting. Their creditors might lose on that loan, but they in turn might benefit on their own outstanding loans higher up the financial food chain. A business that saw its German income collapse, but which still traded internationally, could use its dollar income to pay off its outstanding domestic debts. But the losers really did lose. Pensioners on fixed incomes with no debts left to pay off struggled to survive. Suicide among the over 70s, especially among men, jumped during 1923. Despite the mixed financial outcomes that hyperinflation produced, it undoubtedly was a moment of collective trauma for all Germans, and especially for the German middle class. It not only devalued the German currency, but also national confidence in the value of money, with long-term psychological consequences. By the end of the summer, as the hyperinflation threatened to destroy the food supply for the winter of 1923 to 24, it was clear to smart-thinking people that the medicine had become the disease. The financial and economic crisis created by excessive printing of banknotes was greater than the political crisis caused by the invasion of the Ruhr. One of the most modern industrial societies was returning to the most primitive forms of economic exchange. Contemporaries didn't want worthless German marks. They wanted dollars, and if they couldn't have them, they preferred to exchange goods rather than currency if they could help it. Above all, they wanted stability, and increasing numbers of Germans blamed the Republic for all that had gone wrong. In these circumstances, with each passing week, it was becoming more and more likely that the political consequences of accelerated inflation would include attempts to overthrow the state itself. But throughout the summer of 1923, nationalism continued to trump such analysis. Months after it was obvious to more perceptive observers that they were both losing, Poincaré and Cuno remained determined to stay the course. Neither cared that the occupation had been an economic failure for both sides. It did not matter to Poincaré that after 10 months, France had obtained less coke and coal than it had during the 10 days before the occupation. Equally disastrously, Cuno did not care that for the German Reich, the cost of financing passive resistance was greater than its expenditure on reparations payments. Both leaders were determined to fight on. Poincaré knew that even if the conflict eventually brought down the economies of both countries, it would count as a French victory because Germany would go down first. That's why he refused all attempts at finding a mediated solution throughout the summer of 1923. He would only talk if the Germans ended passive resistance first, a decision Cuno wasn't willing to take, as to do so would be both an admission of defeat and an admission that the strategy had been a blunder in the first place. Instead, Cuno preferred to sit tight, hoping that Britain and the United States would eventually come to Germany's aid and recognize that the French occupation put all of Europe's economic activity at risk. The printing of new notes to fund passive resistance would continue for as long as it took the British or Americans to intervene. Chapter 11. Waiting for Allies. With so much at stake, throughout 1923 Germany's best hopes were to be found in London. If the British government recognized that Germany was a victim of French aggression and that Poincaré's decisions put the entire European economy at risk, then Germans hoped that London would lead an international backlash against France that would eventually end the occupation. It was wishful thinking. but it wasn't entirely a pipe dream. Britain and France had sacrificed much on the battlefields of the First World War, but since the end of the conflict, despite remaining formal allies, they were far from united. When the Ruhr occupation began, the British took a stance that was summed up as benevolent neutrality, offering the French lukewarm but limited support. That was enough to give Cuno's government hope. Britain's lack of outright backing for the occupation meant that Germany's goal had to be to use the Ruhr crisis to convince the British to abandon the French and form a new alliance with Germany. In the most optimistic version of this future, the 1923 Ruhr crisis would end with the British reneging on the Treaty of Versailles and replacing it with a new British-German treaty. At the start of the occupation, such a possibility looked unrealistic, even fanciful. But as the year progressed, the prospect of British support for the German position started to look more likely. The first big sign that the British position might be about to change came on the 20th of April 1923, when British Foreign Secretary Lord Curzon gave a landmark speech in the House of Lords in which he stated that even though Britain was neutral, it could become a more active player in the conflict at any time. He even suggested, promisingly, that if Germany were to make an offer, an advance might be made. Even if Curzon's speech came to nothing, it did signal a change in mood in London, and raised hopes in Germany that it might be possible to alter the British position. German hopes increased further at the end of May 1923, following a change in leadership in Downing Street. On the 19th of May 1923, the pro-French Conservative Prime Minister, Andrew Bonar-Law, resigned. He had been unwell for weeks with the incurable throat cancer that would take his life 5 months later. Following his resignation, Curzon was expected to be his successor. But when senior politicians in the Conservative Party conspired against him, viewing both his politics and personality as unsuited to political success in a modern democracy, Curzon lost out on the job. Instead, the next Prime Minister was Stanley Baldwin, who had been one of the key players in Lloyd George's downfall the previous year. Unlike Curzon, Baldwin was less well known in Germany. But his arrival in Downing Street still gave Germany some reason to hope that it might mean new policies towards Germany, even if others warned pessimistically that Poincaré could be the real winner as a result of the change. The pessimists initially proved correct. For the first few months of Baldwin's leadership, his strained relations with Curzon, who despite their rivalry, the new Prime Minister retained in the position of Foreign Secretary, meant that both men steered clear of igniting a new conflict over British policies towards the Ruhr occupation. Unsure of how Baldwin's government would work, just days after his appointment, Cuno's government set out to test the waters, making a diplomatic offer to end the crisis. This included an admission of German liability to pay reparations, new guarantees to ensure payments, permission for Allied inspections of German financial records, and an agreement to submit the question of Germany's capacity to pay reparations to an international tribunal of experts. Berlin hoped that Cuno's chances of success would be increased by a change of public opinion in Britain. In contrast to the United States, which remained decidedly pro-French at this time, by the early summer, British public opinion was starting to move favourably towards the Germans. Even though die-hard anti-German publications, such as the Morning Post, remained 100% behind France, others had shifted in a more pro-German direction. Both the Manchester Guardian and the Times warned that a more active British policy would be necessary to bring an end to the crisis in the Ruhr. The change in mood in Britain was partially caused by French violence towards German civilians in the Ruhr. Throughout the 19th and 20th centuries, Britain was no stranger to using brutality to enforce its imperial power. But the 1923 crisis occurred at a particularly sensitive juncture. The First World War had decimated the British elite. In its immediate aftermath, many saw themselves as the rulers of a peaceable kingdom. This left them with a strong sense that the violence of war, rather than Germany, was the real enemy, and that it was their duty to prevent such a thing on such a scale from ever taking place again. The idea that future war should be avoided at all cost was the origins of what later became the policy of appeasement. This shift in thinking about war was well underway when the British public learnt of the first French atrocities in the Ruhr, which were the subject of daily reports in the British newspapers. British memory of the violence of the First World War now came back to aid Germany. At the start of that conflict, Britain's wartime leadership had argued that German atrocities committed against civilians in Belgium and France in 1914 necessitated Britain's participation in the war to combat such brutality. In 1923, with French and Belgian soldiers committing atrocities in Germany, the same kinds of justification were used to argue that it was necessary for Britain to intervene and stand up for German civilians during the occupation of the Ruhr. The Krupp Works atrocity of the 31st of March 1923 was particularly important. In response, the Times warned that France's desire to occupy the Ruhr permanently was dangerous. One of its correspondents reporting that, in at least 10 cases, the bullets struck their victims from behind. In a similar act of solidarity, the Manchester Guardian included an English-language translation of a German trade union manifesto that condemned the massacre and warned against the creation of a military dictatorship in the Ruhr and Rhineland. There was further empathy for the German victims in the Times reporting on the Reichstag memorial service. It described how at the end of the ceremony Ebert left the presidential gallery to grip hands emotionally with the workers from Essen. The Times also included translations of both Ebert's condemnation of the atrocity and Kuno's speech at the same memorial service. Its readers read Ebert's words, "Humane feelings will everywhere be aroused by the dreadful outrage." Mirroring the more pro-German voices found among those influencing British public opinion, leading officials were also favouring more pro-German positions. When Curzon heard that the Krupp directors faced long periods of imprisonment after they were put on trial by the French for their alleged role in the atrocity, he thought that the sentences were absolutely barbarous. When he learnt of the expulsion of railway workers, Rafe Wigram, a junior official in the Foreign Office, described the deportations as disgraceful. As the situation in Germany worsened during the summer, Foreign Office officials started to fear that France was determined to provoke a German collapse. An angry Miles Lampson, the head of the Central Department of the Foreign Office, observed on the 22nd of June, "No one save France wants to see Germany in fragments and a danger to Europe for years to come. It takes a Frenchman to ignore the after-effects of what is going on in the Ruhr and the Rhineland at this moment. It takes a Frenchman to perpetuate the tradition of national hatred by perpetrating acts to those regions which are little short of what the Germans did in time of war." Frustrated by the lack of progress, at the end of June, Curzon gave his officials permission to investigate policies that could be more supportive of Germany. Britain was also facing pressure from countries around the world to show leadership to bring the crisis to an end. After almost 3 weeks of planning, Curzon made a public declaration on the 20th of July. In it, he suggested that Britain would agree to France and Belgium's demand for an immediate end to passive resistance on 2 conditions. Both countries would first agree to allow a group of international experts to examine formally Germany's capacity to pay reparations. The second was that once the German government agreed to end passive resistance, the French and Belgians would agree to withdraw their soldiers gradually from the occupied Ruhr. The French reply came on the 30th of July. It rejected Curzon's suggestion and made it very clear that Poincaré meant to hold out for total victory. At the time, although his support in the French Chamber of Deputies had decreased by around 180 votes since the highs of January, he still had a majority of around 200, even if he was increasingly dependent on the right. Poincaré could remain firm because he had only been tested by British words. If the British backed them up with actions, the situation might change in unpredictable ways. In response, Curzon told the British cabinet that the French note indicated a determined opposition by the French government to any immediate move in the direction of a settlement, and an intention to prolong negotiations until Germany collapsed. Eyre Crowe, Permanent Under-Secretary of State at the Foreign Office, observed, "It looks as if those were right who believe that Monsieur Poincaré does not really desire a settlement, preferring to remain in the Ruhr and to see Germany reduced to impotence as ends valuable in themselves." Curzon now faced a new choice. He could accept Poincaré's outright rejection and return to a strategy of wait and see, or he could intervene by dramatically changing British foreign policy. In early August, he decided to go for the latter course. Cuno, who had been holding on in the hope of a British lifeline being extended, had already run out of time before Curzon issued his reply. Still, when it came, Curzon's decision would have profound consequences for the future of German democracy. By the middle of the summer, the future of Weimar democracy was looking increasingly bleak. Gustav Stresemann summed up the situation by describing Germany as dancing on a volcano and facing a revolution. In other times and places, political elites have been guilty of exaggerating the fear of revolution to advance their interests. But in this case, Stresemann could not be accused of overstating the danger. The shift in British opinion that took place in July occurred in parallel to ever-worsening economic and political conditions in Germany. For German communists, the ongoing crisis appeared to be an unexpected golden opportunity to overthrow the Weimar Republic and turn Europe's largest economy into the continent's second major communist state. With each week that the currency deteriorated in the late summer and early autumn, things looked increasingly promising for the would-be revolutionaries. The membership of the Communist Party was rising sharply. Between September 1922 and September 1923, it jumped from just under 225,000 to around 295,000, while the number of local party branches increased from 2,500 to 3,300. By the end of July, encouraged by the international communist strategists in Moscow, the time had come for Germany's communists to make their first move. People weren't just starving, queuing and pushing around wheelbarrows full of money to pay for everyday goods. They were rioting. Often workers rioted on payday, when they discovered that, after a week's work, even their indexed salary was not sufficient to buy anything. In other cases, the cause of rioting was not a lack of money to buy goods, but an absence of anything to buy as a result of growing shortages. After all, why would farmers or others sell their produce today when the currency used to pay for it would be worthless tomorrow? Everywhere this occurred, Cuno got the blame. He was the Chancellor, the man whose effigy was hung by workers who hated him for all of their woes. The strikes and riots that developed from this situation in late July, later known as the Cuno strikes, quickly turned into a wave of violence in the streets. Police and citizen militias fought with protesting workers and Communist Party members, with both sides including many veterans of the First World War. There was increasing aggression on all sides, and rioting often ended with exchanges of gunfire. In mid-August, the British ambassador, Lord Davenant, estimated that as many as 200 people had lost their lives in the violence, which means that the violence of the barely remembered Kuno strikes was responsible for around 10 times as many fatalities as Hitler's putsch in November. In one example, in the town of Neuruppin, which is about 70 kilometers to the northwest of Berlin, fighting broke out between protesting workers, angry at the latest round of price increases, and members of the nationalist Bismarck youth and property owners armed with rubber batons. During the fighting, the police opened fire, killing one protester and injuring 6 more. Violence of this kind occurred across Germany. The number of people shot ranged from single individuals caught up in the crossfire to groups of 10 and more people, struck down when the police opened fire. Some of this violence took place in large German cities like Hamburg or Leipzig, but it also happened in sleepier middle-sized towns like Lübeck, Wittenberg, Breslau, and Kulmbach. The violence was greater when the protests were led by communists, whose tactics included violent attempts to seize police barracks or free prisoners. In one incident of this kind, as many as 15 people were reported as having been shot in Cologne when a group of communists allegedly tried to storm the police presidium. The violence wasn't just directed at the police and citizen militias. In Huls, plunderers beat up a shop assistant so badly that she died of her injuries. In Zeitz, protesters stormed the local jail on the 11th of August. The next day they established a strike committee and formed a workers' militia. Soon afterwards, the police arrested the strike leadership, but during the ensuing standoff between police and supporters of the strike, many of them communists, the police opened fire, and at least 9 protesters were killed and many others injured. One police officer was injured in the arm. While conditions were deteriorating rapidly across Germany, the situation in the occupied Ruhr was particularly acute. In Gelsenkirchen, during the first 2 weeks of August, it was calculated by the local statistics office that the weekly cost of living for a family of 4 had jumped from 3,860,914 to 9,284,693 marks. One local restaurant offered meals for the price of 800,000 marks per portion. Vorwärts reported that the situation in the Ruhr was so tense that there would only be calm if fresh food supplies arrived immediately. But with the French blocking the border, both food and money were in short supply. The result was more violent rioting. When workers plundered shops in Kettwig, 3 people were killed, and there was yet more rioting in Dortmund, Recklinghausen, and Bottrop. 3 protesters lost their lives in Essen, and over 100 were injured when German police fired on rioters. 2 people lost their lives in Oberhausen on the 1st of August, when a protesting crowd of 5,000 to 6,000 workers refused to obey a command to disperse, and the police responded with live fire. Another 8 were injured. As the rioting continued, on the 10th of August 1923, the German Communist Party, the KPD, made its move. In the Reichstag, its 4 deputies matched their comrades' efforts in the streets with a motion of no confidence in Kuno. To accompany the motion in Berlin, the Communists organized a strike at the Reich's printing works, a move designed to stop the printing of new paper banknotes, which, in the context of accelerated hyperinflation, was an extremely dangerous act, aimed at intentionally worsening the shortages by reducing the supply of new money. Across Germany, the KPD's hotheads now went fully onto the offensive. They tried to claim that every single strike and working-class protest taking place in Germany many of which had originally been organized by non-communist trade unions or workers' councils, was happening under their leadership. They also mobilized regional networks to bring the workers out against the government. In Berlin, on the 11th of August 1923, the KPD proclaimed a general strike, which was to continue until the fall of the Kuno government. The following day, the KPD called for the establishment of a national government of workers and peasants. The Kuno strikes looked increasingly like they might be about to become the first act in a revolutionary seizure of power. The situation appeared to be on a knife edge. There were riots in Hanover when a false rumor spread that female workers had been abused and shot by the police in the market that morning. They ended when the police dispersed the rioters, firing blank shots and marching on protesters using their rifle butts as batons. The Social Democratic Vorwärts accused the Communists of inciting the workers to violence, blaming the loss of life on the syndicalists who had called for direct action, such as the disarming of police officers, attacks on public buildings and on the state regulatory bodies. Faced with the surge in violence from below, and fears that worse was about to come, when the Social Democrats announced that they would no longer tolerate his government, Kuno resigned without much fuss on the 11th of August. Since the start of the year, he had grown tired of the job of Chancellor and his energy had waned. His most important asset, his supposed good connections with America, had yielded nothing. As his conservative technocratic government came to an end, it was time for Germany's Democrats to step up to defend the Republic. Kuno's replacement as Chancellor was Gustav Stresemann, the 45-year-old head of the German People's Party, DVP, one of the few outstanding politicians of the Weimar Republic. Born in Berlin, Stresemann was first elected to the Reichstag in 1907 as a member of the National Liberal Party. Following the death of the party leader Ernst Bassermann in 1917, Stresemann took over the leadership. In November 1918, when the revolution swept away the old political system, Stresemann's natural political home might have been alongside Rathenau in the newly founded German Democratic Party, the heir to German political liberalism. But it didn't want him. At that time, Stresemann was considered too far to the right, thanks to his wartime support for the annexationist goals of the German nationalist right and for the campaign of unrestricted submarine warfare. During the winter of 1916-17, Stresemann had been among those in favour of restarting the latter, even if it meant bringing the United States into the war on the Allied side. It was a choice that historian Alex Watson described as the worst decision of the war. But even after the war, Stresemann defended his record, saying that if it had been introduced 6 months earlier, it would have had far more beneficial results for Germany. He remained a supporter of an annexationist peace. Stresemann's exclusion from the German Democratic Party led him to found a new party, the German People's Party. It was to the right of the German Democratic Party and supported large business. In 1920, it made its major electoral breakthrough, bringing Stresemann to greater prominence in Weimar politics. His party included many politicians who did not openly support the Weimar Republic. Many were disenchanted monarchists. But Stresemann was not. He was a nationalist in German foreign politics, but by the time he became Chancellor, he was also an avowed supporter of the Republic. Commenting on his appointment, liberal journalist and supporter of Weimar democracy Theodor Wolff thought that few politicians had learned more and changed more since the establishment of the Republic. By the time he took on the chancellorship, Stresemann had a reputation as a clever speaker, and for several months it had been expected that he would replace Kuno. Stresemann himself described the expectation as a weight on his shoulders. Like Rathenau before him, He feared that the job might end with his murder. In a letter to his wife, Gerta, he told her that to take up the job after Kuno was nothing less than political suicide. But he was aware that he was the only candidate. Thinking about what would happen next left him facing sleepless nights. From the moment that he accepted the role until his early death in 1929, Stresemann would stand up for German democracy and peaceful relations between France and Germany. Stresemann was the first leader of the pro-business German People's Party to become Chancellor. Unlike Kuno's government, which functioned because the parties of the Reichstag were not willing to support a motion to remove him from office, Stresemann's government held a parliamentary majority. That point is worth dwelling on. Typically, historians have argued that the political crises of 1923 and the Weimar Republic's catastrophic failure to stop Nazism 10 years later were a result of inherent weaknesses in the culture of German democracy. Some historians have even gone so far as to argue that because Kuno's government did not have a parliamentary majority, Kuno was not a member of a political party. It was a forerunner to the final governments of Weimar Germany, which also functioned without a majority, and whose leaders were appointed by the President of the Republic using his emergency powers. That comparison misses the point, however. In 1923, the Reichstag never lost control of the government. Once the largest party in the parliament decided that Kuno's technocratic government had served its purpose, it removed him from office. It was an example of the democratic system working as intended during a time of extraordinary crisis. Stresemann was elected Chancellor with the support of members of the pro-worker Social Democratic Party, his own pro-business German People's Party, the liberal bourgeois German Democratic Party, Rathenau's party, and the conservative Catholic Centre Party, Wirth's party. It was a coalition filled with division. The Social Democrats entered the coalition to protect workers' rights and save the Republic, whereas the right wing of the German People's Party was there to protect the interests of business. Members of both parties hated each other. Consequently, when it came to vote on the new government, members of several coalition parties abstained, and Stresemann ruled Germany initially with a majority of only 19. The atmosphere in Stresemann's cabinet in August and September 1923 was defined by tension. The most obvious pathway to providing Germans with a functioning currency was to end passive resistance in the Ruhr immediately. But after 8 months of suffering, this prospect was akin to re-signing the Versailles Treaty and accepting that the Republic had been defeated by Poincaré. Nobody in the room wanted to do this, though everyone present was starting to recognize that it would have to be done. The figures presented to the cabinet made it clear that drastic action was necessary to save German unity and democracy. As we saw, during the first 6 months of 1923, the Reich spent an average of 1 trillion marks a month funding passive resistance. In July 1923, that figure increased to 11.8 trillion on wages in the Ruhr and a further 3.7 trillion on guarantees. In August, the care of orphans in the Ruhr cost 35 billion marks a week. When Stresemann took office, these astronomical figures were worsening by the day. At the time of his appointment, from the 7th to the 18th of August, passive resistance cost 180 trillion, whereas only 54 billion had been budgeted to pay for it. In the final week of August, it was expected to cost 150 trillion, most of which would be spent on paying wages. The figures were worse than the worst predictions. When the finance minister, Rudolf Hilferding, announced them to a meeting of party leaders on the 22nd of August, he added that it was necessary for the government to wait for a foreign policy rescue. But on the following day, the 23rd of August, 10 days after Stresemann's appointment as Chancellor, Prussian Minister-President Otto Braun told the cabinet that the situation was actually worse than was previously thought. The German people have patiently endured everything so far because they have grown used to enduring over the past 9 years. He feared that without immediate measures the risk was that the German Reich would disintegrate. Karl Severing predicted that if they did not succeed in ending passive resistance in the immediate future, then Germany is irredeemably lost. After he said this, Minister for Food and Agriculture, Hans Luther, who was not a member of any party but was closest to Stresemann's German People's Party, warned that an immediate end to passive resistance would also trigger countercurrents in Germany that could seriously endanger the existence of the Reich. Johannes Fuchs, a Centre Party member and Rhineland politician who was appointed minister in the newly created Ministry for the Occupied Territories, opposed an immediate end to passive resistance in favour of hanging on for a little longer, but summed up the cabinet's dilemma. Do we want to fight and risk chaos, or do we want to break off the fight and risk Germany being defeated? The reason for hanging on was the British government. The first 10 days of Stresemann's chancellorship mark the point where the crisis in Franco-British relations powerfully intersected with the crisis facing Germany's political leadership. It was Stresemann's misfortune that, 2 days before he became Chancellor, on the 11th of August 1923, Britain's Ruhr policy appeared to offer Germany a breakthrough moment. Just as hyperinflation entered its most accelerated phase, the British sent a public diplomatic note to the French to state that in their view the occupation was illegal. The Manchester Guardian's London correspondent called the note one of the most striking diplomatic documents published since the armistice. It was intended to convey that the Germans had the right to engage in passive resistance, and that the illegal occupiers should indicate a path out of the crisis without making any further demands on the government of the illegally occupied country. Moreover, Curzon added that if France did not make a decisive move towards ending the conflict, Britain might be forced to renege on their alliance and enter into direct negotiations with the Germans. Curzon's note appeared to signal a major victory for Germany. Right at the start of Stresemann's chancellorship, the British provided him with the most important sign of international support for Germany's decision to launch the campaign of passive resistance. On the 16th of August 1923, the German ambassador in London, Friedrich Stahmer, informed the Foreign Ministry in Berlin that the differences between France and Britain were now too great to be overcome and that the end of the Entente would soon follow. The prospect was so good that Stresemann's initial response to the note was to stay calm and say nothing. He didn't want Germany to be accused of trying to put pressure on the British or interfere in their policy-making. Yet although it was a major victory, Curzon's note was also a diplomatic note, and nothing more. Had it come several months earlier, the German government could have held out to see what its implications might be for the future course of passive resistance. But because it came only in August, Stresemann didn't really have the time to wait and see if the British threat to abandon France was truly serious. The dilemma for Stresemann was that conditions in Germany required an immediate end to passive resistance, but the arrival of Curzon's note made that a political impossibility. Passive resistance had to continue at least until the Franco-British quarrel over the Ruhr entered its next act. On the 23rd of August 1923, Stresemann even told his cabinet that he believed that Britain was working to isolate France and bring Belgium and Italy behind its policy. Unfortunately for him, although Curzon's note of the 11th of August seemed to promise that the Germans' dream of British intervention might come true, such optimism proved misplaced. The publication of Curzon's note was met with a strong pro-French backlash in Britain. Among the public, the backlash was led by veterans of the Entente politics of the last decade. On the 15th of August 1923, The Times published a letter by Valentine Chirol, its former Berlin correspondent, who had grown up in both France and Germany and spoke both languages fluently. His reasons for rejecting Curzon's note included the fact that he thought that the Weimar Republic was a democratic facade, and that Stresemann was one of the most violent pan-Germans and haters of England during the war. Despite the fact that the Daily Express had recently claimed that Britain should clear out of the continent and give France a free road to work its will on Germany, Chirol condemned the British press for being more pro-German than it had been at any time since 1905. Among the cabinet, Lord Derby threatened Baldwin that he would resign if Britain did not support France. In Chirol's view, which turned out to be correct, the British government's note threatening France with independent action to support Germany was nothing more than Curzon's preaching. He damningly wrote, "The British note moves through a maze of frigid and often inaccurate criticism to a conclusion which, if it means anything, is tinged with even more unreality than the rest of it. Is it not time for us to return to realities?" He demanded that the British remember that France was in the Ruhr to uphold a treaty that Britain had signed, and that France's security concerns were largely a result of the British and American decision to renege on the Security Pact promised in Paris in 1919. In his final words in praise of the Entente, he called for British humility towards France. "The Entente is not, and never has been, a boon conferred by us upon France, which we might withhold from her without damage to ourselves as soon as we thought her undeserving of it. It has been a pact of common sacrifice and common salvation, and is still the one binding instrument by which we can ensure peace without jeopardizing the most vital and costly fruits of the war." A hostile French reply to Curzon's note came on the 20th of August. In it, Poincaré angrily rejected the British accusation that the occupation of the Ruhr was illegal, refused to concede to the idea of an independent assessment of Germany's capacity to pay, and emphasized that there would be no staged withdrawal from the Ruhr. Faced with Poincaré's reply, the British Treasury argued that Britain should push ahead with independent arbitration. But the Foreign Office was already backtracking. After Lord Derby threatened to resign, Baldwin agreed that he should meet face-to-face with Poincaré to try to salvage the situation. But he also decided, with the support of Curzon, that the meeting should not take place immediately. To gain time, they used the excuse that they should discuss further action at the next Imperial Conference in the autumn, where the British government would take on the views of its dominions. Once this decision was made, while the German economy burned and Stresemann's cabinet faced up to the reality that the Republic might not survive the winter, Baldwin left for his holidays on the 25th of August 1923. His destination was Aix-les-Bains, in southern France. 25 days later, Baldwin stopped in Paris on his way back to London to meet with Poincaré face-to-face. At the end of their meeting, they issued a joint statement that suggested that Britain was firmly behind France's policy. In it, the two leaders promised to restore their country's relationship to the way it had been during the days of Sir Edward Grey, when Britain went to war in August 1914 to support France. Baldwin also promised Poincaré that Britain would support France's right to reparations. If the French records of the meeting are correct, Baldwin even used the pejorative term le boche to describe who would be made to pay. In return for giving Poincaré everything he wanted, Baldwin got nothing. It was a case of an inexperienced British Prime Minister being schooled by the more senior French statesman. Before the First World War, Poincaré had already been French Prime Minister when Baldwin was still a fledgling backbencher. The next day, the German chargé d'affaires in Paris told Stresemann that Germany had no longer any grounds to hope for British support in the Ruhr. The waiting was over. As a consequence of the British-French rapprochement, there could be no further argument about the right time to end passive resistance. Neither Baldwin nor Curzon paid a price for their indecision. Stresemann and the Germans did. On the day of his appointment as Chancellor, the dollar-to-mark exchange rate in Berlin was 1 to 3.7 million. 43 days later, when the British finally removed the obstacle that their indecisive policy had created to ending passive resistance, the dollar-to-mark ratio was 1 to 121 million. Poincaré had played his hand perfectly. Both well-informed about what was going on in Britain and a more effective negotiator than Baldwin, he knew that if France did not respond to the British note, the British would have to follow up with actions to give weight to their words. He gambled that they would not do so. At the time Curzon sent the note, he had no intention of following through with actual measures that would make its threats reality, and told the British cabinet that a note containing such threatening words would be enough to move Poincaré to a new position. When Poincaré called his bluff, Britain was left with even less influence over French policy than before. Baldwin didn't even demand minor concessions to Germany. He gave Stresemann nothing, and the end of passive resistance would come as a total victory for France. The Weimar Republic had mobilized its population on nationalist grounds for 9 months, only then to surrender after months of suffering and endurance. It was a terrible moment to be a pro-Republican Democrat. Some in London were aware of the extent to which British policy had helped cause the mess. As Austen Chamberlain wrote to his sister Ida on the 22nd of September 1923, "It seems to me that we are becoming the scold of Europe. We run about shaking our fists in people's faces, ascertaining that this must be altered, and that must stop. We get ourselves disliked and distrusted and misunderstood, and in the end we achieve nothing and relapse into humiliated silence or laboriously explain how pleased we are." Part 4. Autumn and Winter 1923. Chapter 12. Separatism and the Future of the Rhineland. By midsummer, it was obvious that the 1923 crisis was not just a crisis of German politics and economics, it was a crisis of the European system of states. For France, the occupation was a costly burden that was not delivering its economic goals. For Germany, it had created the greatest moment of political and economic disruption since the end of the First World War. Money had ceased to function. Food shortages were unavoidable. When Stresemann finally ended the campaign on the 26th of September 1923, the decision announced that the disruption was about to reach a new peak. But it was also a message. If the Republic could weather the worst of the storm, Stresemann would also eventually return Germany to normality. It was that prospect that gave Stresemann's announcement the character of a clarion call. For Weimar's opponents, the clock was suddenly ticking. They had to act now or forever regret that they had let the best opportunity to destroy the Republic go to waste. For them, it was a now or never moment. In October 1922, Mussolini had faced such a moment. In the weeks leading up to his appointment as Prime Minister, he knew that the time had come either to try to use force to obtain power or to recognize that he might never do so. Just 1 year later, German political extremists and fringe groups now faced the same moment of choice. Just as Mussolini went for it in October 1922, or as Lenin had done in Russia 5 years earlier, in the autumn of 1923, 3 groups of political radicals did so almost simultaneously in Germany, in a near 3-month period of turmoil, from September to November 1923. Fascists and communists tried to destroy the democracy and replace it with an ideologically driven authoritarian system of government, while political separatists did so by trying to tear the region of the Rhineland out of Germany altogether. On their own, each of these groups posed a serious threat to the future of Weimar democracy. But it was the near simultaneity of their actions that really threatened the state. Their combined weight left Germany's democratic leaders facing up to the greatest moment of political pressure they had faced in their entire political careers. The future of Weimar democracy was on the line. Had any of the extremists been victorious, it is doubtful that Germany's First Republic could have survived. Between them, their actions brought Germany to the brink of civil war. The challenge posed by Rhineland separatism is the least well known. As we have seen, when the Versailles Treaty came into effect in January 1920, its terms included the Allied occupation of the Rhineland. France alone sent 95,000 soldiers into the region on the left bank of the Rhine. The Belgians and the British were there too. Together, the 3 occupying powers divided the region up into zones. It was from their zones that the French and Belgians launched their occupation of the Ruhr on the 11th of January 1923. When their soldiers marched into the Ruhr, they were met by crowds of protesting Germans singing "The Watch on the Rhine." The song was a crucial part of the political and military identity of Germans in the late 19th and early 20th centuries, and by singing it, German men were promising that they would defend the Rhine from French invasion, just as their fathers and grandfathers had done. But just as most Germans identified the River Rhine as one of the most important geographical boundaries defining German nationhood, a small number of the inhabitants of the Rhine region saw themselves as belonging to another nation entirely. They saw the occupation of the Rhineland after the First World War as an opportunity to break their region away from Germany once and for all. This group did not think of themselves as Germans, but as Rhinelanders first and foremost. They were Catholics, and claimed that German ethnic groups living in the Rhineland were racially different from those in Bavaria or Protestant-dominated Prussia. As early as November 1918, they had rallied behind the separatists' cry of "Let's escape Berlin." On the 1st of June 1919, Hans Adam Dorten, a lawyer who had fought in the First World War before turning to separatist politics in its immediate aftermath, proclaimed the existence of a republic in the Rhineland. But it was short-lived. Dorten's republic did not have the necessary support, and it quickly fizzled out. Later, in 1919, Dorten downgraded his ambition to the creation of a new Rhenish state. Unlike the failed Republic of the Rhineland that would have been completely independent from Weimar Germany, this Rhenish state was to exist as a new federal state and remain a part of the Weimar Republic, but like Bavaria, it would have its own federal political powers in areas like policing and education, and its own distinctive political culture. Even Konrad Adenauer, the future Chancellor of West Germany, who was the mayor of Cologne from 1917 to 1933, was not entirely opposed to the idea. Had it been brought into formal existence, it would have been large enough to rival Prussia and Bavaria. But nothing came of the idea during the Weimar Republic, although it would later be the basis for the creation of what became the state of North Rhine-Westphalia, the largest of the German federal states to be created by the Allies after their victory in 1945. In 1919, when the powers that decided on the contents of the peace treaty rejected the creation of an independent Rhenish state within the German system, as well as the idea of an entirely independent pro-French republic in the Rhineland, the separatists who supported a Rhenish state concentrated their efforts on propaganda. Their aim was to build their political movement to take advantage of the next political crisis that provided them with an opportunity to create a new state. In 1920, Josef Smits, a former member of the left-wing Independent Socialist Party of Germany, who had founded a Rhineland League in autumn 1919, founded a new separatist organization based in Cologne called the Rhenish Republican People's Party. But despite its best efforts, this existed only as a discredited fringe group with few followers and a leadership riddled with personal rivalries. Smits and Dorten personally hated each other. The 1923 crisis offered the separatists an opportunity to put the future of their region at the heart of the struggle created by the occupation of the Ruhr. When the end of passive resistance gave France victory in that struggle, the separatists took up the challenge of their now or never moment. Conditions were much changed from 1919. They now knew that they would gain more support from Paris for their efforts, and they hoped that British indifference would further help them to achieve their goals. For Poincaré, if he could not annex the Ruhr outright, the next best option would be to create a new pro-French state in the Rhineland, possibly, but not necessarily, stretching eastwards to include the Ruhr. This had been a French policy at the Paris Peace Conference, but had not been realized because of British and American opposition. In 1923, Poincaré was less certain about what the British and Americans would do in the event of the establishment of a Republic of the Rhineland, but faced a now or never moment of his own. Would he use the end of passive resistance to push for the realization of the French policy of 1919 and the creation of an independent but pro-French republic that would separate France from Germany and permanently weaken German economic power? As Poincaré mulled over this decision in Paris, on the ground in the Rhineland, the separatists who had been defeated in 1919 stepped up their efforts to present him with a fait accompli. On the 29th of September, a police spy recorded separatist leader Hans Adam Dorten announcing to a pro-separatist demonstration in Koblenz, "We want to be free from all plunder. We want to be free from Germany. We want to be free from Prussia." Before this, on the 12th of August, during a pro-separatist demonstration in Bonn, leaders had demanded the complete separation of the Rhineland from Germany, the formation of a government of the Rhineland, the creation of an independent Rhenish currency, international recognition for their new state, and the beginning of separate negotiations with France. At these demonstrations, they argued that it was wrong that the Rhineland, with its distinct history and tradition, should belong to the state of Prussia, sharing a political home with the East Prussian Junkers, with whom they believed they had little in common. They claimed that their goal was to free the Rhineland from East and West, and that not all German tribes must necessarily belong in the same state. At the end of September, Dorten told the French press that his aim was to include both Frankfurt and Essen in the new republic, and that its eastern border would run in a straight line between the cities. This was a bold statement. Neither was considered a part of the Rhine region. Essen was the coal capital of the Ruhr district, while Frankfurt was on the River Main, around 250 kilometers to Essen's southeast. But Dorten wanted Essen's coal and Frankfurt's trade, and hoped that his new state would even include the winemaking region of the Rhineland-Palatinate Nassau, and the former Grand Duchy of Hesse, one of the smaller German states that stretched to the northeast of the Rhine. Had he obtained this territory, the new republic would have had a population of around 11 million, compared to the Weimar Republic's total population of 60 million. A Rhenish militia would provide the new state with its first military force. Tellingly, it was first to be placed under the command of French and Belgian officers. The coal cities of Bochum and Dortmund in the Ruhr in the north, and the industrial city of Mannheim to the south of Frankfurt, were to be left in the Weimar Republic. It was only thanks to the exceptional conditions created by the 1923 crisis that a fantasist like Dorten, the leader of gangs of desperados, as the British consul in Cologne later called them, could come close to realizing his goals. At the start of August, the separatist newspaper, Das Freie Rheinland, had reached a daily print run of 30,000. Its readers included the losers in the 1923 crisis, unemployed workers, peasants and small farmers, as well as members of the lower middle classes who had lost out during the ongoing hyperinflation crisis. Even before the end of passive resistance, the separatist leaders were preaching that the people of the Rhineland were suffering more than Germans in the unoccupied territories. They argued that they bore the brunt of the occupation, and that, when the time suited them, Germany's political leadership would abandon them. To take advantage of the worsening conditions, in the summer of 1923, the journalist and activist Josef Friedrich Matthes founded a new separatist organization, the Rhenish Independence League. Matthes, who was born in Würzburg in North Bavaria and had only moved to Düsseldorf in 1923, wanted to establish a separatist action committee in every village in the Rhineland, and to unite the existing separatist organizations under his leadership. He could aspire to such ambitions because of his skills as a populist speaker and journalist. At the start of August, as many as 6,000 people gathered to hear him speak at a concert hall in Düsseldorf. On the 12th of August, 3,000 people turned up in Bonn to listen to his pro-separatist speeches. Responding to Matthes' growing popularity, on the 15th of August in Koblenz, Smits and Dorten publicly agreed to work together. Matthes remained at a distance, however. He didn't want to be saddled with their debts, and his rivalry with Dorten continued. Despite the absence of a single leader, the separatist movement continued to gain momentum in September, with more pro-separatist demonstrations and parades in cities such as Trier, Bonn, Duisburg, Landau, Mainz, and Mönchengladbach. When Stresemann received the French ambassador to Germany for the first time as German Chancellor on the 17th of August, he told him, "We were of the opinion that France intended to destroy Germany, or at least to destroy the unity of Germany by wanting to separate the Rhineland from Germany, and that efforts in southern Germany aimed at separating Bavaria were also supported." He warned the French ambassador that these policies would leave Germany unable to pay any reparations, and that they would make it impossible for the German government to come to an agreement with France. In reply, the French ambassador told Stresemann that he profoundly regretted that Poincaré's policies had been so badly misunderstood in Germany. The French ambassador was lying. France had provided clandestine support to the separatists for several years. In 1920, the French provided them with more than 500,000 francs. In February 1921, they handed over 300,000 marks to support separatist candidates' campaigns for election to the Prussian parliament. Smits and Dorten, too, were given French money. Initially, Smits was given German marks from an office attached to Paul Tirard, the High Commissioner in the Rhineland. But as the German currency's value worsened over the course of 1923, the French started to hand over francs instead. Smits's newspaper, the Rheinische Republik, was financed almost entirely by this French money. Dorten's publication, the Rheinischer Herald, was also paid for by the French. In 1923, Dorten received around 15,000 francs per month. On the 29th of July, when he held a meeting at Koblenz to relaunch his party, the French gave him 10,000 francs to help pay for the occasion. According to German police reports, at the beginning of September, Matthes is supposed to have received around 10 billion francs from Tirard. Matthes is supposed to have received around 10 billion marks from Tirard. British records suggest that the separatists also later received French revolvers and ammunition. In July 1923, Poincaré summed up the French policy towards Dorten as follows: "We must discourage neither his actions nor his efforts, especially since it is not impossible that his policy will ultimately lead to satisfactory results for us." With the end of passive resistance, French support for separatism in the Rhineland increased. While some French military commanders on the ground in the Rhineland and Ruhr remained skeptical about the separatists, decision-makers in Paris started to dream that the long-held goal of an independent Rhineland might become a reality. It was wishful thinking. Even after a summer of growth, the separatists were still a minority movement, with around 25,000 to 30,000 supporters. Moreover, the louder they amplified their message in towns and villages across the Rhineland, the more concerted the backlash against them became. Even during the crisis year, most people in the Rhineland still supported the Centre Party, which remained firmly committed to unity with the German Reich. Anti-separatist demonstrations took place, and on occasions, separatist speakers found themselves unable to speak because they were outnumbered by their opponents. But the backlash against them was not without consequences. It encouraged the separatists to claim that they needed weapons and military units to protect themselves and to prevent attacks on their demonstrations. But they didn't just want weapons to protect themselves. They knew that if they were going to establish a Republic of the Rhineland, they would need to arm their followers and seize power. On the 18th of September, Dorten asked Tirard to arm the peasant supporters of separatism and to disarm the police. Even though Tirard refused, it was obvious to everyone that the situation was becoming exceptionally tense, with violence increasingly likely. The separatist leader Josef Smits himself had almost been killed by an ultra-nationalist opponent in March 1923. While he was in his office with his brother-in-law, Smits's sister opened the door to a young man in his early 20s, who told her that he wanted to buy newspapers, but then proceeded to draw his pistol and fire a number of shots. Before Smits's sister realized what was happening, her husband was dead. Smits himself was shot in the head, but the bullet did not kill him. He was taken to hospital, where he underwent an operation and passed a number of days in a serious condition before eventually recovering. The assassination attempt was the work of an unknown underground German nationalist group. While their use of violence may not have been popular among a majority in the Rhineland, their goal of maintaining Germany's unity was. With the end of passive resistance, the moment of action had arrived. The separatist leaders decided to organize a Rhenish Day to take place in Düsseldorf on the 30th of September. The event was to be similar to the ultranationalists' German Day, with one key difference. It was to end with the proclamation of a Republic of the Rhineland. In the days before the event, German media reported that, in addition to proclaiming the Republic, the Assembly would endorse its president, and that Dorten had been assigned the job of envoy in Paris. To oppose the separatists' Rhenish Day, 40 kilometers to the south of Düsseldorf, in Cologne, historically Düsseldorf's local rival city, the political parties of the Rhineland, with the support of trade unions and cultural organizations, staged an alternative pro-unity event to take place at a fairground on the same day. After the Cologne Male Choir opened proceedings with a performance of the song German Greetings, the first speaker was the Centre Party's city councillor, Peter Schäven. He proudly told the assembled crowd that there were more people present and listening to him at that moment than there were supporters of the separatists across the entire Rhineland, and that they were there to celebrate the Rhineland's unity with the German Reich and to condemn Poincaré. He told them that the Rhineland belonged to Germany, the land of Schiller and Goethe, innumerable inventions, and God-gifted musicians. As the crowd cheered, he condemned the separatists and the French, calling for the return of all those who had been deported by the occupying forces and the release of all prisoners. At the end of the rally, the Assembly unanimously supported a strongly worded pro-Reich declaration, which was widely circulated in the German press. It warned against any attempt to deny the people of the Rhineland their right to self-determination. The Rhineland feels unshakably connected to the German fatherland. It will staunchly resist to the end any attempt to impose upon or interfere with its state affiliation. Those who betrayed their fatherland, in a subservient spirit to foreign rulers, had no place among the true Rhinelanders. The Centre Party claimed that this was the real mood in the Rhineland. Vorwärts called the crowds that gathered in Cologne immense masses. One nationalist newspaper stated that more than 100,000 people were in attendance, while another commented that the assembled crowd was so large that it could not fit into the fairground. Some even suggested that it was one of the largest demonstrations of its kind ever to take place. Vorwärts predicted that the attempt by French imperialism to create an independent state in the Rhineland would fail due to the opposition of the pro-German working class, and rhetorically asked how long the French would be able to keep Europe in a state of disquiet. While the demonstration in Cologne remained peaceful, in Düsseldorf the situation was tense. A week earlier, during the night of the 22nd to the 23rd of September, 2 German police officers had been shot dead. Understandably, the Düsseldorf police were angered by the news that their colleagues had been gunned down in the course of their duties. Soon after, the perpetrators were identified as members of the Rhenish Independence League. They had allegedly participated in a meeting of special coordinators in Mönchengladbach, where they were heard agitating against the governments in Berlin and Prussia and cheering in favor of a Rhenish Republic. One of the men was supposed to have displayed his revolver to his drunken comrades. Even though the French commander in Düsseldorf, General Simon, forbade the city authorities from preventing the march from taking place, the Rhenish Day was still met with countermeasures. The driving force behind these was exiled district president Walter Grützner, whom Matthes despised and said he hoped would never return to Düsseldorf. Together with local parties and with the support of non-socialist and Christian workers, employees and civil servants organizations, Grützner called on the residents of Düsseldorf to stay at home. The idea was to turn Düsseldorf into a dead city for the duration of the separatists' march. From 1 p.m., all streets, shops, bars and restaurants were to be entirely empty, and the tram service was suspended. One reporter described how the effect of these measures meant that the city streets that were usually the busiest, including the Königsallee, were almost completely empty. More controversially, and perhaps deliberately linked to the plan to keep citizens off the streets, Grützner also instructed the Düsseldorf police to use force to disrupt the march. On the 27th of September, the Lord Mayor, Emil Köttgen, received an order, which was intercepted by French intelligence, instructing him to hit the separatist demonstration hard with everything available to him. It was an unambiguous call for state violence against the separatists, whom Grützner accused of high and national treason. The order might have made political sense, but it was ill-conceived. Even though the separatists were a small movement, on Rhenish Day itself the Düsseldorf police would be hopelessly outnumbered. On the 30th of September, out of a total police force of around 1,100, a reduction of over 400, Düsseldorf's police commander Haas had around 15 police officers, 450 green state police officers, and 300 blue city police officers. The blue and green officers operated in the same area, but were nominally under different command structures. They were armed with a sabre, a revolver with 16 to 20 bullets, and a rubber baton. These men were up against a far larger number of demonstrators. When the demonstration ended, contemporary assessments of the number of participants ranged from lower estimates of between 8 and 10,000 to the organizers' suggestion that the figure was around 30,000. French officials put it at 15,000, while the French media agency Havas suggested that it was 40,000. There is greater clarity concerning the number of armed separatists in attendance. Reports agree that there were between 1,400 and 2,000. Knowing what was coming, the police commanders in Düsseldorf rejected Grützner's instructions. Carrying out his orders would only provoke a violent response on the part of the separatists and end in the intervention of the French military. In place of his plan, they therefore adopted a policy of intervening only if people or public buildings came under threat. They would let the separatists march, but they would not allow them to riot or beat people up. The police officers who took up positions in the streets did so with the permission of the French, and they followed French instructions as to where they should be located. But many of them stayed out of sight in their police accommodation in the Mühlenstrasse, in the town hall, and in the regional council. Between 11 a.m. and 1 p.m. the first separatists from outside Düsseldorf began to arrive. They were brought there in the trains of the Régie, the railway company established by the French as part of the occupation of the Ruhr, which made 12,500 seats available to support them. They also travelled for free, with some families taking the opportunity of a free trip to Düsseldorf. At 2 p.m., after the last Régie train arrived, the separatists formed a procession, including some 2,000 members of the armed separatist security service. By the time the first Régie trains arrived in Düsseldorf, the violence had already begun. During the night before the demonstrations took place, separatists opened fire upon a police station. Another police station was fired on early on Sunday morning, when up to 60 separatists stormed it and disarmed the officers, informing them that they had taken control of police duties. Large numbers of the separatists were reported as coming from Aachen, 80 kilometers to the southwest, near the border with France. But the skirmishes of the previous night were nothing compared to the fighting that followed. The 30th of September was quickly named Düsseldorf's Bloody Sunday. By the time it was over, gunfights had taken place between separatists and police in the city centre and in the area close to the main railway station. Altogether, 200 people were taken to hospital for treatment. 74 of them were seriously injured. At least 10 died. These included one member of the city police and 2 members of the state police. Civilians in a park had fled for their lives when they were caught in the lines of fire. How the shooting started remains a controversial question. According to French official accounts, the demonstration was in full swing when, at around 3:45 p.m., a detachment of state police left the police barracks on Mühlenstrasse and opened fire on the separatists as soon as it encountered them. The state police were then joined by members of the city police, who also attacked the crowd. French observers later reported that up to 200 armed men hunted down the separatist protesters, striking them with sabres and firing at them with revolvers, before following them into the neighbouring streets. French reports also suggest that the policemen attacking the separatists did not spare women and children, and that the armed separatists present were at first overwhelmed, but that they ultimately responded with gunfire. According to the French historian Stanislas Janasson, once the French command had been alerted to the disturbance, French military soon arrived on the scene and restored order. Janasson suggests that, thanks to their interception of German communications, the French were fully aware that the German police would attack the demonstrators, but that they let the attack take place regardless. German accounts provide an altogether different explanation for the origins and course of the violence. They focus on the separatist shock troops. When the first Régie trains arrived in Düsseldorf, they were welcomed by a crowd of a few hundred supporters. The separatists' shock troops then formed a closed procession and made their way to Graf Adolf Platz, a central square where Matthes addressed them. He criticized what he called the terror of the Prussian government and then declared, "We have come to a peaceful rally today, but we are also men of action if need be." At the end of his speech, he stated it was high time for an independent Rhineland. At this point, the shock troops made their way back to the main train station, where, following the arrival of more Régie trains, a far larger crowd of separatists had gathered. Together, they then formed marching columns and began to make their way through the empty city. The marchers at the side and head of the procession were reportedly armed with rubber batons and revolvers. A large number of green, white, and red flags of the Rhenish Republic were visible. One newspaper correspondent described the strange situation where a large demonstration with several thousand participants marched through the city's empty streets, watched only by a few hundred people. He thought that those who turned out were largely curious, while the city itself felt like it was dead. The demonstration was concentrated in the area around the Hindenburg-Wall, a major street in the centre of Düsseldorf, close to the city's theatre and art gallery, which was named after Germany's defensive position on the Western Front during the second half of the First World War, which was itself named after German military commander Paul von Hindenburg. There were curious, yet highly symbolic scenes at the Bismarck Memorial, where demonstrators tried to hang the green, white, and red flag of the Separatist Republic on the statue of the man who, more than anyone else, symbolized the unification of Germany. While this was taking place, Matthes was being driven around in a car. He stopped at the Kaiser Wilhelm monument on the Hindenburg-Wall, where he announced that 3 speakers would address the crowd from different points. German newspaper correspondents claimed that at this point the first physical violence took place. The Berliner Tageblatt correspondent noted that shock troops had started to use rubber batons to beat up bystanders who did not have cards demonstrating their membership of a separatist organization. The nationalist Deutsche Allgemeine Zeitung correspondent claimed that the separatists then started to disarm German police and also to threaten passers-by that they could hand them over to the French gendarmerie and have them deported. The same correspondent claimed that when 2 city police officers were disarmed, one of the separatists shouted, "The first battle is won," Now the combat troops are to the fore and the weapons are out. The Blue City Police watched these scenes from a short distance away, a few steps from the Bismarck Monument, close to the Mühlenstrasse. The Berliner Tageblatt correspondent claimed to have witnessed a man with a separatist armband draw his Browning pistol and fire in the Mühlenstrasse, killing a police officer. In German accounts of the violence, this was the first shot fired in Düsseldorf that day, and the trigger for the gunfire that followed. The Blue Police received reinforcements from the Green State Police, who returned the separatists' fire. Panic followed. Some of the armed separatists took cover behind the columns of the theatre and fired back. Almost instantly the square was empty. The Berliner Tageblatt correspondent hid in a doorway. He saw a man shot dead just feet away from himself. The violence was only starting. According to German accounts, once the firing started, the separatists called upon the French for backup against the police. When French cavalry and armoured cars appeared on the scene, the separatists reportedly welcomed them with cheers and great shouting. The French surrounded the German police and disarmed them. As soon as this happened, the separatists who had previously fled the scene now returned to take revenge. Several policemen were seriously injured, and according to some accounts, at least one was executed at this point. The violence increased in the ensuing chaos. Some of the worst incidents occurred in the Court Garden, a large park in the centre of Düsseldorf directly adjacent to the Hindenburg Wall. During the afternoon, while the demonstrations were continuing, families had gathered as usual in the park. But once the firing started, some armed separatists thought that they had come under fire from snipers hiding there, and started firing indiscriminately into the park, leaving at least 60 to 70 people injured, some of them seriously. It was a terrifying sight, wrote the Berliner Tageblatt correspondent, who watched as women and children fainted and the groans of the victims filled the air. Several people tried to escape by swimming across the large pond in the middle of the park. The shootout lasted for around half an hour, and extended into the Königsallee and the surrounding streets, as far as St. John's Church. The injured included children. One journalist was shocked to see how a child who had been treated for wounds was being carried among the separatists. He presumed that it was with its mother. In an account published in a nationalist newspaper, 2 officials were tortured to death and mutilated beyond recognition by the unrelentingly brutal crowd in front of the French soldiers. Such accusations were a common trope of German accounts of enemy violence during and after the First World War. In a German trade union report that was sent to De Gucht and quoted in the London Times, the separatists were blamed for having attacked the police with rubber-covered lead piping. It described the outrages perpetrated against the state police by separatists after the state police had been disarmed by the French. In one case, the separatists knocked a policeman to the ground and were in the process of brutally kicking and beating him with clubs in front of French gendarmes who did nothing to intervene, when 2 French soldiers, members of a French Alpine division, the Chasseurs Alpins, decided that they would intervene to end the brutality, driving the separatists away by threatening them with their rifles. One medical corps organized by the Social Democratic Party treated 117 injured. The French medical services were accused of going to the aid of the injured separatists. The local population was described as extremely hostile towards the French, whom they accused of disarming the German police, allowing the separatists to beat them badly, and ignoring the plight of injured policemen, even when they were being kicked while lying on the ground. The Berliner Tageblatt called the French the protectors of the criminal rabble. The separatists were accused of firing on disarmed German police, while the French cavalry were accused of striking the German police with their sabres. Later that day, As many as 1,000 people protested against the separatists and the French in front of Düsseldorf town hall. By that time, the city police chief Haas had been arrested by the French, and a nighttime curfew had been declared. In advance, the German press had reported that Rhenish Day was expected to end with the declaration of a Republic of the Rhineland. When it was over, the trade unions announced that they would respond to such a declaration with a general strike. The correspondent of the Times in Düsseldorf summed up the general mood in the city as one of horror. After speaking to people there, he claimed that even separatist supporters in the city thought that the police had behaved admirably and that the separatists had gone too far. The French decision to put German officials, including Haas, the town councillor for police affairs, and 2 state police officers on trial, was widely condemned. Even some French newspapers thought that the French support for German separatism was a mistake. They blamed Poincaré for getting caught up in something that he could not control. They worried that the lack of support among the population of the Rhineland could lead to an embarrassing end. For the French commanders in the Rhineland, the violence was an embarrassment too. In its aftermath, they moved to distance themselves from the separatists and threatened that they wouldn't tolerate any repetition of the events in Düsseldorf. Their hostility on the ground pushed the separatists to concentrate their next efforts in the Belgian zone. But before the French military in the Rhineland could completely banish the separatists from their territory, Poincaré intervened once again in their favour. In October and November, his decisions poured fuel on the fire of separatism, and yet more lives were lost. 3 weeks after Düsseldorf's Bloody Sunday, during the night of the 20th to the 21st of October, the separatists finally proclaimed their republic. At around 4 a.m. in Aachen, in the heart of the Belgian zone, a few hundred separatists armed with pistols and cudgels seized control of public buildings, including the town hall, the finance department, and the post office. This time the local police didn't oppose them. When local residents woke up on Sunday morning, they found the flag of the Republic of the Rhineland flying over their town. Walls in the centre of the town were covered by a proclamation declaring the existence of the Republic of the Rhineland. The putsch was organised by 2 local separatist leaders, the industrialist Leo Deckers and Dr. Goodhart. At a demonstration organised by the Provisional Government, the speakers promised that the new republic would deliver food. It was expected that they would obtain fresh supplies from the Belgians and French. German accounts accused the Belgians of having prepared the way for the coup by deporting key trade union figures, including the Christian miners' leading member of parliament, Hasch, from Herzogenrath. In addition to the events in Aachen, public buildings were occupied in Bonn, Wiesbaden, and Trier. The putsch soon expanded into towns in the French zone as well, though it met fierce resistance. On the 22nd and 23rd of October, as challenges to the authority of the Republic occurred in Saxony and Bavaria, separatists took control of Saarburg, as well as occupying public buildings in Wiesbaden, Trier, Düren, and Duisburg, drawing attacks by angry German nationalists. British observers noted that in some places the spontaneous resistance of locals, who were armed with sticks, had driven the separatists out of public buildings. In Koblenz, the same observers thought that the entire separatist putsch was spearheaded by only 400 men. By the 24th of October, the putschists were holding on to just 1 public building in Aachen, and the attempt to seize control of Koblenz had come to an end. In its summary of events in the Rhineland, the Berliner Tageblatt reported that the separatists had largely been pushed back everywhere they had attempted to seize power. There were simply too many people in the Rhineland who were determined to see them defeated. At first, Belgian soldiers remained neutral towards the separatists. Contrary to German suggestions that they had welcomed the separatist putsch, the Belgians did not have a strategic interest in the emergence of an independent state in the Rhineland. However, their policy at first was to follow the French. But everything changed on the 24th of October, when, just under a month after his victory on the issue of passive resistance, Poincaré made the decision to throw France's weight behind the separatists, initially pressuring the Belgians to go along with his policy, which was one of de facto recognition of a separatist government in the French zone. With the French behind them, the situation on the ground turned dramatically, but only briefly in the separatists' favour, even if they could not count on the help of the French military. They occupied all public buildings in Koblenz on the 25th of October, while Régie trains helped to bring food and armed separatists to Aachen. The population that had resisted the separatists was now terrorized by their renewed strength. Watching this turn of events, Edward Thurston, the British Consul General at Cologne, was enraged. He viewed French support for the separatists at this time as a deliberate attempt to carve up Germany, and was horrified that the French government was supporting armed groups of separatists that he considered to be the worst kind of violent mob. Even before Poincaré announced his support for the separatists, the British had decided on their policy regarding separatist endeavours on the 23rd of October. The planned Republic of the Rhineland would only gain control of the British zone of the occupied territory over the dead bodies of the British soldiers. The British military were given strict instructions to suppress any acts of separatist violence in the British zone. In addition to their military planning, the British also firmly decided that their political response would be to refuse to recognise any change to the status of the Rhineland that did not occur in accordance with the constitution of the Weimar Republic. This was effectively an announcement that the British would support the German government, as it would be impossible to change the status of the Rhineland in Weimar's constitution without the support of the government in Berlin. In a departure from their wavering and at times confused policy towards the Ruhr for much of 1923, the British now also decided to send the French a clear message, and Prime Minister Stanley Baldwin delivered a strong public speech in Plymouth on the 25th of October. It was intended to convey to the French that there was no division within the British cabinet on this issue. There could be no Republic of the Rhineland. Baldwin made it clear that the disintegration of Germany was unacceptable. The friendliest thing that he could say to the French was that the loss of the Rhineland would set back Germany's ability to pay reparations for years. Far more threateningly, he promised them that Britain could not contemplate the breaking off of any part of Germany into a separate state, which would at once break the Treaty of Versailles. On the 30th of October, the British ambassador in Paris, Lord Crewe, repeated Baldwin's message. He issued Poincaré with a formal British warning that the creation of a separate state from German territory would mean an end to the Treaty of Versailles. In response, the French government denied that they had supported the separatists and told British diplomats that they must have been misled by German agents provocateurs trying to provoke discord between Britain and France. This incensed officials in the British Foreign Office, who had their own diplomats as well as military and intelligence agents on the ground in Germany, and knew that their counterparts in the French diplomatic service were lying to their faces. Belgium, which never really wanted to see an independent Rhineland, quickly followed Britain's lead. With British backing, the Belgian military removed the last separatists from Aachen on the 2nd of November and brought them to the French zone. By the 9th of November, the entire Belgian zone was free of all separatist influence. Britain's support for Germany arrived just in time for Stresemann. A matter of days before he learnt that Britain would firmly oppose a new settlement in the Rhineland that went against his government's wishes, even Stresemann had conceded that the pressure was too great, and that it might be desirable for negotiations to take place between politicians from the Rhineland and the French High Commissioner. That concession came after discussions between Stresemann and representatives of business and politics from the Rhineland, including Adenauer, who thought that the best solution might be to allow the establishment of a Rhineland state, but to keep it within the Federation of German States. But once the British position was made clear, the proposals were quickly dropped. On the ground in the Rhineland, the outcome of the uprising now hinged on numbers, which did not favour the separatists. Even with French support, their highly localised power seizures could only last for a short time. The violence of the separatists and their willingness to plunder enraged the population of the Rhineland, triggering an anti-separatist mobilization from below. The end point for the Rhineland separatists came in the picturesque hills along the River Rhine known as the Siebengebirge, or Seven Mountains, a tourist region around 100 kilometers to the east of the German-Belgian border, about halfway between Bonn and Koblenz, where groups of men met secretly and decided to protect themselves and fight back. These men were German nationalists. They wanted their region to remain a part of Germany, and they wanted to fight any separatists who claimed the right to seize their agricultural produce. They also held significant advantages over their opponents. Their villages were in the hills overlooking the Rhine, so they could see when the separatists' trucks were coming, and they knew the terrain more intimately than the separatists ever could. On the 15th of November, 2 trucks of heavily armed separatists came into one of their villages, only to be met by gunfire. The shootout became known as the start of the Battle of the Siebengebirge. In the ensuing ambush, 23 of 30 separatists were killed. The survivors returned with reinforcements to take revenge. Some reports suggest that as many as 2,000 of them travelled along the Rhine to attack the Siebengebirge. When they got there, the fighting lasted for hours, and more than 70 separatists were reportedly killed, with a further 50 taken as prisoner. The violence was brutal, but in the end, the separatists were defeated. By the start of December, the separatist movement in the Rhineland had collapsed. When they attempted to hold a separatist meeting in Essen on the 26th of November, only the intervention of the French military protected them from a violent fate at the hands of angry crowds. Yet the French persisted, and astounded the British by supporting another independence movement before the year was over, this time to the south of the River Rhine, in Speyer in the Palatinate. Just as had happened in the autumn, this movement failed for lack of support. Poincaré's support for Rhineland separatism was a result of his ad hoc policymaking. Stubbornness had led him to hold out for total victory over the German campaign of passive resistance. But once Stresemann abandoned the campaign, Poincaré didn't really have a strategy for what to do next. The wisest move would have been to enter directly into negotiations with Stresemann. Britain and the United States would have been observers rather than participants, and a powerful France could have forced its conditions upon Germany. The German government would have had to accept them, and once they did so, it would have been far harder for Britain and the United States to demand their reversal. Instead of going for this strategy, Poincaré chose hubris. In the unstable conditions of October and November 1923, he hoped that by supporting the separatists he could realize the French dream of an independent Rhineland. Not only did he lose that battle, but in doing so he squandered the chance his victory over passive resistance had given him to weaken the German state permanently. By the time the campaign of the separatists petered out, the international situation had entered a new stage. The British and Americans were ready for a political solution to both the Ruhr occupation crisis and the reparations crisis. Poincaré had wasted France's victory, and Germany's future was now out of his hands. Chapter 13. Soviet Saxony and the Communist Threat. The separatists weren't the only extremist group to attempt to use the end of passive resistance to score a previously unimaginable victory. For Hitler's Nazis and Germany's communists, the clock was ticking too. Like the separatists who were backed by France, the extremes of left and right could draw upon international support, while also modelling themselves on previous successes. Both Lenin and Mussolini had faced similar now-or-never moments and seized them. Lenin took advantage of Russia's wartime crises in 1917 to take power over the disintegrating Russian Empire. Mussolini helped to bring about the collapse of state authority in Italy in the summer and autumn of 1922. Even though it is important to remember the way that international examples provided scripts for what the German extremists should do, ultimately, once Stresemann decided to end passive resistance, the future of German democracy would be decided in the German federal states of Bavaria, Saxony, and Thuringia. Since the foundation of the Weimar Republic, the major regional political strife had stemmed from clashes between the pro-democratic north and the politically conservative south. The central German states of Thuringia and Saxony lay geographically between them. Though neither was as large or influential as their biggest neighbours to the north and south, together their population was almost as large as that of Bavaria, Germany's second-largest state. Unlike Prussia and Bavaria, they were left-wing states. Saxony was even known as Soviet Saxony. In their industrial regions, in cities like Chemnitz, the working class showed high levels of support for communism. If the communists were going to take power in Germany in 1923, these were the states where many people expected the revolution to start. The centrality of their locations added to their importance. Thuringia and Saxony occupied the territories separating Bavaria from Prussia. If the communists seized power in either or both, takeovers there could serve as the starting point for a communist-led march north on Berlin. On the other hand, if the communists took control over Thuringia or Saxony, it might also provide a pretext for the Bavarian right to march north to defeat communism in the neighbouring states, before continuing on to Berlin to overthrow the Republic in the ensuing chaos. Another alternative was that if the Bavarian nationalists marched north on Berlin, Saxony and Thuringia could become the first line in a red wall fighting to defend democracy. At the end of September 1923, no one could be certain which of these scenarios might come to pass. The only certainty was that Germany was closer to civil war than at any time in its recent history. Initially, it looked like the Republic's conservative nationalist enemies in the south were preparing to make the first move. When news arrived that Stresemann had ended passive resistance, Bavaria's Prime Minister Eugen von Knilling declared a state of emergency in his state. He then handed over power to Gustav Ritter von Kahr, an anti-Semitic conservative monarchist who took the title of State Commissioner for Bavaria. This effectively gave Kahr dictatorial powers. His position was created with the support of the chairman of the Bavarian People's Party, BVP, Heinrich Held, and the deposed Crown Prince of Bavaria, Ruprecht, who was hoping that the end of the crisis would see him restored to the throne as King of Bavaria, the position that his father had vacated during the Revolution of November 1918. Unlike his father, who had lost favour during the war, Ruprecht had been a distinguished general, and he remained among the more popular of the former German monarchs. Bavaria's conservative leadership argued that the suspension of Bavarian democracy and appointment of Kahr were necessary to protect the existing structure of the state. They argued that, without political change at the top, the radical nationalist anti-republican forces that had gained strength in Bavaria during the previous 9 months, including the Nazis, were likely to use force to try to achieve change from below. Knilling told Stresemann that Kahr would bring all patriotic groups in Bavaria under his leadership, and that the move was necessary because Bavaria was in a state of extraordinary excitement, and that it would prevent stupidities. He also claimed that it was the best way to maintain peace, and promised that Kahr would demonstrate the fullest loyalty and exercise a positive influence over the elements on the right in Bavaria. In fact, Kahr represented one of the most significant threats to the existence of the Weimar Republic in October 1923. His goal was to destroy it. Together with Hans Ritter von Seisse, the head of the Bavarian state police, and Otto von Lossow, the commander of the Reichswehr in Bavaria, Kahr was intent on secretly exploring the possibility of joining forces with anti-republican conspirators in northern Germany to overthrow the Democratic Republic and replace it with a national dictatorship. The head of the Bavarian government, in other words, was part of a network of conspirators intent on overthrowing the German government in Berlin and destroying the Weimar Republic itself. For German supporters of democracy like Ebert and Stresemann, Kahr's appointment created extraordinary challenges. They faced the task of enforcing the Republic's authority over an anti-republican government in Bavaria, while having to deal simultaneously with the threat posed by the communists in Saxony and Thuringia, as well as the separatist movement in the Rhineland. At the same time, the value of the German currency continued to decrease at an incredible rate. Moreover, they had to remove the threats posed by both communism and Nazism without provoking a civil war. In the end, the path they chose involved moving first against the communists in Saxony and Thuringia, and hoping that this display of Republican authority against the extreme left would be enough to derail the plans of right-wing putschists in Bavaria. It was a high-risk strategy. As soon as he took up the position of Bavarian State Commissioner, Kahr began to suppress his political opponents. He banned the sale of left-wing newspapers from outside Bavaria and broke off political relations with Saxony, formally ending the internal German diplomacy that allowed the federal states to maintain links, discuss issues of common importance, and form barriers against Berlin. He also publicly criticized Stresemann and brought relations between Bavaria and the Reich to their lowest point since the foundation of the Weimar Republic. He ended the implementation of the law for the protection of the Republic in Bavaria, which had already been considerably watered down, and on the 20th of October, after Ebert and the Chief of the Army General Staff, Hans von Seeckt, agreed to dismiss the commander of the Reichswehr in Bavaria, Lossow, and reinforce Seeckt and the Reichswehr's authority over Bavaria, Kahr responded by taking the 7th Bavarian Division of the Reichswehr, which was stationed in Bavaria, under his control, and refused to recognize Lossow's dismissal. Kahr also actively promoted anti-Semitism. In his first public statement, he declared that his actions would be motivated by extreme love of the Bavarian homeland, the German people, and the greater German fatherland. He promised to fulfill his patriotic duties, and warned that there would be no mercy for all acts hostile to the fatherland and any resistance to my orders. In undertaking these measures, he added, with knowing anti-Semitic intent, that he expected to be able to rely upon all circles of German origin who want to serve our fatherland honestly as I do. For Kahr's most vocal critics, the test of the Republic's strength would be whether or not it could deal with his provocation. The Social Democratic Mönche Post announced that the Bavarian state of emergency meant nothing less than a real Kahr dictatorship. It observed that the way in which it came about outwardly adheres to constitutional provisions, but it is actually the realization of the long-announced coup by stealth. In Munich, the Vorwärts correspondent was worried because Kahr was a fanatical enemy of social democracy. He warned that he would use dictatorial measures to attack the SPD and the trade unions, the Weimar Republic's strongest supporters in Bavaria. At the end of his report, the Vorwärts reporter pleaded that the Republic's rulers in Berlin needed to respond with a show of force. Bavaria must know that it is part of the Reich and that there is still power in the Reich. The next day, Kahr proved the reporter's point. On the afternoon of Friday, the 28th of September, the SPD in Munich began to receive warnings from unnamed sources that the left was to be targeted that night. By way of response, they put in place a defensive guard of 20 men from the Social Democratic Protection Department at the offices of the Social Democratic newspaper, the Münchner Post. At around 9 p.m., the warnings turned out to be true. Several state police armored cars and trucks turned up at a trade union building, the offices of the Münchner Post, and a bar frequented by the Social Democrats' Protection Department. Worryingly for all of Hitler's opponents in Bavaria, the collusion between his party and the police appeared to be on full display, when the Nazi leader made sure that everyone could see him following the police trucks to the union offices in his personal car, driven by a chauffeur. It looked as though Hitler was personally directing affairs. Once the police had completed their search of the union offices, they left. They had been unable to find the weapons they were looking for. The situation was far more tense at the Münchner Post. When the police arrived there, they blocked off the street and erected machine gun posts, which they oriented towards the newspaper building. This time they could justify their actions. In a sealed-off room they found around 40 infantry rifles, 2 light machine guns, and a small number of hand grenades. Some of those present, who the Social Democratic reporters claimed were in the possession of gun licenses, also had handguns, which the police seized. Supporters of the SPD claimed that these weapons were necessary to protect them in the event of an armed assault from Hitler's fascists. In the aftermath, the Münchner Post issued a statement to Munich's workers, warning them that they should not provoke violence or provide the Allies with an excuse to expand the occupation beyond the Ruhr. Kahr responded too. He banned the Social Democrats' Protection Department. But by the time he made his move against them, Hitler and the patriotic leagues in Munich were already too angry with Kahr to take much notice. Hitler was livid. On the night of the 27th of September, he had planned to speak at 14 separate Nazi rallies in Munich. But following Kahr's appointment the day before, the rallies were banned. The Völkische Beobachter responded with a tirade of hatred directed at Kahr. It claimed that he could not lead because he was not a real man, and went on, "You can only stand unconditionally behind a leader who you know will not collapse at crucial moments." Kahr collapsed several times. The message was clear. Only Hitler could lead the Bavarian movement for German freedom, as Hitler called the Nazis at this time. The Völkische Beobachter warned its supporters that Kahr would waste all of Hitler's accomplishments in growing the movement in Munich that year. But the personal invective targeted at him was insufficient for Kahr to ban the Völkische Beobachter. His muted reaction was a telling indictment of his reluctance to deal with the Nazis from the very start of his rule as State Commissioner. The shift to the right in Bavaria in the week that followed the end of passive resistance was mirrored by a shift to the left in Saxony and Thuringia at the same time. For communists, this now or never moment represented their best chance to force through a proletarian revolution since the end of the First World War. Even though the Kuno strikes had fizzled out in mid-August, they had shown a level of anger among the German working class and left the leadership of the communists in Germany hopeful that conditions were close to perfect for a new assault on Weimar democracy. The signs included increasing membership of the Communist Party and increased aggression among its membership. The example of Soviet Russia mattered too. Lenin had seized power in October 1917. Inspired by his example, in both Moscow and Germany, communist strategists thought that 1923 was the ideal time for a German October. At a key meeting in Moscow on the 23rd of August, their watchword was, "Now or never." Their first target was the federal state of Saxony. Mirroring the general strength of the left in Saxony, under the leadership of Erich Zeigner, the regional branch of the Social Democratic Party in the state was far more left-wing than the Social Democrats in Berlin. Zeigner was a firebrand. He only joined the party in November 1918 following the revolution. But in the climate of radical upheaval that continued in the Republic's early years, Zeigner's advance was quick. In August 1921, he was appointed by another Social Democrat, Wilhelm Buck, as Saxony's Justice Minister. When Buck's minority government collapsed in March 1923, Zeigner received the support of both Social Democratic and Communist members of the Saxon Regional Parliament and was elected Saxon Prime Minister. He was 37 years old. After his first speech in his new role, commentators on the political right accused him of siding with the French and called him a traitor. Friedrich Ebert, the 52-year-old president of the Republic, was also unimpressed. Ebert thought that Zeigner was an inexperienced, politically naive man who had risen too quickly through the ranks of the Social Democratic Party. Soon after, when they met for the first time, it was clear that Zeigner and Ebert hated each other. Throughout the summer of 1923, Zeigner remained an outspoken critic of Kuno and a thorn in the side of the more moderate Social Democrats. He was the kind of party leader who wasn't prepared to stay quiet and toe the party line. He declared passive resistance a failure, and he demanded that Kuno take action against right-wing Reichswehr officers. In a speech made on the 16th of June, he warned that the coming months would be extremely dangerous for Saxony, predicting that secret collaboration between fascists and the Reichswehr in Bavaria would end with heavy fighting between them and the working class. A month later, he told a local newspaper that both his government and the government of Prussia had ample evidence of Reichswehr cooperation with the Nazis. In August 1923, the Reichswehr leadership was so annoyed with his public statements about its activities that it compiled a dossier of 19 occasions on which he had been publicly critical of the Reichswehr between April and August. Just days after the establishment of Stresemann's Grand Coalition on the 13th of August 1923, Zeigner made even more enemies. In an interview with the Vossische Zeitung, he threatened both Ebert and War Minister Otto Gessler. Ebert was a strong supporter of Gessler, whereas Zeigner wanted the latter sacked for failing to take action against secret cooperation between the Reichswehr and right-wing paramilitaries. At a crucial time in Germany's relations with the Allies, Zeigner threatened that if Ebert did not dismiss Gessler, he would reveal the contents of secret documents that proved that cooperation had taken place between the Reichswehr and right-wing paramilitary organizations that breached the terms of the Versailles Treaty. This was nothing short of sensational. Ebert refused to concede. When the two men met once again at the start of September, Ebert warned Zeigner that if the Saxon government could not guarantee peace and order, then the federal government would do it for them. Around the same time, Stresemann called Zeigner a person who is not fully sane. The biggest difference between centrist social democrats like Ebert and left-wing social democrats like Zeigner was their attitude towards communism. For Ebert, German communists were the social democrats' mortal enemies. Since the establishment of the Weimar Republic, German communists had threatened his life, and at the peak of the violence of 1919, Ebert had fully supported social democratic cooperation with right-wing officers from the army or navy, including men like Hermann Ehrhardt, and the use of the harshest available force to suppress communist rebels. Zeigner's attitude towards communism was much more conciliatory. At the time when Ebert wanted the Social Democrats to support the inclusion of Hugo Stinnes in Stresemann's government, and KPD supporters were calling for the death of Europe's richest man, Zeigner was prepared initially to govern with the tolerance of the communist members of the Saxon Regional Parliament, and later to form a coalition government with them. Zeigner couldn't understand Ebert's politics in the autumn of 1923. While Ebert thought that greater cooperation between the Social Democrats and the parties of the centre-right was the solution to the crisis, Zeigner thought that the Social Democratic Party was a revolutionary party, and that the best way to protect the German working class from the danger of Hitler or other nationalists in Bavaria was to create a working-class People's Front. For him, the solution would be cooperation between the parties of the left, since the real enemy remained the parties of the bourgeoisie. For Zeigner's critics in the Social Democratic Party in Berlin and the German army, the most worrying development in the late summer of 1923 was his support for the creation of working-class paramilitaries, known as the Proletarian Hundreds. For their supporters, the Hundreds existed to defend democracy and the working class from the anti-republican violence of the right. As we have already seen, in Bavaria and especially in Munich in 1923, the Social Democrats had created an armed defensive group of men charged with protecting its assemblies and events from attacks by the fascists. The Proletarian Hundreds were armed working-class militias on a far greater scale. Their supporters argued that their existence was necessary to fight for the protection of the Republic in the event that Kahr or Hitler or both mobilized in Bavaria and tried to march through Saxony and Thuringia on their way to Berlin. In that case, the Proletarian Hundreds would slow their progress north, giving the Republic's supporters more time to organize and prepare for its defense. But for their critics, such arguments were merely a ruse. Men like Ebert were certain that the Hundreds were not being created to defend the Republic. Their existence was the first step in a communist plan to destroy it. They had good reason to harbor such fears. At the end of August, the Communist Party in Saxony received instructions from Moscow. It should no longer merely tolerate Zeigner's government in Saxony, but actively join the coalition. After doing so, the Communist minister's task would be to manipulate Zeigner to arm 50,000 to 60,000 workers. At a time when the Versailles Treaty limited the size of the German army to 100,000 men, such a sizable force could have destroyed Weimar democracy. The situation escalated further on the 10th of October 1923, when the Saxon communists finally joined Zeigner's government. 3 of them became ministers. Paul Bürtsche became finance minister, Fritz Heckert economics minister, and Heinrich Brandler took up the position of head of the state chancellery. The only consolation for men like Stresemann was that Zeigner didn't give the communists the interior ministry, which would have handed them control of the police, but the constitution of his cabinet was sufficiently worrying for anti- and pro-Republicans alike. The dust had barely settled on the news of these appointments when, less than a week later, a second Social Democratic Communist coalition government emerged at the federal level, this time in Thuringia. There, the Social Democratic minority government, led by August Frohlich, had lost a confidence vote on the 11th of September 1923 and was replaced by a new coalition that included communists, with the Social Democrat Frohlich remaining minister-president. It was an extraordinary moment in German politics. The creation of social democratic communist coalitions in the central German federal states of Saxony and Thuringia occurred just as the fight between Bavaria and Berlin reached a new climax. Fears of a civil war grew by the day. The question was, how would the Reich government and leadership in Berlin respond? The Republic had already attempted to oppose Kahr's Bavarian dictatorship by use of legal means and revealed its weakness in the process. 2 weeks earlier, President Ebert and Chancellor Stresemann had declared a state of emergency across the entire German Reich. On paper, this placed power in the hands of War Minister Gessler, who in turn put power in the hands of the commander of the German military, General Hans von Seeckt. That development should have had only one legal outcome. According to the Constitution, the law of the federal government, the Reich, trumped the law of Bavaria, and so the state of emergency in the Reich should have overruled the state of emergency in Bavaria that had empowered Kahr. Stresemann and Ebert's measure, in other words, should have brought Kahr's rule to an end, even before it had begun, with Lossow taking the reins of power in Bavaria and answering to Seeckt, who answered to Gessler, who answered to Stresemann. But legal power and political power are different entities. Stresemann's cabinet had no way to enforce the Reich's state of emergency in Bavaria, and Lossow had no intention of meekly following Seekt's orders. Stresemann's government was also fully aware that the only way to terminate Kahr's rule if he refused to obey was to mobilize the Reichswehr to enforce the Reich government's authority in Bavaria. The Reichswehr in Bavaria would very likely remain loyal to Kahr, and units of the Reichswehr from outside Bavaria would similarly be unlikely to disarm their Bavarian colleagues. More than 3 years after the failed Kapp Putsch in March 1920, when Seeckt allegedly said, "Troops don't shoot at troops," the willingness of the army to fight and kill for the Republic remained unproven. The Republic's authority faced another test on the 1st of October, when Bruno Ernst Buchrucker, a member of the illegal Black Reichswehr, led a putsch in Kustrin, less than 100 kilometers to the east of Berlin. The coup was quickly put down, but there were some intense scenes as soldiers fired upon the putschists, killing and injuring a number of them. The news that 400 men in total had participated in the attempted coup left Ebert shocked, while it also confirmed the suspicions of all of the Reichswehr's critics on the left, including Zeigner. Lacking a mandate to enforce its authority in Bavaria, and apparently elsewhere, and facing challenges on multiple fronts, Stresemann's government was unable to survive the crisis. The threats to the Republic's survival were proceeding at too fast a pace for Parliament to meet to discuss what the state's response should be. The cabinet needed an enabling law, which would have given it the ability to rule without the support of Parliament, but the introduction of such a law threatened to split the Social Democratic Party in two. A majority of its cabinet ministers supported the move, but they were opposed by a majority of the party's elected representatives in the Reichstag, as well as the unions, who feared that the temporary suspension of parliamentary oversight would be used to destroy the social protections that the Republic had guaranteed workers. They were especially worried that if it was introduced, Hugo Stinnes's pro-business German People's Party would demand the abolition of the 8-hour working day. After heated discussion, the Social Democratic Party cabinet members eventually agreed to support Stresemann's proposals. But when the party's parliamentary group shot them down, it spelled the end of Stresemann's government. On the 3rd of October, only a week after it had made the decision to end passive resistance, Germany's first ever Grand Coalition was over. Stresemann had been Chancellor for just 51 days. In his diary, he described having to face up to the deepest depression. He feared that he would only be remembered as the man who ended passive resistance. Except the Grand Coalition wasn't over. 3 days later, in the words of Vorwärts, the new Chancellor was again Gustav Stresemann. Stinnes, Stresemann's great opponent within the German People's Party, had shown once again that his bullying tactics lacked political nuance. The powerful business leader had hoped that once his cabinet fell, Stresemann would lose the position of party leader, shifting the German People's Party further to the right and replacing the SPD in the governing coalition with Karl Helfferich's right-wing German National People's Party, DNVP. But this didn't happen. Stresemann retained the confidence of his party and remained leader. When the time came for a vote among the German People's Party deputies, Stinnes alone voted against him. Once Stresemann won the vote to stay as party leader, the DNVP refused to serve with him. Rathenau's party, the German Democratic Party, and the Catholic Centre Party also opposed joining a government with the DNVP. Once a new right-wing coalition was ruled out, it appeared that the only option was either for Stresemann to return with a Kuno-style minority government or new elections, something that could have had unforeseen consequences at the height of the Republic's crisis. The situation looked drastic. Germany was on the verge of being a modern industrial country without a functional currency and without a government. It looked like the perfect time for anti-republican putschists to strike. But behind the scenes, the leaders of the German Democratic Party and the Centre Party took the initiative. In long negotiations during the night of the 5th to the 6th of October, a new agreement was reached. In response to the most crucial question for the Social Democratic Party, a compromise had been found. The 8-hour working day would remain the norm, but exceptions could be made in certain crucial situations. On the 6th of October, Stresemann returned to the Reichstag. In a long speech, he defended his record as Chancellor. The biggest problem for his government was the foreign policy conditions. Germany, he told the Reichstag, had to give up passive resistance because of financial exhaustion. In Stresemann's words, "As a nationalist, I believe that the idea that the fortress has to surrender because it has no more provisions, or because bringing in provisions presents the risk that the entire population will no longer be able to feed itself afterwards, is nothing to be ashamed of, even if a nationalist mourns that things have reached such a state." He argued that German democracy was not a failure. He placed the blame for its current predicament on the foreign policies of the victorious foreign powers and on the meddling politics of Germany's richest men. They continued to claim that they could do better, he warned. But each time a businessman joined the government, they too failed. A reference to Kuno and Stinnes. Underlining the uselessness of rhetorical appeals for nationalist sacrifice, he stressed that it was time for politicians to be brave, and finally to fight against popular currents. He asked if anyone calling for a dictator really believed that such a person would be able to achieve anything more against France, the strongest military power in the world. He even quoted the Völkischer Beobachter's criticism of Siecht and defended the Reichswehr. He insisted that the state of emergency was a necessary measure. His government had to introduce it to prevent a march on Berlin from Bavaria. No German government had ever faced a worse situation, but Stresemann was certain that they could overcome it. In his final words, "We must turn to the state and away from the parties, away from selfishness. The Reich is the only thing left to us in all the collapse we've seen. Preserving it now is the duty we have to fulfill not only in the present, but for all the generations that will come after." On the 13th of October, the Reichstag finally voted on the enabling law, by which the Reichstag would grant the government extraordinary powers, especially in financial, economic, and social areas. The constitution required that 2/3 of the Reichstag deputies be present, and that 2/3 of them vote in its favour. If they failed to do so, Ebert was ready to dissolve Parliament. Hoping to block the law, 43 SPD deputies joined members of the Communist Party and the German National People's Party in abstaining. But Stresemann got the result he needed. Ebert's threat of new elections encouraged enough deputies to participate in the vote. Crucially, the enabling law, which was to last until the 31st of March 1924, reflected the need for political compromise. It included a clause that it would no longer remain in force if there was a change of government. The law would enable the defenders of democracy to save the Republic, but it would cease to function if Stresemann's government collapsed and it was replaced by an anti-Republican right-wing coalition. The introduction of an enabling law at the high point of the crisis in 1923 deserves comment. Today, when most people think of an enabling law in the context of the Weimar Republic, they think of the spring of 1933 and the death of German democracy. At that time, Hitler, who had already been in office as Chancellor since the 30th of January, sought an enabling law to dissolve the Reichstag. When he obtained it on the 24th of March 1933, it was a crucial step towards the legal establishment of his dictatorship. Ever since, some historians have argued that the possibility that the Parliament could introduce enabling laws was a fundamental flaw in the Weimar Republic's constitution. According to this logic, if there was no mechanism to allow for its introduction, Hitler might not have been able to establish his dictatorship. In addition to its failure to recognize the brutal nature of the Nazis' determination to use force to rule, the same argument misses the point that in 1923 the enabling law had been a useful tool to protect the Republic in a time of crisis, as the authors of the Weimar Constitution intended it to be. In 1933, the problem was not the Constitution. It was the determination of conservative political elites to use the crisis to destroy the democracy. Once they had secured the enabling law in 1923, Ebert and Stresemann chose Saxony as their first target for the re-establishment of the Republic's authority. Even before, on the 6th of October 1923, War Minister Gessler demanded that Seigner cease attacking the Reichswehr, or his government would be deposed. Gessler even threatened that he would resign if his demands were not met. In Saxony, the Reichswehr General Müller hardly needed to wait for instructions from Berlin. In the wake of the creation of the Reich-level state of emergency during the night of the 26th to the 27th of September, he was already technically in charge of the state of Saxony. On the 13th of October, 3 days after the KPD joined Zeigner's government, he used his emergency powers to ban the proletarian hundreds. The same day, Communist Finance Minister Paul Bircher gave a speech to around 5,000 Communist supporters at a rally in Leipzig Zoological Gardens. In it, he criticized Müller's suppression of the hundreds and demanded that the workers arm themselves for the coming struggle, which he predicted would end either with a white or red dictatorship. The speech put Ebert under pressure. His previous concern about developments in Saxony had escalated to grim certainty that the time for action had come. On the 16th of October 1923, Müller moved to take the Saxon state police under his control. From this point on, they would answer to the Reichswehr. This decision meant that, within a week of the formation of a social democratic communist coalition under Zeigner's leadership, the civilian politicians in Saxony no longer had any control over the police in their state. For the right wing of the German People's Party in Stresemann's government, Müller was taking the right steps. Reading reports of rioting, violence, and communist attacks going unanswered by Zeigner's government, they wanted Stresemann to take further action against Saxony. They wanted to see the Reichswehr march into Saxony and depose Zeigner's government. Zeigner and the Saxon communists not only had the numbers in the Saxon parliament and a democratic mandate to rule, they also had allies in the new government in Thuringia. The only question was how they would use them to fight Müller's moves to restrict their power. On the 21st of October, 4 days before the anniversary of the Bolshevik October Revolution in 1917, the Communist Party called for a rally of their supporters in Chemnitz, one of the largest industrial cities in the east of Saxony. Müller didn't initially try to intervene. The organizers foresaw the rally as being a staging post for a German October Revolution. At the rally, they wanted to declare a general strike and the start of a workers' uprising, following the Russian model. Brandler was among the speakers. He told the communists there that they had to stand up to the dictatorship of the army. But the reaction was less than enthusiastic. The crowds appeared to reject his calls for a working-class power seizure. Another SPD minister speaking at the same rally warned that if the communists followed through with their threats, the Social Democratic Communist Coalition government in Saxony would collapse. The absence of cheers or enthusiasm caused the leadership to abandon their revolutionary plans. Since November 1918, Germany's communists had launched too many failed uprisings to launch another one with little chance of success. They recognized that if they didn't even have a majority of workers behind them in Soviet Saxony, as their Red State was known, clearly the uprising would have no chance across the rest of Germany. One exception was Hamburg, the large port city in the German north. During the night of the 22nd to the 23rd of October, armed communists, reportedly members of the proletarian hundreds, attacked and took control of 13 police stations on the outskirts of the city. Police reinforcements quickly restored control over 10 of them, while fighting over the 3 remaining stations continued into the morning. At one stage, a police armoured car was destroyed, and one police officer seriously injured. On the 23rd of October, the WTB news agency reported that as many as 127 people had been injured in the violence, not including an unknown number of rebels. The first reports suggested that 7 police officers had lost their lives, and a further 19 were severely wounded. During the course of the day, the ambulances had to transport 108 people who had been injured and 14 who were dead. The rebels were accused of continuing to snipe at police, even after the main fighting had come to an end. Historians have put the final death toll at 24 communists and 17 police. Social Democrats condemned the violence as self-defeating and dangerous. Vorwärts' first report on the uprising called it criminal stupidity. It warned that the KPD move would prolong the state of emergency across Germany and provide political justification for Kahr's claims that he was standing up to the Bolshevik North. A few days later, still enraged, the newspaper proclaimed, "The idiots who instigated the Hamburg Putsch belong in the Wax Museum." For General Müller, it mattered little that the communists of Saxony had abandoned their plans. Before Stresemann's cabinet had given him the formal green light to do so, he ordered the Reichswehr into Saxony. On the 23rd of October, Reichswehr soldiers occupied large cities, including Dresden and Leipzig, as well as the towns of Meißen and Pirna. In Dresden, the Reichswehr's entry into the city took the form of a parade. Crowds formed to cheer the soldiers' arrival, and, according to a Berliner Tageblatt telegram, when the soldiers marched past the state parliament, the deputies, including Social Democrats, gathered in the windows to salute them. In Plauen, the correspondent for the Berliner Tageblatt watched as soldiers from Württemberg and Baden entered the town with machine guns and armoured cars, taking up positions in front of public buildings including the town hall, train station and post office. Their commander took up office in the town hall. Though some gathered to express their disapproval at the soldiers' arrival, there was initially no violence against the Reichswehr. The occupiers did not return the favour, however, and in Pirna, 20 kilometres to the east of Dresden, Reichswehr soldiers fired shots at protesters assembled in the market. One demonstrator was killed, and a further 2 were badly injured. Demonstrations against the Reichswehr followed in Zwickau, while in Annaberg-Buchholz as many as 600 protesters occupied the town hall to prevent the Reichswehr from taking control of the building. There was more shooting when Müller's soldiers got to Chemnitz, and exchanges of gunfire between soldiers and workers in Freiburg that left 23 dead and 31 injured. The forces were unevenly matched, however, and among those totals, only 4 soldiers suffered gunshot wounds. In mid-November, the Dresdner Volkszeitung reported that 34 people had died in all, and that the total number injured was between 110 and 130. On the 27th of October, Stresemann's government was forced to respond to what was already happening on the ground in Saxony. Müller's Reichswehr operation had started without a formal decision of the cabinet. Opinion in the cabinet was still divided. In the end, after heated discussions, the federal government offered Zeigner a compromise. He could stay in power if he formed a new government that excluded the communists. This compromise was necessary to keep the SPD in Stresemann's national government. They didn't like Zeigner any more than Ebert did, but they recognized that he had a democratic mandate, and that the Reichswehr should not be allowed simply to choose who ran the state. But if Zeigner refused, then Gessler had the green light from Stresemann to name a commissioner to take control of Saxony until a new government could be formed there. Zeigner responded quickly. On the 28th of October, he appealed to the ideals of democracy. The Saxon Parliament was the only body with the right to choose the government of Saxony. The Democrats in the federal government did not agree. On the 29th of October, they deposed the Saxon government, declaring a formal Reich execution against Saxony, opting to use their emergency powers to remove Zeigner's government in Saxony and replace it with a government of their own choosing, with the Reichswehr deployed to enforce the new government's authority on the ground. With Ebert's approval, Stresemann chose his German People's Party colleague Rudolf Heinze as Reichskommissar. The Saxon parliament was stripped of its powers, and Zeichner left his office surrounded by soldiers. He announced his resignation on the 30th of October. Exactly 1 month after Stresemann's government had criticized Knilling's decision to create a directorship in Bavaria, it had done the same thing in Saxony. Cautiously, the Vossische Zeitung warned, "What has been done to the Saxons today can be done against any other German state tomorrow. Just imagine what the consequences would be if tomorrow a national German government thought it had to depose the Prussian government." For Gessler, these events represented an opportunity to create a military dictatorship in Saxony. For those on the anti-republican right, the establishment of military rule in Saxony meant that a Mussolini-style march on Berlin would not start with a fight as the Bavarian putschists entered Saxony on their way north. Instead, the army on the streets of Saxony could join forces with the Bavarians and march on Berlin. But Ebert and Stresemann foresaw the dangers of the situation and put a stop to this possibility before it could come into being. 3 days after the Reich execution, thanks to their intervention behind the scenes, a social democratic minority government, which would not be opposed by the German Democratic Party, was formed. The new minister-president was Alfred Fellisch, who had been economics minister in Zeichner's cabinet. On paper, the situation had been restored to something similar to the situation that had existed earlier in the year. But the political price was enormous. Stresemann and Ebert had moved militarily against Saxony. Stresemann and Ebert had used emergency powers to remove Zeichner, a social democrat whom they both hated, and the communists from government in Saxony. And they had not used the same powers to intervene in Bavaria. Stresemann had 2 reasons for declaring a Reich execution against the Saxon communists. First, he was aware that he was seen as a man of the centre who preferred compromise over action. He wanted to show that he had the capacity to take energetic, clear action. But, far more importantly, he wanted to take action against Saxony as a means of dealing with Bavaria. By removing the threat of the Communist Party in Saxony, he also removed the pretext for Kahr's mobilization against Berlin. For defenders of Stresemann and Ebert, the decision was a wise one. By removing the problem posed by the easier target, the left in Saxony, the federal government had prevented the need to undertake a similar Reich execution in Bavaria, which would have resulted in far greater violence than in Saxony. But the Social Democratic Party was shaken by the perception of hypocrisy that it had gone easy on the anti-republican right in Bavaria. Throughout the party there was furious anger that a federal cabinet that included SPD ministers had supported such strong moves against an SPD-led government in the state of Saxony, while the same cabinet had taken no comparable measures against Kahr in Bavaria. Many Social Democrats were furious that the Social Democratic President of the Republic, Friedrich Ebert, had helped to remove a Social Democrat from office in one federal state without undertaking similar measures against Bavaria. Some SPD members even accused Ebert of breaking the constitution. Worst of all, SPD members in Bavaria and beyond wanted to know why their party in Berlin had done so little to protect the Bavarian SPD from Kahr's moves to suppress it. At a time when they had organized an armed division to protect their members from assault at party meetings, they could not understand why Ebert and other senior figures in the party were prepared to tolerate Kahr. Faced with this pressure, the Social Democratic members of the cabinet now faced another now or never moment. They issued an ultimatum to Stresemann. The state of emergency across the Reich must come to an end, but the federal government must also declare Bavaria to be in breach of the constitution and immediately take action there. In Saxony, the Reichswehr's role must be limited to auxiliary functions in the service of civil authorities and the dismissal of members of right-wing extremist organizations from the force. Either Stresemann moved in the same way against Bavaria, or the Social Democrats would leave his government. Stresemann wanted to keep the Social Democrats in the cabinet. He knew that they were important allies in protecting the Republic, and that their participation in government provided the French, British, and Americans with important evidence that the Weimar Republic was different from the German Empire that it had replaced in November 1918. But Stresemann also knew that the other coalition parties would not agree to the Social Democrats' demands, and he wanted to keep the state of emergency in existence. He also knew that if he kept the Social Democrats in government, he would provoke a split within his own party as well as in the Centre Party. Above all, regardless of Ebert's role in removing him from the Saxon government, Stresemann's coalition partners simply didn't want to be in government with a party whose members included Zeigner, and which had just helped to bring the Communists into government in Saxony and Thuringia. There could be no compromise. On the 2nd of November, the Social Democrats left the government. In their final cabinet meeting, Interior Minister Wilhelm Sollmann stated for a final time as a government member that the SPD could not agree to stay in the ruling coalition unless the Reich took action against Kahr's Bavaria. He noted that Gessler had not stated with absolute clarity that he would protect Central Germany from the fascists, and added that for them to stay in government, the Social Democrats would also want a clear statement challenging Kahr's anti-Semitism. Stresemann had previously told them that if his government agreed to the Social Democrats' demands, it would give the outward impression that the cabinet was in fact under a Marxist dictatorship. The Social Democrats now stayed firm and left the government. At a meeting of the Social Democratic parliamentary members that afternoon, Robert Schmidt, who was quitting as Vice-Chancellor, told his party colleagues, "Nothing else is possible for us now other than to go. Things will not be so bad for the party. The political consequences will be severe. History will judge us." In the long term, Schmidt's prediction would come true. It would be June 1928, nearly 5 years later, before the Weimar Republic had another Social Democratic Party cabinet member. For the best years of the Republic, the kind of politicians who would have strengthened the culture of Weimar democracy were not in a position to do so. But the Social Democrats did not have to wait the full 5 years before their absence from the cabinet could be clearly felt. Just days after they quit Stresemann's cabinet, the strategy of using a demonstration of the Republic's authority in Saxony and Thuringia to send a message to Bavaria appeared to have unravelled entirely when Hitler's Nazis finally decided to make their move. Chapter 14. The Hitler Putsch. Even before Stresemann ended the campaign of passive resistance, it was widely predicted that Hitler would soon launch a putsch in Munich. By late summer, it was obvious that the May Day fiasco, when he had to tell his followers to stand down and hand back the weapons they had borrowed from the Reichswehr, had done little to damage his determination to use violence to destroy the Republic. On the 1st to the 2nd of September 1923, he was in Nuremberg for another German Day rally, the event that would later develop into the Nazi Party rallies of the 1930s. On this occasion, as many as 100,000 nationalists were reported as in attendance at the rally, where Hitler's talent as a speaker meant that he outshone even more established right-wing figures like General Erich Ludendorff, who alongside Hindenburg was the chief commander of the German armies during the First World War, and whose failed offensives in the spring and summer of 1918 bore the greatest strategic responsibility for Germany's defeat later that year. Hitler stood alongside Ludendorff, paramilitary leader Hermann Kriebel, and Prince Ludwig Ferdinand of Bavaria, as the assembled paramilitaries, including his SA, passed the podium. A journalist for the liberal and pro-democracy Frankfurter Zeitung, who listened to Hitler's speech, described how he thundered that, like the external conditions, the internal ones could only be changed by violent force. If that wasn't clear enough, Hitler added that everyone who opposed them had to be crushed by force, and that none of their supporters should be afraid of having to make the heaviest of blood sacrifices. The rally wasn't just a show of paramilitary strength and an occasion for Hitler to spread his violent rhetoric. It was also an important moment for the organization of Hitler's attempt to seize power just a few weeks later. During the rally, the SA, the Oberland League, and the Reichsflagge, two like-minded paramilitary organizations that lacked a standout leader like Hitler, formed a new organization, which they called the German Combat League. Hitler was its political leader, while the veteran paramilitary Kriebel was appointed its military head, and Hitler's advisor, the former diplomat Max Scheubner-Richter, its business manager. Following its foundation, its leadership issued a joint declaration which proclaimed that the new organization existed to fight against Germany's internal and external enemies: Marxism, Judaism, pacifism, the spirit of the Weimar Constitution. They also declared themselves opposed to former Chancellor Wirth's foreign policy of fulfillment, which had been abandoned since the start of the Ruhr occupation, and the hated parliamentary system with its dreary worship of the majority. Their declaration specifically stated that the new organization was not a political party, but that its members were fighters, ready to live and die for their fatherland. The Combat League leaders called upon every German man who still had the spirit of the old front fighters of 1914 to join them. With such rhetoric, the new organization aimed to recruit war veterans and to prepare its membership to carry out violence. But it also tried to appeal to Germans who had been too young to fight in the war. Its message to German youth was that they had to be ready to sacrifice themselves and follow in the footsteps of Albert Leo Schlageter. The Nazis' newspaper, the Völkische Beobachter, was delighted with the new organization. It argued that its existence proved that Germany was on its way to replace the Weimar Republic with a Volksgemeinschaft, the Nazi ideal of a spiritual community in which all Germans were united, regardless of their religion, social status, or geographical origins, a term that would become central to the regime's propaganda in the 1930s. This was extremely violent rhetoric, and it was only the beginning. Even before the end of passive resistance on the 26th of September 1923, Hitler's rhetoric had grown increasingly violent. He argued that Stresemann had betrayed the Ruhr and the small number of heroes who risked their lives in the occupied region. Like other populist leaders, Hitler was quick to blame the media for German weakness. He told his followers that too few Germans realized the danger they faced because they read newspapers that were lying to them. On the 5th of September, at a Nazi Party rally in the Circus Krone in Munich, he outlandishly stated that because the media was lying to them, Germans did not know that in Soviet Saxony fields were harvested by force, and that day after day private homes and farmsteads were plundered utterly, while school classes of young children who sang some folk song on a hike were beaten down with batons and sticks. Instead of reporting on this, Hitler claimed that the bourgeois press would only tell its readers about acts of violence that involved Jews. Instead of informing Germans about the Bolshevik acts that took place every day there, Hitler claimed that today, if by chance a returning member of this meeting stepped on the foot of some Jew while boarding the tram, then the press would go after the swastika followers, the dismissive term used by the pro-democratic press to dismiss Hitler's supporters and not mention Bolshevik violence in Saxony. As he had done in the spring, at the same meeting he repeated the message that the victorious Allies were treating Germany no better than a colony that would soon collapse. When that occurred, he wanted our movement to become the bearers of the dictatorship of national reason, national energy, national brutality, and determination. Borrowing from the language of religious leaders, he promised that their movement would bring redemption, and that already millions could feel it. Nazism was, in Hitler's words, almost like a new faith, and at this time there were only two possible futures. Either Berlin marches and ends in Munich, or Munich marches and ends in Berlin. Amidst the bombastic promises of violence, Hitler's calls for action in September and October also included a subtle change in tone. He started to speak more inclusively to his followers. Though always prone to speaking in terms of us and them, as the offensive approached, he made more effort to speak about what we were about to do. The subject of heroism became more prominent as he prepared his supporters to emulate the violent heroism of the past. On the 12th of September, he promised, "In a few months, maybe weeks, the dice will roll in Germany too. We don't know how they will fall. We know only one thing. This movement has forged weapons for Germany upon which she will not stand defenseless and perish in this moment. We will take up the fight and are convinced victory must be ours. What is looming today will be bigger than the World War. It will be fought on German soil for the whole world. There are only two options. Either we become the sacrificial lamb, or we become victors." In the same speech, he promised, "Today, Germany is no longer defenseless. In the deepest calamity, hundreds of thousands flock under one banner. If Germany is to live, we must be willing to lay down our lives." Before this, he had already glorified the idea of death for an ideal with the words, "Happy are the fallen heroes. They still believed. And the only thing that keeps us survivors going is and remains the burning longing to experience the day when the old flag rises again." The announcement that passive resistance was over made Hitler even more radical. Even before it happened, he had already publicly predicted that Stresemann would abandon the Ruhr and betray the heroes who had died in its defense. Just hours after Stresemann's decision became public news, Hitler demanded that all members of the Nazi Party, who were not yet members of the three organizations that joined forces in the German Combat League, the SA, Imperial Flag, and Oberland paramilitary organizations, must join one of them within 10 days or face expulsion from the party. A journalist from Britain's Daily Mail newspaper who interviewed Hitler at this time was amazed by his intensity. He wrote of how during their interview Hitler denounced the decision to end passive resistance with intense violence. In the journalist's words, Speaking very rapidly and raising his voice as though he were addressing a mass meeting, he exclaimed, "Passive resistance should never have been abandoned. We blame the German government for yielding to the French. It is clear that we could not have prevented the French from holding the Ruhr, but before we gave in, every mine, every factory, and every furnace should have been destroyed. Poincaré should have had the deathly triumph which Napoleon had when he saw Moscow in flames." At this point, the journalist inserted in his report that Hitler was so enraged as he spoke that it would have been useless to interrupt him to ask how the inhabitants of the Ruhr would have lived after the destruction of the Ruhr region. As Hitler's rhetoric became more extreme and the economic situation in Munich worsened, the mood in the Bavarian capital grew increasingly tense. Hitler himself claimed that Germany needed a Mussolini, while the Vorwärts Munich correspondent claimed that the Nazis had a list of more than 100 political leaders who are to be extracted and rendered harmless at the time of action in order to make counteraction more difficult. It suggested that the list included the names of well-known socialists, and also many members of the bourgeoisie who were expected to oppose Hitler's plans for national cleansing. To add to their opponents' fears that they would soon be arrested, at the end of September, one Nazi stormtrooper division had even held a parade in honor of Stadelheim prison, the prison on the outskirts of Munich which had been used for leftist prisoners following the collapse of the Bavarian Soviet Republic in May 1919. Faced with this hostile future, at the end of September the Vorwärts Bavarian correspondent warned Social Democrats across Germany that the difference between Kahr and the Patriots on the one hand, and Hitler, Ludendorff and the Völkischen, ultranationalists on the other, was that Kahr and his supporters wanted to wait until they thought that northern Germany was completely Bolshevized before striking against Weimar democracy, whereas Hitler and the nationalists were certain that the north was already completely Bolshevized, and were therefore prepared to strike immediately. The Vorwärts correspondent's prediction that Kahr was waiting for events to change in northern Germany turned out to be only partially correct. Kahr wasn't waiting until North Germany was under the control of Bolsheviks. He was waiting for more powerful anti-republican forces in the north to strike first. Following his appointment as State Commissioner for Bavaria, Kahr did enter into secret negotiations with anti-republican forces in northern Germany. But as he examined the chances of success, Kahr, who was supported by Lossow and Seisse, quickly decided that he was not prepared to lead the strike against Weimar democracy. Unlike Hitler and his radical allies in Munich, who were desperate to fire the first shots against the Republic, Kahr only wanted to join in an anti-republican putsch once someone else started it in the north. When the Reichswehr Chief of General Staff, Hans von Seeckt, made it clear to him that his men would not disobey Stresemann by leading a counter-revolutionary putsch, Kahr toned down his ambitions and turned his back on the coup strategy. That secret decision created a new dynamic in Bavarian politics. Hitler and Kahr had always been rivals, but Kahr's decision that Bavaria would not lead the anti-republican putsch as Hitler wanted now made them political enemies. Over the course of October, just as he attacked Stresemann and Kuno, Hitler now also blamed Kahr for cowardice and described his dictatorship as weak. In Bamberg on the 7th of October, he told his supporters that Kahr should have whipped up the people. He should have done more than ban all the left-wing press. He should have destroyed them, dispersed the government, arrested MPs responsible for the misfortune, and marched on Berlin. Just 12 days later, in another speech to the SA on the 19th of October, he promised his followers that they were at a turning point in German history that would change the history of Europe and the world, and that it would not be long before the combat league struck. On the 30th of October, he told another Nazi Party assembly in Munich that it was time for Bavaria to lead the resistance to Weimar democracy, and that the German question would only be solved when the swastika flag flew from Berlin's royal palace, before ending his speech with the words, "There is no going back. We can only go forwards. The hour has come. We can all feel it. That's why we won't withdraw from this moment, but like soldiers in the field, we will answer its command. Get ready, German people, and march forward." Those were fighting words. But by the time he uttered them, Hitler had already made a strategic error. The threat to Weimar democracy that was posed by separatism, Nazism, and communism had grown in strength because each fresh crisis compounded the effects of the others. Hitler should have recognized this, and his movement should have struck at the peak of the crisis in October 1923, at the time of the Weimar government's decision to suspend the federal parliaments of Saxony and Thuringia. The now or never moment was the final week of October, but Hitler missed his chance. Realizing their error, he and his entourage now decided to set the date for their putsch for the 11th of November 1923, opting for symbolism over expedience. By launching their putsch on this date, the anniversary of the armistice on the Western Front, the Nazis intended to gain the support of disgruntled war veterans and send a message that their movement would one day reverse the outcome of the First World War. Their plan was first to seize power in Munich, where they would establish a political directorate led by Hitler and Ludendorff. Once they had taken control of Bavaria, they intended to march on Berlin, hopefully gaining the support of right-wing anti-republican militias along the way. But as so often in Weimar's crisis year, events quickly overtook their plans. Once he had decided against leading an anti-republican putsch from Bavaria, Kahr attempted to put the genie back into the bottle. His goal was to take support away from Hitler. He decided to replace action with a symbolic gesture. He began by scheduling a speech on the future of Bavarian politics for the 8th of November 1923. The date was chosen carefully. It was the 5th anniversary of socialist Kurt Eisner's revolution in Munich. For Bavarian opponents of Weimar democracy, it was one of the darkest days in their recent history. Once Hitler learnt of Kahr's event, with characteristic abruptness, he brought forward the day of the Nazi putsch from the 11th to the 8th of November 1923. He wanted to steal Kahr's thunder and hijack his event, even though it gave him even less time to prepare. Hitler's reasons for doing so are revealing of the nature of his movement at this time. Since the start of the year, it had grown in size and importance. But like all groups of radicals out to destroy a political system, it required momentum to keep it alive. After months of publicly declaring that violence was imminent, the Nazi leader and the leaders of the other Bavarian combat leagues could not walk away from that promise. If Hitler's speeches were to have any credibility in the future, he had to keep moving forwards towards the goal of overthrowing the state, since the goal was what held his movement together, and he feared that any attempt to put the brakes on would lead to the movement's disintegration. It was not the last time Hitler would gamble on action. Kahr had chosen to give his speech in the Bürgerbräukeller, one of Bavaria's largest beer halls. Even though there were rumors that the Nazis might try to use violence to seize power, Kahr did not want a heavy police or military presence at the event, later giving rise to the suggestion that he may have wanted to make it easy for Hitler, a suggestion that cannot be proven with certainty. At 7:15 p.m., the Bürgerbräukeller had reached its capacity of 3,000 and the doors had to be closed. The audience included many ordinary members of the public, as well as the politically influential conservatives of Munich. Most of the Bavarian government was present, including the head of the Reichswehr in Bavaria, Lossow, and the head of the police, Seisse. The chief of the deposed Bavarian Crown Prince's cabinet, Karl Friedrich, Count von Soden, was also present, an important potential link to the former monarch. Alongside their boss, there were many senior police officers, as well as influential bankers, businessmen, and newspaper editors, although no subsequent account of events was written by a member of the political left, who stayed away from the event. While Karr's audience were gathering in the Bürgerbräukeller, led by the Nazis, the combat leagues mobilized around 2,500 of their men. The main bulk assembled at the Löwenbräukeller, another of central Munich's largest beer halls. Shortly before 8 p.m., as many as 1,800 members of the Combat League had gathered in the Löwenbräukeller. While their leaders were expecting the putsch to take place that evening, and were waiting for the order to come from Hitler at the Bürgerbräukeller, most did not know that anything had been planned. As they drank in the Löwenbräukeller, they listened to speeches by Hermann Esser, the former editor of the Völkische Beobachter, who had proclaimed Hitler the German Mussolini, and Ernst Röhm. With the majority of his followers gathered elsewhere, Hitler arrived at the Bürgerbräukeller at around 8 p.m. His first act was to tell the police on the street outside that they should clear the crowds of onlookers so that they would not get in the way of the SA men who were about to arrive. Soon after, he was permitted to pass through the police cordon, where he took his place in the foyer, a full glass of beer in his hand. Shortly afterwards, the first trucks carrying SA men arrived outside. These would provide Hitler with the muscle necessary to launch the putsch. Once they got there, a curious standoff ensued. The SA men stayed in their trucks, while the few police who were guarding the event watched them, wondering what was going to happen next. The SA men had orders to wait until the Stoßtrupp Hitler arrived. This elite group within the SA, which was directly answerable to Hitler, had been singled out to lead the coup. In June 1923, the police described its members as very radical, and noted that they had made it their duty to intensify the terror against the Jews. Most were no older than 20. They were commanded by Lieutenant Josef Berichtol. They later formed the nucleus of the organization that became the SS. Once the Stoßtrupp Hitler was ready, the SA men quickly surrounded the Bürgerbräukeller and took control of who was allowed to enter or leave. The police acquiesced as they did this. Inside the foyer, Hitler readied himself. With Goering in command of the SA men outside the building, Hitler now smashed his beer glass and made his way into the hall as Karr was speaking. The next day's Wolf Telegraph Bureau report on what happened described his entry as follows. From the crowd of people that was milling about, Hitler stood out, escorted by 2 heavily armed Nazis, who raised their pistols and demanded silence as they pushed their way into the hall. When the silence was not forthcoming, the 2 Nazis fired revolver shots into the ceiling. Hitler then called out in a loud voice across the hall, "We're not here to oppose Karr." In its report, the Frankfurter Zeitung described the shots as theatrical and the only heroic action that Hitler managed that evening. By the time Hitler reached the stage where Karr was standing, the audience was in a state of alarm. Though uncertain of what precisely was going on, many in the crowd could see that armed men and a machine gun were now positioned at the entrance to the hall, and that all the exits were blocked. There was no point in trying to leave. The first people who did so were turned back, some of them violently. Hitler would later claim that the machine gun was erected principally to announce the message that his putsch was underway. But there is no doubt that the putschists thus also had the capacity to open fire on the crowd at the beer hall. Behind the machine gun that the crowd could see, another covered the exit. At around 8:45 p.m., Hitler forced Kahr, Lossow and Seisser to follow him at gunpoint into a separate room. He promised that he would take personal responsibility for their safety. In the side room, he is supposed to have apologized for humiliating them. "Please forgive me for proceeding in this manner, but I had no other means. It is done now and cannot be undone." Soon after, he told them, "I know that you gentlemen will find it difficult, but we must take this step. We shall have to make it easier for you gentlemen to make the break. Each one of us must take up the position to which he is assigned. If he doesn't, then he'll have no right to exist. You must fight with me, triumph with me, or die with me. If it all goes wrong, I have 4 bullets in my pistol, 3 for my collaborators, and the last one for myself." In the main hall, the atmosphere remained tense. Many in the crowd shouted abuse at the putschists, insulting them by drawing parallels to coups in Latin America. Goering responded by taking to the stage and telling the audience to be quiet, reminding them that they still had their beer, an insult that only made matters worse. Hitler then returned to the main hall, where he gave a speech that was later remembered as an oratorical masterpiece that would have done any actor proud. Despite threatening violence, Hitler's use of nationalist anti-republican rhetoric gained him cheers and applause from the assembled audience. As Hitler called on the crowd to demand that Lossow, Kahr and Seisser join him and support the putsch, Ludendorff arrived, dressed in the full uniform of the Imperial German Army. There were cheers of Heil as the former general walked through the beer hall. As the mood changed, Lossow was the first to give in and agree to support the putsch. Seisser soon followed, before Kahr agreed to take over directing Bavaria's fate as the placeholder of the monarchy. This was enough for Hitler to believe that he had won over the 3 men to his cause. Around an hour after Hitler had first entered the beer hall, he returned to the stage with the 3 men at his side, as well as Ludendorff. Kahr was the first to speak, and told the audience that he was prepared to serve Bavaria as regent for the monarchy. As he spoke, witnesses recalled that his face was like a mask. A delighted Hitler spoke next, declaring that he would be in charge of the policy of the new Reich government. He then shook hands with Kahr, in a gesture that sought to erase the memory of how he had only just forced Kahr to leave the main hall at gunpoint. Ludendorff then spoke, shamelessly pretending to be surprised by the course of events, even though he was one of the few people who did know that a putsch had been planned. Before Lossow and Seisser gave short addresses at Hitler's behest. Hitler would later say of this moment on stage together, "We were all more deeply moved than rarely before." The following day, the events were described as having occurred as follows. Then a staff officer of Hitler's soldiers stood in front of the assembly and declared, "Today the national revolution begins. It is directed in no way against General State Commissioner von Kahr, who all of us admire. It is exclusively and solely directed against the Jewish government in Berlin." This sentence was met with loud cheers. "We have taken this step because we are convinced that the men at the top of the government of Germany are men with whom we must make a strong break. The new government of Germany will be Hitler, Ludendorff, Pirna. Long live the new government!" In the hall following this announcement, there was wild cheering. The assembly sang the German national anthem. Then Hitler appeared at the front of the assembly, after he got everyone to be quiet by firing a revolver shot. He told them, 5 years ago today was the starting point for the greatest act of shame that brought unlimited misery to our race. Today, after 5 years, it must be the day that the course of history changes." This was greeted by loud cheering. "My suggestion is that the cabinet of Knilling is deposed." Cheers of bravo. "The Bavarian government will be formed from the state administrators, Landesverweise, and a minister-president who has full dictatorial powers." Though aspects of this account may be exaggerated, there is no doubt about the cheering. By the end of Hitler's performance in the Beer Hall, the crowd was on his side. The nationalist and later pro-Nazi historian Karl Alexander von Müller, whose students included Hermann Göring, Baldur von Schirach, and Rudolf Hess, later called Hitler's second speech a masterpiece. He recalled that he had never experienced such a change of mood in a crowd, claiming that there was almost something like magic about it. He described the handshake between Hitler and Kahr on the stage of the Beer Hall as a kind of Rötli scene, a reference to a 15th century legend in which secret societies were formed by a sworn oath, which was popularized by nationalists in the 19th century, including Schiller, who included such a scene in his drama Wilhelm Tell. After they had achieved what they wanted, the putschists began to clear the hall. Before they let the audience go home, Hess stood on a chair and read out a list of names that included all the members of the Bavarian government who were present. Hitler himself had given the list to Hess, who added the names of the police president, Karl Mantel, and Count Graf Soden. There was little resistance from the crowd. After Hess read out their names, the men on Hitler's wanted list simply gave themselves up. Only the justice minister, Franz Gürtner, attempted to escape. They were first taken upstairs to a separate room, and then to the villa of Julius F. Lehmann, the founder of a right-wing publishing house. They remained there until the following afternoon, when their guards fled. There was some violence as the rest of the audience dispersed from the beer hall. One man watched as a 60-year-old with a white moustache was mishandled by armed men and thrown against a wall after he expressed disapproval at the course of events. By 10:30 p.m., the beer hall was empty. Only the Putsch leaders and their troops remained. In the Löwenbräu-Keller at around 9 p.m., Ernst Röhm received the news that he had been hoping for. A message came from the Bürgerbräu-Keller to tell him that the putsch was underway. Röhm then announced to the assembled members of the Combat League that a new government had been formed and called on the men to march to the Bürgerbräu-Keller. One group from the Organisation Oberland arrived there at around 10:45 p.m. Some of them quickly moved on to the Hofbräuhaus, making it their headquarters, and completing the occupation of the third of Munich's most famous beer halls. Others went to arms depots across the city, where they acquired arms that had been hidden during the previous weeks and months. While some putschists got ready for a night of drinking, others set out to take over the city. To be successful, they needed to gain control of military and police barracks, government buildings, railway stations, and the press. By the early hours of the 9th of November 1923, almost all of their attempts had ended in failure, but not in bloodshed. When the putschists stood face to face with armed police or soldiers that night, neither side was willing to fire upon the other. Crucial events took place at the Generalstabskommissariat, the headquarters of Gustav von Kahr, the center of political power in Munich. After a first attempt to seize the building failed, Ludendorff ordered Lieutenant Rosbach, a former Freikorps commander, to take the building, using wartime assault tactics if necessary. The men under Rosbach's command prepared to do so. They went as far as bringing a loaded field gun with them, with the intention of shelling the building, before the assault troops then charged into it. Rosbach even ordered his men to fix their bayonets and get ready for the assault, but the attack never took place. As the men prepared themselves to fight, Rosbach got into conversation with Lieutenant Müxel of the police. Müxel was the father of a close friend of one of the putschists. He warned that Lossow, Seisser, and Carr had already backtracked on their promise to support the putsch in the beer hall. In the ensuing uncertainty, even as they faced off against each other at close range with loaded weapons and bayoneted rifles, neither side really wanted to open fire. Müxel eventually invited a small number of putschists into the building before an order from the commander of the Organisation Oberland called them back, and they abandoned their attempts to take the building. Separately, Röhm managed some limited success in his attempts to take control of the regional military command. At about 10 p.m., he demanded entry to the building, and managed to convince the sentries not to open fire on his men, most of whom had followed him there from the Löwenbräu-Keller. Once inside, his men began to occupy it, but they were only partially successful. Officers who opposed the putsch continued to use its telephone communications, which the putschists had not taken control of, to send messages out. But despite not taking full control, they occupied it in sufficient numbers for it to be the only place where shots had to be fired to remove the putschists the following day. Later that night, when Röhm attempted to repeat the same tactic at the city commander's office, Stadtkommandantur, he was unsuccessful. In most cases, unlike at the regional military command, the putschists' attempts to seize buildings were half-hearted, and they failed to gain entry or convince the guards to join forces with them. There was more violence in store before the night was over. Once the crowd had left the Bürgerbräu-Keller, a number of men from the Stoßtrupp Hitler went to the offices of the Social Democratic Mönche Post newspaper. Göring had ordered them to smash up the offices and destroy the printing presses, but they were stopped by police sent by Hitler, who very likely did not want the printing presses destroyed, having promised the facilities to Wilhelm Weiss, who hoped to produce copies of his nationalist right-wing magazine, Heimatland. The shock troops only left when a column of Landespolizei appeared. The violence against defenseless targets was in part a product of the failure of the putschists to secure any major objectives during the nights of the 8th to the 9th of November 1923. This left most of the state's military and police presence in Munich intact and ready to respond to the coup once the orders came. Between 2 and 3 a.m., Carr, Seisser and Lossow issued a directive to radio stations. Soon after, they issued a proclamation on a poster which was displayed all over central Munich. Both stated their public commitment to defeating the putschists. Their about turn came when they had escaped from the beer hall after Hitler had left and put Ludendorff in charge of their captivity. While in charge, Ludendorff had simply let them go, later claiming that he fully believed that they would keep their word, as he considered it unimaginable that a German military officer could lie to him. Scheubner-Richter's wife later recalled Ludendorff's shock 2 days later when his assumption turned out to have been so wrong. Even if Carr, Seisser and Lossow had not been able to escape, it is unlikely that the putschists would have lasted much longer. Without the support of the Reichswehr, they were militarily too weak to obtain and hold on to power in Munich. It was only in the early hours of the 9th of November, as the putschists realized that they were standing on the brink of defeat, that the putschist leadership decided upon the idea of marching into central Munich in a show of force. By mid-morning they had organized the columns, with the cadets from Munich's infantry school taking up the rear of the procession. The Nazis' best men were at the front, 150 or so men of Josef Berchtold's Stoßtrupp Hitler. The men of the Nazi regiment Munich were beside them. The Organisation Oberland was on the right-hand side. It had its own commander, but had joined forces with the Nazis to take power in Bavaria. As the putschists moved through the streets, crowds formed to cheer them on. Some called out "Heil!" The marchers were encouraged by anti-Semitic slogans. Some onlookers claimed that the Republic only existed to protect the Jews. There was lots of singing. Both the marchers and the watching crowds shared a repertoire of nationalist and military songs that celebrated the greatness of the old Germany that had been destroyed by the revolution in 1918. As they reached the Residenzstrasse, the marchers sang the old military song, "O Germany in High Honor." Hitler later claimed that the people were behind us. But Munich was not yet his city. Other putschists remembered being mocked and insulted as they made their way through the streets. At the Ludwig Bridge, near the Müller Public Baths, the marchers came up against their first test. A company of armed state police who had been put on alert during the night. They were the state's first line of defense against civil disorder, and part of a counter-offensive against the putschists. Their commander was Lieutenant Georg Höfler. He held the bridge with 2 infantry squads and 1 machine pistol. His men were probably strong enough to defeat Hitler's marchers if they really wanted to. Höfler later said that when the Nazi procession came in sight, his men's weapons were unloaded, and that he was following a protocol designed to reduce the likelihood of unnecessary gunfire. But it is also true that many policemen sympathized with the nationalist goals of the demonstrators. Some Bavarian police commanders had even spent time during the previous 12 months training the paramilitaries they were now supposed to open fire on. Before a single one of them was ready to shoot, a bugle call sounded, and the men of the Stoßtrupp Hitler started running. They reached the armed policemen before any shots were fired. "Don't shoot your comrades!" they cried. Passengers on a passing tram watched as Höfler's men were quickly outnumbered. The putschists seized their weapons, and some of them kicked and punched the disarmed policemen. The latter were then taken prisoner and led away to the putschists' headquarters in the Bürgerbräukeller. It was the marchers' first victory. Even though they had been on the back foot since the early hours of the morning, at that point it made them think that they might still be able to conquer Munich. Minutes later they reached the Odeonsplatz. They were on their way to the Feldherrnhalle, a large mid-19th century neoclassical monument that honors the Bavarian army. Even though it was guarded by a larger group of state police, the timing favored the putschists. Just a few minutes earlier, heavily armed machine gun units of state police had left the square, rushing away towards the Army Museum at the Residenz Gardens, where they thought they would soon be needed. It was the location of the military headquarters of Munich. The policemen who remained in the Odeonsplatz were armed with rifles. The square was also protected by an armoured car that belonged to the Reichswehr. From inside the car, Lieutenant Bruno Ritter von Hauenschild watched as the putschists and Nazi flag-bearers led by Hitler came into view. He saw the men at the front of the procession, most likely members of the Stoßtrupp Hitler, move forward. He claimed that the Nazis had their bayonets drawn. Facing up to them, the state police held their rifles against their bodies, their rifle butts pointing away from them. They planned to use these to smash into and disperse the putschists. In their arms they held nightsticks, a type of police baton. They started moving towards the putschists. There was little question that the police would follow their orders and fight back. But just as the police and the putschists appeared to be about to start to brawl, everything changed. The sound of a gunshot resonated for a second, before its place was taken by an explosion of firing. For 30 seconds to a minute, the police and the putschists fired upon each other. They shot to kill. In front of the doors of the Café Anast, The waiter, Karl Kulm, who had come out to see what was going on, was struck by one of the bullets and died. Hauenschild claimed that his armoured car was hit at least 5 times. Some accounts suggest that machine guns were fired. The fighting was over quickly. 2 or 3 minutes after the first shot was fired, the only Nazis left in the Odensplatz were the dead and injured. The rest had fled. The state police held the square. 4 of them lay dead, as did 13 putschists. At least a further 16 people were badly injured, including Goering, who had been shot in the leg. Hitler managed to escape into a side street, where he was rescued by a Nazi doctor before being arrested 2 days later. No one can say for certain who fired the first shot, whether machine guns were actually fired, or whether members of the Stoßtrupp Hitler really did advance with their bayonets drawn. State Police Lieutenant Michael Freiherr von Gothen would claim that he was the target of the first bullet after rushing from the back of the nearby Feldherrnhalle to join in the attempt to block the putschists. He recalled seeing how his men were grabbed by the Nazis. Some of them had pistols held against their chests. As they fought back with their rifle butts and nightsticks, Godin claimed that he beat away bayonet blows with the butt of his rifle. As he did so, he claimed that one of the Nazis suddenly drew a pistol beside him and fired a shot directly at him. The shot passed by his head, killing Sergeant Nikolaus Holvik, who was directly behind him. We cannot be entirely certain of the veracity of Godin's statement. He had reasons to exaggerate the threat posed by the Nazis, as he had to provide a justification for his men firing on the demonstration. He may also have been confused or traumatized by the violence. Others claimed that the first shot was fired by a sniper in one of the nearby buildings, while the putschists blamed the police for starting the shooting. Afterwards, they spread the lie that any policeman hit by bullets was a victim of his own colleagues' inaccurate firing. Ludendorff had no need for excuses for his behavior, and remained in the Odensplatz amid the shooting. The most sympathetic accounts of his supporters suggest that he stood upright and marched through the hail of bullets, passing through police lines, and was later arrested. These accounts are probably an exaggeration. It is more likely that he was quickly arrested amid the confusion. By the time Hitler was arrested, Ludendorff was already a free man. His stature led him to be given an honorable release. As Hitler fell into depression as he faced his cell, Ludendorff visited the wife of Scheubner Richter to console her for the loss of her husband, who was shot dead as he linked arms with Hitler at the head of the march. As the bodies turned cold in the Odensplatz, Sergeant Ertl of the 19th Infantry Regiment was waiting behind his machine gun. He was part of the operation to retake the regional military command in the Schönfeldstrasse, the only military building in Munich that the putschists had managed to take over the previous night. Among the armed Nazis occupying the building was the 23-year-old Heinrich Himmler. Ertl was in an isolated position, in one of the higher stories of a building opposite the regional military command with a direct view of its courtyard. His commander, Gerhard Böhm, had given him a strict order. He was only to open fire if the putschists fired first. Böhm was under the command of General von Danner, who had responsibility for retaking the building. By the time he received his order, the duration of Röhm's occupation had already become an embarrassment to the army's authority. The Reichswehr were to lead the assault. They were to be supported by the state police. Danner's soldiers set out at 11:30 a.m. At the mouth of the Briennerstrasse, they set up heavy machine guns to cover the Odensplatz and the Residenz. Heavily armed state police blocked off the Königenstrasse. Another company gathered in the courtyard beside the state library. Directly facing the regional military command, a mortar company was at the ready. One of the putschists present later described this moment. "Each of us is in his place in accordance with our oath. We tightened the chin straps of our steel helmets and prepared to take up defensive positions. The Reichswehr advances towards us with armored cars and artillery pieces, armed to the teeth. The buildings opposite the War Ministry are also occupied by the Reichswehr. Machine gun barrels point at us. We have orders not to fire before the Reichswehr does. Ertl watched the same scene from his elevated position overlooking the courtyard. Suddenly the putschists fired 2 shots. They hit 2 Reichswehr soldiers, who were injured but not killed. Ertl did not wait for further commands. He fired his machine gun, killing 2 putschists in the courtyard. This dramatically changed the mood among the remaining putschists. Most of them had not fought in the First World War. Despite their claims to speak for the front generation, they were schoolboys or students during the conflict. Once they saw death, their brave words about fighting to the end were quickly forgotten. A section of the putschists swiftly began to surrender. They included men of the combat leagues, some of whom were older and did not want to die for a lost cause. Their commander, Ernst Röhm, was not yet ready to surrender, however. He drew his pistol on his own men and forced some of them to remain at gunpoint. He was lucky. Just as it appeared that the putschists would be on the receiving end of a frontal assault, an officer of the Reichswehr brought him a message from Ludendorff, who was under arrest following the collapse of the march at the Feldherrnhalle. Ludendorff advised him to surrender. Röhm was offered generous terms. Previously, he had been told that if he surrendered, he would be arrested, but his men would be allowed to go home. He had rejected this offer. But after Ertl's bullets, he changed his mind and accepted these terms. Ertl's was the only direct gunfire unleashed between the Reichswehr and the putschists. By 1 p.m., the bulk of the marchers who had fled the Odensplatz had gathered on the Marienplatz, where they were arrested by trainee policemen without further loss of life. The remaining putschists were arrested soon after at the Bürgerbräukeller. By 3 p.m., Munich was entirely back in the hands of the police and Reichswehr. One of the policemen later recalled the speed with which the defeated putschists surrendered. But he also remembered the anger of the crowds. In the Maximilianstrasse, he listened as bystanders insulted the police for defeating the putschists, calling them defenders of the Jews, betrayers of the fatherland, bloodhounds, Heil Hitler, down with Kahr. In the Odensplatz, in the aftermath of the gunfire, pro-putschist crowds shook their fists at them and threatened them with violence. In the immediate aftermath of the so-called Beer Hall Putsch, many supporters of the Weimar Republic mocked Hitler and his Combat League allies. They had shown that they were a rabble and not a serious fighting force. The putsch had shown what they already suspected. Hitler was a loudmouth, only capable of making populist promises that gained the support of the unthinking masses. His fighting forces, the SA and its Combat League allies, were nothing to be afraid of. The paramilitary organizations would only be a threat to the state if they could gain the support of the Reichswehr. In November 1923, that support was not forthcoming. On their own, they couldn't even win a fight with the Bavarian state police. Liberals and Social Democrats were far more annoyed by the Bavarian leaders Kahr and Lossow than they were by Hitler. They accused Bavaria's rulers of having allowed the situation to fester during the previous months, to the point that an outsider like Hitler could think that he would have a chance of seizing power. This was their greatest crime. Few were concerned about Hitler personally. Most considered him such an oddball that they felt no need to take him seriously as a political opponent. In the aftermath of his failed putsch, they expected him to disappear. Chapter 15. Taking it out on the Jews. The defeat of the putsch was undoubtedly a victory for Weimar democracy. But in its immediate aftermath, the biggest winners were Germany's Jews. They had experienced the crisis of the Weimar Republic in the autumn of 1923 as a moment of terror. Jews were attacked in political discourse and physically assaulted in villages and in the streets and squares of towns and larger cities. Although worse was to come in the 1930s and 40s, this was the most dangerous anti-Semitic violence to take place in Germany up until that point in the 20th century. In Bavaria, these attacks were fueled not just by the rhetoric of far-right agitators such as Hitler, but by government policies established by the likes of Gustav Ritter von Kahr. When he was appointed state commissioner, he not only used racist language that excluded Jews from the community of Germans, he also began the Bavarian state-led deportation of Jews. He did this in part to try to win supporters back from the Nazis. But it was also a measure that came naturally to him, as he had long been a politically active anti-Semite. On the 5th of October 1923, he issued a decree that ordered the deportation of foreigners who were found guilty of breaking the usury law. This was a legal cover aimed at the deportation of Jews. It wasn't the first time that Kahr had tried to deport Jews from Bavaria. As minister-president from 1920 to 21, he had tried to put in place plans to deport all Jews who had arrived in Bavaria since 1914. That measure was aimed at removing so-called Eastern Jews, Jewish migrants from Eastern Europe, whose numbers had increased during and following the First World War. But in 1921, Kahr's plans were stopped by the Bavarian Parliament. With the powers that came with being appointed Bavaria's state commissioner, Kahr no longer needed to concern himself with opposition from Parliament. On the 13th of October 1923, he signed new rules that allowed for the arrest of Jews as well as residence restrictions in Bavaria. On the 17th of October, he provided a more detailed explanation of his plans, including reasons for deporting families. Behavior that is harmful to economic life is a sufficient ground to expel foreigners. If there is a reason to expel the head of the family, this expulsion can be extended to family members living in his household. On the 19th of October, the district president for Upper Bavaria informed him in a report, "Dictatorship can only become popular through use of prison and the death penalty against those who are harmful to the population. The worn-out people currently have no higher goal in mind than the reduction of costs." While Hitler was calling for Germany for the Germans, Kahr recognized that, at a time of acute housing shortages, it would be popular to deport Jews, seize their property, and hand it over to Germans in Bavaria. The earliest records of searches of Jewish properties suggest that they started on the 16th of October, and that the first deportations, including returning Polish citizens to Poland, followed the next day. Kahr personally signed every deportation order issued to Jewish families on that day. The deported families had to pay their own transportation costs, and even infants received deportation orders. According to a report compiled by the Reichskommissar for the Supervision of Public Order, the first orders were issued to 40 families in Munich, but it claimed that this figure quickly rose to 180 as a result of pressure from the Völkische Beobachter. The same newspaper demanded that all property belonging to deported Jews be immediately seized. In reply, the Reichskommissar for the Supervision of Public Order suggested that there were only 400 Eastern Jewish, mostly stateless, Polish, Russian, or Austrian families in Munich, and that any migrant who was actually involved in threats to public order had already been deported. The most common reason given for deportation was that those affected had immigrated in poor circumstances, but had become rich, as they understood how to enrich themselves during the deepest need of the German people. For example, Bernhard Ass, together with his 21-year-old daughter Paula and his 13-year-old son Josef, both of whom were born in Munich, received a deportation order for this reason. He was the owner of a factory that employed 200 people. He had no police record. Another business owner received a deportation order after he was denounced as a political supporter of the left. According to the report compiled by the Reichskommissar for the Supervision of Public Order, one man received his deportation order just after his naturalization had been approved. Deportation orders were also issued to a Prussian and a Baden national. The Prussian citizen was from Ostrovo. He had been promoted during the war to the rank of junior officer, and received both the Iron Cross and the Bavarian Military Merit Cross, Bavaria's main medal for bravery for enlisted soldiers. At the end of the war, he chose German citizenship. It is not clear from the surviving documentation why he received the Bavarian Military Merit Cross but became a Prussian citizen. The lawyer representing him was told that the state of emergency enables the expulsion of Reich Germans. Another man had his deportation order rescinded after he was able to demonstrate that he was in possession of an Iron Cross First Class. Other reasons for deportation included having a police or criminal record. In some cases, officials searched through old documentation to find records of fines that had been issued 15 to 20 years earlier to justify deportations. For example, the reasons for Adam M.'s deportation order were given as follows. It has been established that he does not obey police orders and does not have a good reputation. In the case of a married couple from Bayreuth, the reasons for deportation were: it is suspected that the married couple, in conducting their commercial business, are taking advantage of the general economic crisis that has prevailed since the war in a way that is damaging to economic life. In another case, a man received a deportation order because he was in possession of around 120 bottles of wine. The same man was accused of living with his lover, Anna S., in concubinage, in a house that he claimed to have acquired in 1922. This reference to a lover was one of several accusations that those who were to be deported were guilty of moral and sexual crimes, an ancient trope of European anti-Semitism. One Jewish man's deportation order included the statement that he had been fined 5 marks for sex crimes during the war, and was now in possession of a luxury apartment and employed his own maid. Another man and his wife and their 3 children were condemned to deportation because he had been fined 250 marks in 1922 for not displaying a sign on his shop stating that it was a Jewish business. The same reason was given for the deportation of another man and his wife and their 9 children from Nuremberg. According to Carr, another man who traded scrap gold and pawned items deserved to be deported because he was not necessary to economic life. On the 24th of October 1923, the report by the Reichskommissar for the Supervision of Public Order stated that 60 prominent Jewish families in Munich were given a deadline of 5 days before their deportation, and that many of them had been arrested and held in prison. The report confirmed that this was only the beginning, and that plans were in place to act vigorously against the Jews. Stresemann received this report on the 25th of October. On the 29th of October, German People's Party member Ernst Scholz confronted him about the latest anti-Semitic measures in Bavaria. When he replied, Stresemann failed to mention that he had received a detailed report on the deportations 4 days earlier. Instead, he told Scholz this would not go on, and promised to investigate further. On the same day, Interior Minister Wilhelm Sollmann warned Stresemann that Kahr's policy towards Jews in Bavaria had resulted in a surge of internal German Jewish migration, including Jewish refugees who were seeking protection in the occupied territories. He thought that these developments would damage Germany's international reputation. On the 29th of October, Stresemann received more details. This time they came from the Foreign Office. It reported that 40 Eastern Jewish families in Munich had received deportation orders. Some of them were reported as having been residents in Munich for 20 to 30 years. The main grounds given for their deportation was that they had arrived in Bavaria poor, but had since acquired a fortune at the expense of the Bavarian people. Kahr was determined to proceed at all costs. He even refused to rescind his order when an appeal came from the Bavarian State Minister for Trade, Industry and Commerce. The Bavarian Association of Jewish Frontline Soldiers also objected, as did the Bavarian Industrialists Association, which protested in the name of the economy. Even Munich's conservative Cardinal Faulhaber spoke out against the targeting of minorities in his sermon on the 2nd of November 1923. Faulhaber also told Stresemann that the Catholic Church in Bavaria wanted to dismantle the hatred that runs rampant against our Israelite fellow citizens or other groups of people without proof of guilt. But the protest was ineffectual. Kahr told representatives of Munich's Jewish community, "Should there be a relatively large number of Israelites among those expelled, the conclusion is obvious that violations of economic regulations have occurred frequently in these circles." Kahr was a fanatical anti-Semite, and the deportations were a continuation of his failed policy as minister-president in 1920 to 21. Back then, he had not had the excuse of the Nazi movement to justify his policies, but in October 1923, it was obvious that Hitler was the reason for his rush to deport Jews. In the classic, and so often failed, maneuver of a politician who faces the threat of being outflanked, he moved further to the right, hoping to steal Hitler's thunder. This was why it was so important that the deportations be public knowledge. As an article in the Weltbühne published on the 8th of November put it, Herr Kahr does what Hitler has on his agenda, and that which they share. He expels the Jews. Before that, Kahr's actions had been condemned by Vorwärts on the 30th of October. The ideal of the Völkische Beobachter and the Hitlerites, who don't want to rest until the last Social Democrat is hanged and the last Jew is beaten to death, has not yet been fully achieved. But the expulsion of the Jews, as in the Middle Ages, is in full swing. When Lossow and Kahr resigned in February 1924, the deportations continued. It was only after the resignation of Knilling in July 1924 that they stopped. The legal basis for them, Kahr's October 1923 order, was only finally withdrawn in March 1925. The number of Jews deported has never been firmly established. Prior to 1914, Munich had a reputation for tolerance and liberalism towards its population of around 10,000 Jews. Part of the challenge in identifying how many deportations actually took place is that an unknown number of Jews chose to flee Bavaria before being deported. In some cases, they might have taken flight for fear of being deported, but in many others it is likely that they left because of the expectation that Hitler would soon replace Kahr, and that the start of his rule would be accompanied by a pogrom. A report prepared for the Reich Chancellery stated specifically that this was happening. Those who fled in this way could resettle in the other German states. As we have already seen, some went to the occupied territories. Most appear to have gone to Berlin. Kahr's anti-Semitism involved the forces of the state, but other types of anti-Semitism increased as the crisis worsened. Operating independently of the state, men wearing the uniforms of paramilitary organizations committed terrifying acts of violence. One of the worst examples took place during the night of the 3rd to the 4th of November, when a gang of 20 to 30 drunken men boisterously made their way through the village of Altenhausen, a rural hamlet in Upper Franconia on the banks of the River Krick, close to the Bavaria-Thuringia border. The men were members of the Viking League and the Young German Order, two ethno-nationalist, völkisch, anti-Semitic organizations that had recently merged. They were led by Wolfgang Goetze, a former officer cadet in the German Navy who was well connected in the world of right-wing conspiratorial politics. They were wearing uniforms and armed with pistols and bayonets. Goetze hoped that his militia would soon join forces with Hitler and march on Berlin, but publicly their purpose was to protect the border of North Bavaria from invasive attacks by Thuringia's communist proletarian hundreds. They had spent the day engaged in drills before going drinking in a nearby village, just under 3 kilometers to the south. While drinking, they decided to go to Altenhausen to target the homes of the last 2 Jewish families in the village. In Altenhausen, their voices carried across the silence of the night. When some residents looked out to see what was going on, they told them to close their windows and turn off their lights. Some of the militia made threatening gestures. Once they arrived at the homes of brothers Emanuel and Adolf Gutmann, they surrounded the residences, before smashing in the windows and doors and forcing their way inside. One of the men announced, "We are the true German race. We need money for our cause." Quickly, they made Emanuel Gutmann open his safe. But this wasn't just an armed robbery. Once they finished ransacking the property, they took the brothers outside, leaving their terrified wives behind, and led them about 100 meters beyond the village. Then, in the darkness of the night, they stopped. What followed was a kind of fake trial, which ended with a declaration that the Gutmanns were guilty of belonging to the true enemies of the German race. Goetze's militia then debated their punishment. Should we shoot them? Do we have shovels? No. Should we hang them? We have no rope. In the end, the militia forced the brothers to lie on the ground and then attacked them with sticks, batons, and bayonets. By this time, the brothers' heads were bleeding. Later, it was claimed that the beating only stopped when the gang thought the Gutmanns were dead. But the brothers survived. After the gang left, they stood up and, supporting each other, made it back to their houses. Later that night, they fled with their wives, not stopping until they found help. A few days later, another group of men returned to the Gutmanns' unoccupied homes to steal their horses, cows, geese, and ducks, as well as their beds, linen, and clothing. It took the brothers a few more weeks to recover physically, but they had clearly understood the message. In January 1924, Altenhausen, a village that had been home to a small but thriving Jewish community since the 17th century, lost its last Jewish residents. The assault on the Gutmanns should not be understood as an isolated event, nor was it any less portentous for happening in a rural village on the fringes of German political life. Since November 1918, the newspapers of the nationalist and conservative right had blamed every German defeat upon the Jews. In the crisis months of the second half of 1923, when passive resistance and hyperinflation joined the list of German national failures, an increasing number of people were starting to believe them. It wasn't just right-wing publishers who inspired anti-Semitism. Fueled by Kahr's anti-Semitic policies, as previously discussed, anti-Semitic language and activities became radicalized across Germany during October 1923. In Nuremberg, an ethno-nationalist hotspot, the anti-Semites used phrases such as "kill the Jews as if they were dogs," "strangle the Jews," "build the gallows, hang them, protect none of them," and Blood must flow. Jewish blood. At demonstrations of the radical right across Germany, the phrase, "beat the Jews to death," became increasingly common. The consequences of this language went beyond intimidation of Germany's Jewish population. In isolated rural hamlets, individual Jews were beaten up. In large cities, anti-Semitic mobs hunted Jews through the streets. The way in which the hyperinflation crisis exacerbated pre-existing anti-Semitic mentalities was on clear display in the East Prussian town of Neidenburg in October 1923. At the start of the month, just as German nationalists learnt of Stresemann's decision to abandon passive resistance, a Jewish man, Leo Löwenstein, was minding his own business walking across the market square when he suddenly heard someone shouting, "There goes another Jewish rascal." Löwenstein ignored the insult and continued walking. But a gang of 15 to 20 anti-Semites were now pursuing him. One of them cut across his path on a bicycle, while the others blocked the escape route behind him. Unable to run, he asked them what he had done to deserve this treatment. The reply was, "You personally, nothing. It's your race." It was the last thing he heard before they started punching him repeatedly in the face. Spurred on by the abandonment of passive resistance, there was more anti-Semitic violence in Neidenburg a few weeks later, on the 27th of October 1923. It occurred on the fringes of a large ethno-nationalist demonstration led by a former army lieutenant named Ehlert. Inspired by Hitler's language and brand of political theatre, Ehlert incited hatred amongst his followers with cries of, "Heil! Jews out! If Germany is to exist, the Jews must perish." His supporters replied with cries of, "Heil! Jews out!" When the police arrived, Ehlert cursed at them, claiming that they were being paid by the Jews. There was violence on the fringes of the demonstration. One incident occurred when a Jewish man, Arnold Kratter, challenged one of the anti-Semites to a fight. Kratter's intention was to take on his adversary man-to-man in a boxing match, but once the protagonists reached a side street, a gang of Nazis attacked him. They spat on him and hit him with sticks, leaving him bleeding badly. Later that day, other Jewish residents were followed and attacked. There were further incidents of violence and intimidation in East Prussia, Thuringia, Bremen, and Bavaria. In the town of Nördlingen, 70 kilometers to the northwest of Augsburg, groups of anti-Semites went on night marches which included stopping outside Jewish homes to sing anti-Semitic songs. In Beuthen, on the 5th of October 1923, around 600 people, many of whom were members of anti-Semitic organizations, went on a 5-hour rampage against anyone who looked Jewish in the vicinity of the railway station. By the time they had finished, they had injured as many as 20 people, some of them seriously. The police eventually intervened to break up the riot, but they did not make any arrests. In Hamburg, the expectation of anti-Semitic violence led the banker Max Warburg to flee the city briefly. He had been told that his name was on the lips of anti-Semites in the city. Everywhere in Germany, Jews were being blamed for the country's economic collapse. In Thuringia, one newspaper, the Landeszeitung, published the dollar exchange rate with the subheading, "And the Jew Triumphs." In Gotha, swastikas were painted on buildings accompanied by the words, "Strike down the Jews." In the same town, bricks were thrown at the synagogue's windows, smashing 2 of them during the night. In the Rhineland, Jews were accused of orchestrating the separatist movement. In Bremen, in the lead-up to local elections, a gang of Nazis attacked members of the Reich Association of Jewish Front Soldiers, though they later put out the fake news that the Jewish veterans had attacked the Nazis first. In all of these cases, the alignment of forces that made the violence possible was driven by the combination of local jealousies and pre-existing economic rivalries with the wider political language of anti-Semitism. In addition, the migration of Eastern European Jews into Germany during a time of crisis added a new layer to traditional patterns of anti-Semitism. Above all, the Jews were accused of profiting from the hyperinflation crisis, and the forces of the state were too weak to be able to protect them. This would change from 1924 onwards, when the state was much better placed to protect its Jewish citizens. As a consequence, October and November 1923 witnessed the most significant moment of anti-Semitic violence in 20th century Germany prior to the establishment of the Third Reich. The climax came in Berlin, where there were 2 days of anti-Semitic riots. The trouble began at lunchtime on the 5th of November. At 11 a.m., a large crowd of unemployed workers had gathered at the unemployment offices on the Alexanderstrasse. When they learnt that they would receive no payment because the office had run out of money, a rumor quickly spread that Eastern European Jewish migrants living in the Scheunenviertel neighborhood had hoarded all of the available money, planning to lend it back to Germans at exorbitant rates later on. Other rumors suggested that Jewish moneylenders would be willing to trade paper money for gold loan certificates. How these rumors spread has been much debated. At the time, it was argued that they were deliberately put into circulation by mischievous anti-Semitic agitators intent on steering Berlin's working class into the camp of the political right. If that was the case, no such agitators have ever been discovered, and no one was ever prosecuted for such deliberate incitement. Instead, it is more likely that the idea that the rioters were controlled by professional anti-Semitic agitators grew in popularity because it accomplished 2 crucial tasks. Firstly, it provided an easily understandable explanation for the outbreak of the rioting. Secondly, it allowed the political left, whose working-class supporters formed the bulk of the rioters, to blame the rioting on right-wing agitators, rather than admit that there was widespread anti-Semitism within the working class. Just as the Ruhr occupation altered the nature of working-class nationalism there, the effects of hyperinflation were changing working-class political identities in Berlin, a city that largely preferred to see itself as in the vanguard of socialist and internationalist politics. Regardless of what precisely triggered the rioting, once it started, it was clear that Jews were under attack. The riot's epicenter was the Scheunenviertel, an area that was widely associated with Eastern European Jews. As the Vossische Zeitung reported, once the rioting started, every person on the streets who looked Jewish was surrounded by a screaming mob, struck to the ground, and their clothes were stolen. Rioters also broke into Jewish homes and destroyed or stole property, while some cried out, "Beat the Jews to death," or "Strip the Jews." Tellingly, by dusk, many shop owners in the Scheunenviertel had painted the words "Christian business" on their shop fronts. Berlin's Nazis did not let the riots go to waste. At dusk on the 5th of November 1923, they charged around the Friedrichstadt, a historic area of central Berlin not far from the Scheunenviertel. At the junction of Friedrichstrasse and Unter den Linden, just a few hundred meters from the Brandenburg Gate, Gendarmenmarkt Square, and Berlin Cathedral, they were spotted chasing after and intimidating anyone who they thought looked Jewish. Unlike the rioters in the much poorer Scheunenviertel, the Nazi rowdies were led by well-dressed young men, probably student supporters of the Nazi Party drawn from the nearby university. Sometimes they left their activities at intimidation, but in other cases they dished out a beating to people who did not meet their definition of racial belonging. With the police overstretched across the German capital, they could proceed as they wished. As far as is known, not a single bystander stood up to them. The rioting spread further across the city. In the well-off western district of Charlottenburg, butchers and bakers were looted. At the corner of Kantstrasse and Wilhelmsdorfer Strasse, also in the west of the city, at around midnight, a large crowd forced cars to slow down and robbed their passengers. In central Berlin, on Invalidenstrasse and Grollmannstrasse, rioters targeted bakeries, a shoe store, and a canned food shop. The next morning there was more trouble along the arterial roads that link western Berlin with the city centre. Mobs of unemployed men appeared to be on their way to target the area around Wittenbergplatz, close to a number of department stores, including the famous Kaufhaus des Westens. Trucks carrying police rushed to prevent these flare-ups from gathering momentum. In the north of Berlin, in Weißensee, a mob attacked the chief mourners at a Jewish funeral. The son of the deceased was knocked to the ground and badly beaten. His cousin, who was weakened by illness, was similarly mishandled. A special feature of this violent pogrom was the so-called strip commandos. This was the term used by the press to capture the way in which groups of rioters would suddenly surround their victims and start to tear their clothes off, before then allowing their half-naked victims to go free, only then to chase them through the streets while an onlooking crowd loudly cheered them on. At the corner of Grenadierstrasse and Hirtenstrasse, one victim of this violent form of street theatre tried to escape by taking shelter inside a Jewish butcher's shop. The butcher and his son-in-law came out of their shop to protect him, armed with cleavers. In the vicious knife fight that followed, the younger man was stabbed, but he survived his injuries. The riots were not unexpected. One of the few things that gave the main Jewish political group, the Central Association of German Jews, cause for comfort in their aftermath was that their defensive plans had worked reasonably well. The association had a special section for war veterans who had fought for Germany in the trenches of the First World War. As soon as they received the first reports that Jews were under attack, the veterans scrambled to defend their co-religionists. This was an important move. The assimilated German Jews who made up the membership of the association tended to distance themselves from more recent arrivals from Eastern Europe. They even emphasized the differences between German and Eastern European Jews in terms of culture and appearance. Because of those differences, many people did not expect them to rush to assist the Jewish migrants from Eastern Europe. But once trouble kicked off, as many as 20 veterans rushed to help. They were armed with pistols and batons. Some may even have been wearing their war medals. When they got to the Scheunenviertel, the veterans were attacked by a group of more than 100 anti-Semites in front of the famous Volksbühne theatre. Almost as soon as the fighting started, a shot was fired and a member of the mob was killed. Later, an investigation discovered that the shot was most likely fired by someone in a building on the opposite side of the street. Their identity was never discovered, nor was it established whether they were trying to help the Jewish war veterans or to incite the mob to finish them off. Once the gunshot rang out, it looked as though the outnumbered Jewish war veterans might be beaten to death in the streets of Berlin. But just as the anti-Semitic crowd prepared to take revenge, large numbers of police arrived to stop the fighting. Rather than rescuing the Jewish war veterans, however, the police arrested them. In total, during the rioting, as many as 200 Jews were brought to the police barracks in the Alexanderplatz. Many Jewish detainees were unhappy with their treatment. Some claimed that they were forced to stand with their hands over their heads. Others said that the police beat them. Dr. Hugo Bernhardt, a Jewish doctor whose office was located close to the heart of the riots, was among them. He was horrified. He claimed that the first police officers on the scene ignored the plight of the Jews. After his arrest, he was mishandled and the police broke a bone in his right hand. In a telling interview with the Vossische Zeitung, despised by the anti-Semites as part of the Jewish press, he added, "I was there, in the First World War, at the front for 4 years as a doctor. I was injured badly. I was awarded the Iron Cross, 2nd and 1st class, and the Saxon Ritter, Knight's Order. Conditions in Berlin do not give me the impression that I am living in a state governed by the rule of law." By the second day of the rioting, the police had mobilized sufficient numbers to restore order. For the first time in Berlin's history, they used rubber truncheons to clear the crowds. The police commanders were under political pressure to end the rioting, having been told that if the riots continued, the army would be called in. While their men fought rioters in the streets, senior police officers defended the force's reputation in the press. They denied that the police had been slow to protect Jews, and that the force had its own problem with anti-Semitism. The message was repeated again and again. The police did not tolerate anti-Semitism within its ranks. These claims were later shown to be untrue. While police intervention clearly saved the lives of some Jews during the rioting in 1924, a court ruled that policemen had unlawfully struck members of the Reich Association of Jewish Front Soldiers with the butts of their rifles. The investigation also uncovered that the police were guilty of brutality against Jewish prisoners. The behavior of 3 officers was so bad, even in the context of the early Weimar Republic, when judicial leniency towards the forces of the state was the order of the day, that they were given custodial sentences and dismissed from the force. The same trial threw out the charges against the Central Association of German Jews, recognizing that its members had a right to defend themselves and their co-religionists. The Berlin riots were on a far greater scale than anything that happened in the towns and villages around Germany. Some contemporaries estimated that as many as 10,000 people had joined in the rioting. At least 500 rioters were arrested. There is no doubt that the riots were primarily of an anti-Semitic nature, but with more than 200,000 people unemployed and the price of a loaf of bread touching 140 billion marks, the timing of the riots was obviously to some extent connected to hunger and economic frustration. In their aftermath, the Central Association of German Jews was indignant. "May the people pulling the strings behind this inhuman brutality take joy in their work. May the racist newspapers in Berlin try to clear their conscience when they blame the violence on the vengeance of the starving people. These terrible days have shown that in order to achieve their terrible goals, the racists' leaders will not condemn every robbery and murder equally." For the Vossische Zeitung, economic explanations were meaningless. It is an inflamed racist hatred, not hunger, that drives them to plunder. Every passer-by who looked Jewish was immediately tracked by young lads who got ready to rob them at the right moment. To the left of the Vossische Zeitung, the Social Democratic newspaper, Vorwärts, was equally incensed. It published an article by Arthur Crispien, a Social Democratic member of Parliament, that labelled the anti-Semites poor dupes. In his words, "Berlin has had its Jewish pogrom. Berlin has disgraced itself. A shame for a people that belongs to the most civilized in the world." For the SPD, at issue was the question of who truly controlled the working class. For, even though many people blamed the rioting on the politically unorganized underclass that Karl Marx famously defined as the Lumpenproletariat, it was equally clear that many of the rioters belonged to the class of workers who were generally expected to march in the ranks of the Social Democrats. By way of response, in November 1923, the party organized 12 demonstrations in Berlin to protest against increasing anti-Semitism and threats to the unity of the Reich. It was a strong stand, but it was not enough. By the time of these party protests, the Social Democratic members of Stresemann's cabinet were already out of government, enraged by the Reich government's lack of action against Bavaria. On the 2nd of November 1923, Wilhelm Sollmann, a fierce opponent of the Nazi Party who held the position of Interior Minister, told his cabinet colleagues that Kahr's policy of deporting Jews was like something from the Middle Ages. He wanted it stopped, and he wanted action to be taken against the anti-Semitic violence that had already taken place. Together with his colleague, Robert Schmidt, he accused Stresemann of doing nothing, but their concerns were ignored. The next day they resigned. There was more anti-Semitic violence in Munich during the failed Beer Hall Putsch of the 8th to the 9th of November. As far as is known, only one German Jew, Ludwig Wassermann, a well-known member of the Central Association of German Jews in Munich, was in the Bürgerbräu when Hitler launched the coup. He was a politically conservative factory owner and a member of a lobby group that represented industry. Once the putsch began, Wassermann was taken hostage and held in the Bürgerbräu. Later, men from the Stoßtrupp Hitler, led by Emil Maurice and Josef Berichtol, went to the offices of the Möncher Post, which they searched for incriminating material. They also tried to capture Erhard Auer, editor of the newspaper and leader of the Bavarian Social Democrats. They went to his home, but Auer, who had been warned by a member of the Reichswehr earlier that evening, had already gone into hiding. In place of Auer, his son-in-law, Karl Luber, was taken hostage. The Stoßtrupp Hitler also vandalized Auer's property and threatened his wife, Sophie. Later that night, another group of SA men returned to Auer's home. Elsewhere that night, groups of around 15 to 20 SA men carried out searches for Jews. They targeted restaurants and hotels that had Jewish-sounding names. One of the first Jews they found was the tailor Martin Ambrun, who lived in the well-off Bavaria Ringviertel area. They forced him to leave his home and wait outside in the street while the SA men searched for more Jews in the same area. At around 3 a.m., Ambrun was brought back to his wife and family to say goodbye to them. He was then led away before his captors suddenly decided to release him. When a mob of SA men came to his home, Eduard Korn escaped by climbing down a drainpipe. As they searched for him, one SA man fired a shot into a large cabinet where he thought Korn was hiding. In another incident, Justin Stein was taken hostage and brought to the Bürgerbräu. For a few hours he was held alongside Wassermann and Luber. At around 5 a.m., the 3 Jewish prisoners received a surprise visit. It was Hermann Göring. After inspecting them, Göring released all 3. This probably reflected the haphazard nature of the putsch and the lack of planning that had gone into the putschists' anti-Jewish measures, rather than indicating any empathy with the prisoners. Later the same morning, Göring threatened that his men would execute all the other hostages they held. During the daylight hours of the morning of the 9th of November, more searches were conducted for Jews. A group of men went to Bogenhausen, an area known as being home to rich Jews, where they searched for suitable prisoners. Their search consisted of such basic tactics as examining the names on doors and deciding to target people with Jewish-sounding names. The 74-year-old Isidor Bach, an elderly magistrate and member of the Central Association of German Jews, was among their victims. He was driven to the Hofbräuhaus and later to the Bürgerbräu. Julius Heilbronner was also taken hostage. In these 2 cases, the elderly men were accompanied by their daughters. Around the same time, another two men who were brought to the Bürgerbräu as Jewish prisoners were released when they were able to prove that they were not Jews. The engineer Jakob Guggenheim was also let go. His captors wanted to take him as a hostage, but they abandoned their efforts when they were confronted by his crying wife. The cases of violence during the failed Hitler Putsch reveal a pattern. During the night of the coup, the Nazi mob had a clear sense that it was their duty to go after the Jews. They knew that the Jews were their enemy, and that the start of their regime meant that it was time to target them. But they did not have a list of prominent Jews in Munich, and there was little or no systematic organization behind their anti-Jewish measures. It would be a further decade before such anti-Semitism from below would be led from above. The same pattern can be seen in all of the instances of anti-Semitic violence for which we have records in the autumn of 1923. The people who assaulted Jews, whether they were part of small groups, organized paramilitaries, or participants in large-scale rioting, as was the case in Berlin's Scheunenviertel, had a political script that made it clear to them who was to blame for Germany's plight. But beyond Kahr's measures in the state of Bavaria, they did not have the organizational capacity systematically to target the Jews. The creation of such organizational capacity was a feature of Theodor von der Pforten's constitution. Had the Nazi putsch been successful, it would have married the anti-Semitic violence from below with the anti-Semitic policies from above of men like Kahr. If Hitler's putsch had been successful, that marriage would have taken place in the winter of 1923 to 24, and not a decade later in 1933. The organizations that represented Germany's Jews in 1923 were fully aware of the dangers. They tried to lobby the federal government in Berlin, and even Kahr and Knilling's government in Bavaria to intervene. Copies of Ziehwald Zeitung are found in the archival records of the Reich Chancellery. Deputations of Munich's Jews held meetings with both Knilling and Kahr. As we have seen, in their final contribution before they quit Stresemann's cabinet, the Social Democratic Party ministers demanded that he condemn Kahr's medieval expulsion of Jews. But the responses to these demands for the Jews to be protected were far too weak. The backlash against anti-Semitism and anti-Republican politics that had occurred after the murder of Walter Rathenau was not repeated in the months following Hitler's Beer Hall Putsch. The opponents of anti-Semitism did not follow through with strong legal measures against the racists. The 1923 crisis had created a now or never moment for German opponents of anti-Semitism. Had they chosen to do so, the rulers of the Republic could have refounded its authority and made Weimar a place that did not tolerate any form of anti-Semitic violence. But that never happened. Instead, underneath the surface of the return of prosperity that occurred from 1924 onwards, the visual and verbal tropes of anti-Semitism, which had grown in force since the end of the First World War and been radicalized during the Republic's crisis year, remained powerful. In their moment of victory, the Republic's leaders did not do enough to destroy them permanently. Their inaction was aided by what the Jüdische Echo in November 1923 called the poisoning of public opinion. As the pro-Zionism newspaper put it, the worst and most shameful thing about the flood of senseless and thoughtless hatred of Jews throughout all classes of the population is the lack of voices of reason and humanity on the part of the Christian population. Too many people have been entirely silent and inactive against the year-long continuous anti-Semitic incitement to hatred that has been driven by lies and defamation. They remained so. Chapter 16. De-escalation and the triumph of reason. A little over 2 weeks after the failed putsch, on the 22nd of November 1923, Gustav Stresemann gave his last speech as German Chancellor. He accused the putschists of betraying their fatherland and called the attempt to seize power in Bavaria a political adventure that was an unforgivably stupid thing to do. An unstable Bavaria, or a civil war on the border between Bavaria and Thuringia, could have been used by Poincaré as a pretext to annex the Ruhr permanently in the name of maintaining order there. Stresemann warned of this danger as he condemned the Nazis, accusing them of risking the future of Western Germany. To send a strong message that the Nazis were not real German patriots, he quoted the Munich journalist and writer Tim Klein. "You fought in the fog and the darkness, and your enemy, he lay defeated. But when you recognized the body at first light, it was your own fatherland." Stresemann blamed the French for the situation that had allowed both communism and Nazism to thrive. In his words, "If the French Prime Minister and French policy really wanted to secure stability in Germany on the basis of constitutional democracy, then their best policy would have been to remove the grounds for the development of extremes and radicalism in Germany." Instead of removing these grounds, Stresemann argued that Poincaré had preferred to support German misery and national humiliation. It was a brilliant rhetorical performance, but it mattered little. The next day he lost a vote of confidence in the Reichstag after motions calling for his removal were tabled by Helfferich's German National People's Party, the Social Democratic Party and the Communist Party. With their votes, and those of the Bavarian People's Party, the Weimar Republic lost its most accomplished chancellor. It was the logical outcome of the Social Democrats' decision to quit Stresemann's cabinet at the start of November, which led an angry Ebert to promise his party colleagues that, while the cause of their decision would be forgotten in 6 weeks, Germany will feel the consequences of your stupidity for 10 years. After Stresemann's fall, on the 30th of November, he was succeeded by the Centre Party's Wilhelm Marx, who formed a new cabinet with no parliamentary majority that included no politicians of the left. Marx was a 60-year-old judge from Cologne, known for his dour personality and willingness to compromise. His cabinet included ministers from the Centre Party, the German Democratic Party, and the German People's Party, as well as Erich Emminger, a member of the Bavarian People's Party. Wisely, Marx insisted that Stresemann should remain as foreign minister, a generous move for a Centre Party politician to make towards Stresemann, whose critics in his own party, the German People's Party, were part of the reason he had lost his majority. Stresemann was isolated in his own party because of his willingness to work with the moderate left. Too many of his party's members hated everything about the Social Democrats, and had no desire to share the middle ground with them. But even at this point in the crisis year, it is important to remember that it was a parliamentary decision to bring Stresemann down. Even following all of the tensions of the previous weeks, Sieg's Reichswehr did not interfere or conspire in the process of forming a government. The now or never moment for the Republic's opponents was over. Marx would remain as Chancellor until the 15th of December 1924. In his maiden speech, he appealed for national unity and warned that the economic situation facing the Reich necessitated urgent action and that the country might still be only days away from collapse. He promised the Reichstag, "My struggle is against neither left nor right, but against everyone who wants to use violence and force to rob the German people of the last and best thing that it has left, the unity of the nation. When it came to the relationship between the Reich and Bavaria, he promised that there would be no changes to the constitution, which it would not have been possible for his minority government to introduce anyway, but that in some areas, where there had already been requests for greater powers for the federal states, he would accept them. In addition to promising to bring about a reconciliation between Bavaria and the Reich, Marx's cabinet actually included 3 Bavarian ministers. 2 of them, Otto Gessler and Eduard Hamm, were members of the German Democratic Party. But it was the appointment of Emminger as justice minister that was the real signal of Marx's intentions. Emminger was a Bavarian conservative. He was known for being the only Reichstag deputy who had publicly spoken against widespread criticism of a Bavarian court's decision to sentence Felix Fechenbach to 11 years' imprisonment for treason. During the revolution of November 1918, Fechenbach had been Kurt Eisner's right-hand man, but by the time his trial took place in the summer of 1922, critics of the Fechenbach affair, on the moderate left, argued that it only took place because of a right-wing press campaign. In the words of the Social Democrats' principal newspaper, Vorwärts, Emminger's appointment will weigh heavily upon Marx's cabinet, and the political direction that he represents will be the source of dangerous conflicts. In an accurate prediction of what was to come, it warned that a cabinet of which a representative of the Bavarian People's Party is a member won't bring out large cannons to fire at Bavaria is clear to everyone. Marx never did lead a crusade against Bavaria. Instead, his policies set the course for the conflict between the rebel state and the Reich to end without the re-establishment of republican authority there. Bavarian politics remained opposed to Weimar democracy, and Munich and Nuremberg were the cells from which Nazism would re-emerge as a political force in the late 1920s. Marx's government excluded Helfferich's German National People's Party. Though pleased to see the creation of a government that excluded the left, Helfferich and his party wanted no part in a cabinet that included Stresemann. Their hatred of Stresemann was linked to a broader set of recriminations that raged on the German right in the aftermath of the failed putsch. By mid-December 1923, it was obvious to both conservative and Völkisch nationalists that they had wasted the chance that the hyperinflation crisis had offered to destroy the Republic. The chairman of the United Patriotic Leagues of Germany went so far as publicly to blame Hitler for prematurely launching the putsch and dividing the Republic's opponents. Just a few days later, Vorwärts argued, "Nowhere is the hatred against each other greater than in the Völkisch camp." It was a witch's cauldron, a chaos, a mess, in which not a single person is satisfied. All of them want to see the creation of a dictatorship. All of them want to be the dictator. All of them think that the others are incapable of being the dictator. All of them think that the others are an embarrassing pest. Their opponents were so divided that the Social Democrats' main newspaper predicted that supporters of democracy in Germany could take a step back and relax as they watched the right-wing movement disintegrate of its own accord. These lads think that they can mock social democracy for its work to maintain German unity. But social democracy does not need to worry for a second that these forces will be able to avoid the fate that they deserve. Their future is disintegration and decay. By the time those words appeared in print, Hitler had been in prison for exactly 1 month. The man who would later overcome the shame of the failed putsch and unite the Völkisch and conservative nationalists behind his leadership had been arrested while in hiding on the 11th of November 1923. Just days after he had compared himself to Friedrich the Great, Luther and Wagner, Hitler's actual leadership during the putsch left him looking ridiculous. In the words of historian Larry Eugene Jones, his failure had thoroughly discredited the idea of a military coup among all but the most obtuse of Weimar's right-wing enemies. When he arrived at Landsberg prison, Hitler was extremely depressed and possibly even suicidal. He told prison psychologist Alois Maria Ott, "I've had enough. I'm done. If I had a revolver, I'd use it." He went on hunger strike for 14 days. But as had occurred following the humiliation of the 1st of May 1923, and would recur during his future career as dictator, Hitler's psychology and ego allowed him gradually to convince himself that his defeat was actually the result of other people's failures. By mid-December, his visitors, including his half-sister, could describe his mood as improving. He also began to plot his defense at his trial. On the 13th of December, Deputy State Prosecutor Hans Ehard came to Landsberg to interview him. 34 days after the putsch, Ehard had an experience that was not unlike that of the Daily Mail journalist on the 2nd of October 1923, after Stresemann's decision to end the campaign of passive resistance. Hitler turned their interview into another monologue, in which he repeated many of the points he customarily made during his speeches. He told Ehard that the putsch could not have been illegal because the regime that he wished to destroy was illegal. He threatened that he would deal with the charges he faced by calling on certain gentlemen to act as witnesses, and he promised that when the time came for the trial he would fight like a wildcat to discredit his enemies ruthlessly. Hitler knew what he was doing. He had enough knowledge of anti-republican conspiracies in Bavaria to damage the reputations of Kahr, Lossow, and Seisse, and even more importantly, he could create an international scandal by exposing the Reichswehr's secret cooperation with Bavarian militias. Such a scandal would be even more explosive, given that Hitler would confirm the truth behind the accusations made by men like Zeigner during the previous months. Even though historians cannot be entirely certain what happened behind the scenes, it is most likely that Hitler's threats paved the way to a deal. The law for the protection of the Republic would play no role in his prosecution. The leader of a major anti-republican putsch would not face trial at the Court for the Protection of the Republic in Leipzig, where Rathenau's killers had been sentenced a year earlier. Instead, Hitler would be put on trial in a sympathetic Bavarian court. He was possibly even offered a lenient sentence in return for his political silence. So neither Theodor von der Pfordten's draft constitution, a crucial piece of evidence in what was supposed to be a trial for high treason, nor the violence against Jews and Social Democrats, or the 4 members of the Landespolizei killed during the putsch were mentioned during the proceedings. The courtroom became a political stage for Hitler to position himself as the conscience of anti-republican Germany. At the end of his trial, he said that the court could not condemn him. "You may pronounce us guilty 1,000 times, but the goddess who presides over the eternal court of history will smile and tear up the charge of the public prosecutor, and smile and tear up the judgment of the court, for she will acquit us." On the 1st of April 1924, Hitler was sentenced to 5 years' fortress imprisonment. The same sentence was handed down to Friedrich Weber, Hermann Kriebel, and Ernst Perner. 5 other accused received even shorter prison sentences, while Ludendorff was acquitted. Despite the fact he was an Austrian citizen, the court rejected the case for Hitler's deportation on the grounds that his wartime service was sufficient to allow him to remain in Germany. In the ultra-conservative Kreuz Zeitung, which was Hindenburg's favourite newspaper, right-wing editor and publicist Georg Furtsch declared, "The sentence against Hitler, Perner, Kriebel and Weber is severe." The pro-Republican press was outraged. Its headlines included Germany's justice scandal, mild sentences for treason, and a catastrophe of justice. The Berliner Volkszeitung described Putsch's claim as grotesque. Summing up reactions to the sentencing, the paper concluded, "The situation is clear. The right is celebrating, while the Republic lowers its head in sorrow and shame." In an observation quoted by other pro-Republican newspapers, the Centre Party's Germania warned, "The authority of the state and the people's sense of justice has been destroyed by this judgment." When Hitler was released in December 1924, he immediately promised his followers that their struggle would start again. For the next 4 years he campaigned against the Republic, without any major successes. In the German federal elections of May 1928, the Nazi Party received less than 3% of the national vote and just 12 Reichstag seats, while the Social Democrats, under the leadership of Hermann Müller, returned to government with 153 Reichstag seats and just below 30% of the national vote. It was only in 1929, following an electoral breakthrough in Baden, that the Nazi vote started rising continuously, reaching as high as 37.2% of the vote in the regional elections in Oldenburg in May 1931. In the 1930 Reichstag election, they gained 18.3% and established themselves as a national political force. Their re-emergence is a reminder that, just as Hitler and the anti-Republican right failed to seize the now or never moment to destroy German democracy in 1923, their opponents also failed to take their opportunity to destroy them permanently. The refusal to use the law for the protection of the Republic and to put Hitler on trial in Leipzig at the Court for the Protection of the Republic turned out to be one of the most costly errors in world history. Just weeks after taking up the position of Chancellor, Marx delivered an extraordinary Christmas message to the German people. He lamented that, because of the collapse of the German economy, many Germans would go without trees, candles, and presents that year, and that the government's only Christmas gift to them was going to be new taxes that would hurt them badly. It was only thanks to the charity of other nations and German migrants who sent money and food back to Germany, Marx continued, that many Germans would have something to eat this Christmas at all. In the Chancellor's words, Germany's middle class, who could once celebrate Christmas without any worries, has collapsed. In the families of many employees, workers, and civil servants, there will be no pure joy of Christmas this year because they have to face up to unemployment and a lack of trade. We are so poor, so poor. Never before has the number of Germans who cannot afford their daily bread been greater. The cause of all this suffering was the occupation of the Ruhr. They cut off our arteries. They cut us off from our heart, the heart that pushes the economic and financial blood through the veins of our fatherland. An unspeakable chain of misery, pain, and suffering began on this day. A week later, on the 31st of December 1923, the journalist Erich Dombrowski echoed the Chancellor's words. At the start of the year, measured against paper marks, the dollar exchange rate was around 7,000. At the end of the year, it stood at 4 trillion. Between these two shocking numbers, there are hundreds of thousands of people whose economic existence lies in ruins, millions of unemployed, and a shattered private and public economy. The difference between these two figures explains all of the Rhineland separatists' attempts at independence, all of the attempted putsches of the radical far right, and the separatism of the peasants. It explains the rise of the socialist communists in Saxony and Thuringia, and finally the cabinet and parliamentary crisis in the Reich. Dombrowski predicted, "Our descendants will shrug their shoulders and sneer in contempt when they think about the nationalism and chauvinism of our times." By the end of 1923, there were good grounds for Dombrowski's expectation that the hatred that had defined the political course of the year would not last. The German financial crisis had turned a corner. On the 15th of October, Stresemann's government agreed to the foundation of a new central bank, the Rentenbank, which was secured by a mortgage of agricultural land and industrial assets. The first notes of its new currency were issued on the 15th of November, just a week before Stresemann lost the confidence vote in the Reichstag. The Rentenmark was urgently needed. Without a functioning currency, it was expected that farmers would hoard food and that Germans would starve during the winter of 1923-24. In his final speech as Chancellor, Stresemann even warned that Germany was on the verge of a catastrophic famine. In the middle of December, following a two-day conference on the 13th to the 14th of December, the heated issue of the 8-hour working day was also resolved for the foreseeable future. Management, unions, and the government agreed to the reintroduction of the 10-hour working day and the two-shift system in all areas where they had been in force before the war. Workers weren't the only ones facing hard times as a result of the crisis. To reduce costs, Stresemann's government had implemented a savage reduction in state spending. State employees' salaries were cut to 60% of their pre-war levels, and the jobs of up to 25% of state employees were cut. Marx's government now continued the process in December 1923. On the 7th and 19th of December, Finance Minister Hans Luther introduced two emergency tax decrees. His goal was to increase dramatically the revenue coming into the Reich. The first decree was passed under Article 48, the second under the powers of the Enabling Act that was granted to Marx's government by the Reichstag on the 8th of December 1923, with the support of the SPD, whose parliamentarians were offered a role on oversight committees that ultimately played little role in events across the following months. To achieve his goal, Luther needed to find a way to collect taxes in a currency that was attached to the value of gold, rather than to the value of worthless paper marks. This made for an extraordinarily conflict-ridden process, as taxes due for the year 1923 were based on prices that had been calculated in hyperinflated notes. Luther's officials overcame this challenge by using figures from 1922 and projections of what they thought would be due in 1924. The outcomes obviously left taxpayers frustrated. Some thought that they were being asked for too much, while others got away with the profits they had made during the hyperinflation crisis, even if Luther tried to claw back some of their gains with further special taxes in 1924. However politically unpopular Luther's measures were when they were announced, they worked. The emergency taxes first introduced in December 1923 put the state's finances back on track. Between December 1923 and January 1924, the percentage of the Reich's total revenue from corporation tax jumped from 0.17% to 6.9%. By March 1924, the books were balanced. Farmers were among those who lost out. Even though they managed to use the effects of hyperinflation to reduce farm debt dramatically, by up to 80%, they were so angry at the prospect of paying taxes in the new currency that they threatened to bring threshing machines, tractors, and other farm equipment to the Wilhelmsplatz in central Berlin in order to demonstrate their dissatisfaction. But even the farmers' protests subsided. Luther himself later claimed that they realized that stabilization and the Rentenmark brought them more gains than losses. The price was worth it. even though the new Rentenmark notes continued to be printed, thus creating the possibility that they might quickly lose value as the number of notes in circulation increased. Their value remained the same because confidence was returning. On the 12th of December 1923, Vorwärts announced to its readers that the time of the incredible, unbelievable price increases is over. This was the miracle of the Rentenmark. In 1924, this was followed by the introduction of the Reichsmark. Its arrival brought the era of currency turmoil to an end. Even before that, for some, the speed with which stability was restored brought its own sense of crisis. The sudden end to hyperinflation in the winter of 1923-24 was one of its most remarkable achievements. Almost as quickly as prices had begun accelerating out of control, the clock went back to ticking normally. The first steps of the German economic recovery were taken in a changed situation in international relations. The peak of the crisis in Germany in October and November 1923 coincided with a new alignment in London, Paris, and Washington. This came down to Poincaré in part. He was the right man to lead France when it was a question of needing a stubborn ruler who would refuse to back down until Germany abandoned its policy of passive resistance. But once Stresemann's coalition gave him what he wanted, he had the wrong personality and decision-making capacity for what followed. He didn't have a plan for when Germany's government ended passive resistance. While he remained uncertain about what to do next, others moved faster, and their decisions boxed him into a position from which the internationally isolated French Prime Minister, who was under increasing pressure at home, could not escape. Events in Britain were particularly important. As we have seen, for most of 1923 its policies were riddled with division and uncertainty. But in October and November, the situation in London changed in Germany's favour. The British position was no longer simply to oppose France's support for separatism. London now wanted an overall settlement of the entire German question. On the 5th of October, the Foreign Secretary, Lord Curzon, gave another speech that was critical of French policy and infuriated Poincaré. But this time, Curzon and his Prime Minister, Stanley Baldwin, spoke from the same page. The British foresaw two ways of reaching such a settlement. Either an international conference involving all of the powers, or for the powers to agree on the creation of non-political committees of experts tasked with making new recommendations. British policy had moved towards supporting the creation of committees, and in the key weeks in October and November, Britain pressured France to accept one or both of its proposals. It knew that it was difficult for Poincaré to refuse both. London's renewed interest in a solution came in parallel to the return of American leadership. On the 2nd of August 1923, the U.S. President, Warren G. Harding, died. His place was taken by Calvin Coolidge, a Republican politician who first came to national attention for his role in suppressing strikes in Boston in 1919. In the weeks following his appointment, Europe appeared far from the agenda in Washington. But once the new president was up and running in office, the U.S. government began to re-examine its European policies. The end of passive resistance mattered in the United States too. For the first time since the occupation had begun, there was a clear shift in American public opinion in favor of Germany. To American observers, the news that passive resistance was over made it look like Germany had waved a white flag, while Poincaré decided to continue firing at them. Lloyd George also helped in this. In October, the former Prime Minister was touring America, giving speeches about his political career. When he spoke critically of France's Ruhr policy, the voice of Britain's wartime leader carried weight. On the 9th of October, President Coolidge made an important speech in which he reasserted the United States' commitment to the December 1922 New Haven Declaration, in which the U.S. government announced its willingness to support the formation of an international committee of experts to examine the reparations question. In 1922, France had been sufficiently powerful for Poincaré to be able to ignore the declaration and to choose military occupation of the Ruhr. A year later, he was in a far weaker position. Both the British and the Americans now stepped up the pressure on the French Prime Minister. This time, Poincaré was unable to hold out. At the end of October, he agreed in principle to the establishment of an international committee of experts. Most historians accept the argument of Mark Trachtenberg, who suggests that this about-face was really caused by Poincaré's uncertainty as to what he should do next. Despite some attempts to restore the direction of travel in France's favour, such as the French initiative of the 13th of November, which proposed that the Reparations Commission undertake a limited investigation into Germany's ability to pay, his government never recovered the initiative. Poincaré had wasted his victory. British domestic politics also helped Germany. On the 25th of October, Baldwin announced that he wanted to move towards a protectionist policy in international trade. To obtain public support for such a move, he called a general election for the 6th of December 1923. With British politics focused on the vote, France's most effective supporters in London were unable to mobilise like-minded French loyalists against the emerging pro-German policies. The British delegate, John Bradbury, played a decisive role on the Reparations Commission, working behind the scenes to prepare the ground for a policy of creating 2 committees of investigation with wide terms of reference. France wanted them to be narrow. Under pressure from both Britain and the United States, Poincaré conceded that France would support their creation. There would be no international conference until they had completed their work. On the 11th of December 1923, after just over a month of exchanges across the Atlantic, Coolidge confirmed the participation of U.S. experts in the new committees. They started their work in Paris in January 1924. The committees were known by the names of their chairpersons. British banker Reginald McKenna's committee had the job of reporting on what role German financial assets held outside Germany could play in future reparations payments. His committee was partially created to appease the French. Its existence made it look like there was an intention to go after Germany, tracing its every last possession anywhere in the world and forcing the Germans to sell it and send the proceeds back to Germany so they could contribute to the reparations effort. But in reality, behind the scenes, it was expected that its report would be inconclusive. The committee that really mattered was chaired by American banker Charles Dawes, a known Francophile from Chicago. Together with the other committee members, Owen Young, the chairman of both General Electric and the Radio Corporation of America, and Henry M. Robinson, a Californian banker and presidential advisor, Dawes would have a decisive impact on Germany's future. On the 14th of April 1924, when both committees submitted their reports, Dawes proposed a 5-year reparations settlement financed by an American loan to Germany and a reduction of Germany's debt. Thereafter, the plan would be renegotiated. Under the Dawes plan, Germany would pay little for the first 2 years, before increasing its payments in the following years. But even with the increased amounts in the 3rd, 4th, and 5th years, the demands on Germany were modest. Crucially, the Dawes plan argued that reparations could only be paid once German economic unity was re-established. The plan ruled out any future French railway in the West. The Régie was effectively killed, as well as the imposition of separate taxes or customs duties or French participation in the Ruhr's industry. It was the most favourable offer that Germany had received since the clash over reparations had begun. With the American money flowing into Germany, the Weimar Republic could meet the demands of the Dawes Plan almost in full. The Dawes Plan was the mechanism on which the Weimar Republic's years of stabilization were based, the period of stability from 1924 until late 1929. In Washington, policymakers felt that they had both promoted American interests and helped to depoliticize the reparations question. It seemed as if everyone had finally found the solutions they needed. At the time of its creation, the Dawes Plan was not intended to set up a permanent flow of American finance into Germany, but no one was thinking about what might happen if an American crisis led to a sudden reversal of the direction of flow of American capital, as happened following the Wall Street crash in October 1929, which led to the devastation of the German economy in 1930 during the Great Depression. By the summer of 1924, France was in no position to oppose the plan. As that year began, it had been France's turn to suffer a financial crisis. There was panic on the French stock exchange, and the value of the franc began to collapse. In response, Poincaré tried to introduce new tax legislation. In the spring, French state intervention in the market managed to reverse the fall in the value of the franc, but Poincaré's days were numbered. To help support the value of the franc, he had to accept a $100 million loan from the Americans, which left him with little room to reject the US-backed Dawes Plan and opened him up to intense criticism from the French left, who lambasted his management of the country's finances. Nevertheless, he still tried to oppose Dawes. After the publication of the plan, he argued that Dawes and McKenna had been tasked with writing economic and not military reports, and that they had no business stating that the military occupation of the Ruhr should end. The British were enraged. But Poincaré's ability to fight back against the new consensus in favour of stability was soon gone. On the 11th of May 1924, the French left was victorious in France's national elections, and Poincaré lost the position of Prime Minister. He was replaced by Édouard Herriot, who was an open admirer of German culture. Herriot had written a biography of the German philosopher Immanuel Kant, and he referred to him as well as Beethoven in his maiden speech. The British ambassador in Paris called him the exact opposite of Poincaré. Herriot's goal was to withdraw French forces from the Ruhr as quickly as possible. He secretly promised the British that if the Germans agreed to the Dawes Plan, France would immediately begin to withdraw soldiers from parts of the occupied region, and the final withdrawal would take place 1 year after the ratification of the Dawes Plan. Once the Reichstag approved the agreement on the 29th of August 1924, it was ratified in London the following day. On the 6th of September 1924, hundreds of thousands of Germans who had been expelled from the Ruhr were permitted to return. 3 days later, on the 9th of September, the customs frontier between the occupied Ruhr and the rest of Germany was lifted, and freedom of movement across the border was restored. On the 13th of September, expelled civil servants returned to work, and on the 16th of November, the unity of the German railway network in the West was restored. The last French soldiers left Düsseldorf without ceremony on the 25th of August 1925. Long before that, it had become obvious how little France had gained from the occupation of the Ruhr. In 1923, it received 263 million francs worth of reparations. The previous year, the figure had been 11.5 billion francs. The occupation's major achievement was not what Poincaré had intended. In failing, he had opened the door for his successors to pursue the politics of cooperation with Germany. Stresemann's close relationship with French Foreign Minister Aristide Briand One of the forces for European optimism in the mid-1920s was based on their shared rejection of Poincaré's politics. In 1926, Briand and Stresemann were joint recipients of the Nobel Peace Prize. Their key achievements included the 1925 Locarno Pact, which recognized Germany's western borders as permanent, and in which both countries made a legal commitment never to return to war with each other. The Dawes Plan, the Locarno Pact, Stresemann's excellent relationship with Briand, and the domestic progress of the mid-1920s in Weimar Germany, when the Republic left the years of its turbulent beginnings behind it, these are among the reasons why many historians of international relations argue that the Versailles Treaty was not responsible for the rise of Nazism and the destruction of the Weimar Republic. Instead, they argue that the peacemakers who gathered in Paris in 1919, to use the term adopted by historian Margaret Macmillan, a great-grandchild of David Lloyd George, made the best of the difficult circumstances they faced, creating a living document that offered the potential for a successful revision in Germany's favour, as occurred after 1923. Their argument is not entirely wrong. When accountants add up what Germany actually paid before the Allied demands for reparations were abandoned altogether in 1932, the sums were well within the German economy's capacity to pay. The improvement in Franco-German relations under Stresemann and Briand in the mid-1920s was also real. Had it lasted, it could have become the foundation for a new era of economic and political cooperation in Western Europe. The Versailles Treaty also did not cause Germans to vote for Hitler and choose extreme nationalism over internationalism and European cooperation. But what historians' defense of the Versailles Treaty fails to acknowledge sufficiently is that just as the living document could move in Germany's favour, it could also move in the other direction. In 1923, Poincaré had tried to ensure that it did precisely that. His goal was to use France's superior military strength to exploit and control the economic resources of Europe's largest economy and most modern democracy. The idea that France was in the Ruhr merely to obtain reparations was obviously untrue. The 1923 crisis could have ended with the dismemberment of Germany. It was only in the final weeks of that year, after the cost of the international politics of punishment had revealed itself to be too high for all sides to pay, that there was sufficient support for a new politics of reconciliation. The Dawes Plan could have come into being at the end of 1922, but it didn't because too many decision-makers were opposed to reconciliation at that point. This is why it is historically right to argue that throughout 1923, Germany was the victim of French aggression. Once the invasion of the Ruhr began, German decision-makers faced a choice between conceding to Poincaré's demands and facing the potential dismemberment of the German state, and resisting the occupation through largely peaceful means. Both options came at the cost of major internal turbulence. Of course, not all Germans were victims. Key figures in business, the Reichsbank and politics, made poor policy decisions that worsened the situation for Germany. Others wanted to use the crisis to destroy the Republic. But overall, the millions living in the Ruhr were victims. The women and girls who endured the occupational forces' sexual violence were victims. The many more who lived in fear that they would suffer under the occupation forces were victims. The families who lost their savings and incomes were victims. The children who starved were victims. Politically, Germany's Republicans and Democrats were also Poincaré's victims. Before the French and Belgian invasion, as the reaction to Rathenau's murder shows, they were slowly starting to fight back against the right-wing assaults and to give the Republic greater legitimacy. But the events of 1923 left them in the same fight with one hand tied behind their backs. After all, How can democratic leaders build the legitimacy of a political system when a foreign power occupies its key industrial region and openly threatens its existence as a unified state, forcing hundreds of thousands of people to leave the Ruhr and setting in train the destruction of the currency and the impoverishment of hundreds of thousands more? Throughout the 1923 crisis, this question mattered little to Poincaré. He wanted to punish Germany, and he understood German complaints as fake claims of victimhood. Throughout the crisis year, he undoubtedly played the key role in the international system's abandonment of Weimar democracy. But the German Democrats' plight was also the result of an indifferent America. The overambitious choices of Lloyd George, a pro-France Bonnelour, and a wavering, but for a long time pro-France, Stanley Baldwin. All of them worked within the structures of international politics created in 1919 at the Paris Peace Conference, which led to a world of what the historian Michael Geyer has called blocked transnationalism, a political moment when too many key decision-makers failed to recognize that the rulers of other states had legitimate grievances, when the linkages between developments in one state and developments in another were not fully understood or did not receive the attention they deserved. The events of 1923 and their legacies made the dangers of blocked transnationalism obvious. The racist Völkisch right had been defeated in 1923, but it was not destroyed. In 1926, Hans Grimm published the best-selling novel Volk ohne Raum, helping to popularize the idea that, as the title says, the Germans were a people without space. Even though the Nazis remained a marginal force until they won electorally in Baden in 1929, they had learnt from the putsch. Hitler understood that he would never be able to take power without the support of the Reichswehr and the forces of the state. His strategy changed. After 1923, he knew that electoral successes were his best means of defeating his enemy. The calamity of the putsch mattered little to the people who later voted for the Nazis. All of this does not mean that there was a single pathway from the start of the Republic to its end. But it does remind us that the Republic's end did not occur in a historical vacuum either. The forces that destroyed it were able to mobilize ideas and political goals that had been simmering throughout its existence. In 1923, the Democrats could defeat them. In 1933, they could not. Paul von Hindenburg played a key role in that later crisis. In stark contrast to Friedrich Ebert, who used the emergency powers available to the President of the Republic to help to save Weimar democracy in 1923, Hindenburg used the same powers to destroy it a decade later. The former Field Marshal was elected President of Weimar Germany following Ebert's untimely death in 1925. In the presidential election, which took place over 2 rounds, Hindenburg defeated Wilhelm Marx, the man who ended 1923 as Chancellor of Germany, warning the Germans that they had never before been so poor. It was a close result. Hindenburg obtained 48.3% of the vote, and Marx 45.3%. Would Hindenburg have won without the Ruhr crisis? That question is, of course, impossible to answer fully. But we can say with certainty that the crisis hindered the development of pro-democratic structures in Weimar Germany, and that the ensuing economic collapse left many people disillusioned with the Republic's achievements in the mid-1920s. It certainly helped Hindenburg. He won the election in 1925 thanks to the backing of the same coalition of voters that would later support the Nazis. For many of them, the solution to all of the Republic's problems was to vote for a great man from Germany's past, a mythical general who appeared to represent a better time, when Germany was both respected and feared as an international military power. In 1925, they thought that Hindenburg was the man to restore Germany to greatness. In ever greater numbers from 1930 onwards, they thought that that man was Hitler. It is also undeniable that the 1923 crisis sapped pro-Republican forces of some of their strength, and left too many workers, civil servants, and ordinary people on the losing side of history. It left them angry about lost jobs and wages, and about national humiliation. The currency's collapse left too many people feeling that they had suffered while others thrived. As Conan Fisher has argued, in the wake of the pain caused by the policy of passive resistance, the emotional connection between people and the new Republican order was as good as dead and buried. But just as it is important to remember the negative legacy of 1923, we should not overestimate it. In 1923, the German currency died, but German democracy did not. At the end of the crisis year, German Democrats stood tall. All 4 changes of federal government during 1923 had been a result of the interventions of the Reichstag. The Reichstag's power is a reflection that, while Weimar democracy was contested, it did have the strength to push back. Kuno was removed by a parliamentary vote. His rule was not something that foreshadowed the final 3 cabinets of the Weimar Republic, which governed thanks to Hindenburg's presidial rule, as leading German historian Heinrich August Winkler has often suggested. It was instead an example of a democracy turning to a technocratic government in a time of economic crisis. The emergency enabling laws in 1923 were not forced upon the Parliament. Its members played crucial roles in determining their powers and in using this emergency measure as a means to protect the political order in a time of crisis, as the Constitution intended. Siecht's conspiratorial ambitions might provide ammunition to those who argue that the Reichswehr remained a state within a state. But when the time came for him to realize his dictatorial goals, he withdrew in the face of Ebert and Stresemann's democratic power. Even though Stresemann himself was not a committed Democrat prior to the creation of the Republic, his 1923 speeches made it clear time and again that both he and the audiences he spoke to appreciated the principles of democracy. The ideas behind the Constitution had been part of German political culture for a lot longer than the Constitution itself, which only came into being in August 1919. Those ideas included separation of powers, party formation, a free press, institutional memory of democratic traditions, and decades of voting. This is the most disturbing lesson of this book. Older accounts of the history of Weimar Germany have often portrayed it as a democracy without democrats, a place where the ideas and tradition of democracy were so weak that it was inevitable that it would succumb to some form of authoritarianism. Yet the more we learn about Weimar democracy, the more we realize that this view is misconceived. The Weimar Republic was a young republic, but democratic ideas had been developing in Germany since the middle of the 19th century. There was more to the German Empire than militarism and the Kaiser. There was a strong voting culture and a strong movement to secure the democratic rights of German citizens. The ideal of democracy was not accepted by everyone, and many rejected it entirely, but it was part of the political culture nonetheless. Germany in the 1920s, in other words, had a long and strong tradition of democracy that both brought the Republic into existence in 1918-19 and saved it in 1923. Of those 2 achievements, the Democrats' victory at the end of 1923 was arguably their most important. In 1918-19, the old order's collapse made its replacement with a democratic system almost inevitable. When we think about the tradition of democracy and the failure of Weimar democracy, we realize that the democratic culture that was strong enough to win in 1923 was not strong enough to survive in 1933. Between those 2 points in time, its norms and processes were gradually eroded. It was that gradual erosion in the years before Hitler's appointment as Chancellor on the 30th of January 1933 that facilitated the speed with which the Nazi dictatorship was created after that date. Today, the politics of the beer halls are still with us. The conventions and rallies of populist politicians and the digital beer halls of the present all bear some resemblance to Munich's beer halls in 1923. Just as the minorities that suffered at the hands of those radicalized by demagogues in 1923 deserved better protection by the state, today's minorities are deserving of protection from the digital warriors who inspire others to carry out their deeds now. When we think about Weimar's crisis year, it would be a political mistake if the crucial historical lesson went unheard. The politics of hatred can only function when violent and discriminatory speech acts go unpunished. Ultimately, politics in a democracy can only function when the system itself is respected and honored. Epilogue 1933 and after. On the 10th anniversary of the Munich Putsch, Hitler returned to the Bavarian capital to pay tribute to those who had died following him. That day, swastika flags were all but unavoidable in central Munich. The route that he had taken a decade earlier was lined now with marchers. Large red swastika banners were draped from the street lamps along the way, and red Nazi banners stretched across the thoroughfares. At the Feldherrnhalle, there was a specially constructed black altar with a green memorial wreath, covered with laurel wreaths by members of the SS, SA, and the Stahlhelm, the anti-Republican First World War Veterans Organization. In front of the altar, there were no fewer than 195 Nazi military flags. At about 12:30, the crowds gathered at the Odeonsplatz began to hear cheering from the direction of the Residenzstrasse, where participants had marched 10 years earlier. Once again, Hitler led the procession, wearing a brown shirt as he had done in 1923. Göring and Kriebel walked beside him. When he reached the spot where Scheubner Richter was shot and killed, Hitler stopped. A black flag at half-mast fluttered above him. The sound of trumpets greeted his pause, followed by a volley of artillery fire. Then there was silence. Everyone stood still as Hitler walked on his own to the eastern side of the Feldherrnhalle. He examined a newly created memorial covered with a black cloth. He then stood and saluted the old fighters who marched past him. By 1933, the number of people who claimed to have been there alongside Hitler in 1923 had grown so large that it required a full 30 minutes for this part of the parade to cross the Odeonsplatz. Since his trial in 1924, Hitler had carefully crafted a cult of the fallen that celebrated the sacrifice of those who died for his movement on the 9th of November 1923. He dedicated his autobiographical 1924 manifesto, Mein Kampf, My Struggle, to them. In his first speech following his release from Landsberg prison in December 1924, he spoke of their sacrifice, as he promised his followers that the struggle starts once again. For the remainder of the Weimar Republic, he and his comrades marked the anniversary of their deaths. A part of their cult of the fallen involved the use of a relic, the blood flag. Nazi legend had it that as one of the flag bearers fell to the ground after being shot on the 9th of November 1923, the swastika flag flying above him fell across his body, covering him and soaking up his blood and the blood of the other fallen. Another putschist is supposed to have rescued that flag and kept it safe. As the Nazi movement grew in size, the blood flag became a crucial icon. During the 1934 Nuremberg Party rally, tens of thousands watched it brought ceremoniously into contact with the movement's other flags, so that every party member could march behind a banner that had touched the blood flag, which supposedly contained the blood of the first martyrs of the movement. The film director Leni Riefenstahl captured the scene spectacularly in the only official film made about Hitler during the Third Reich, Triumph of the Will, 1935, which brought these scenes to an even larger audience. For those who believed in this ceremony, it was incredibly powerful. On the 9th of November 1933, after Minister-President Siebert awarded him honorary citizenship of Bavaria, Hitler spoke about the meaning of the Nazis' November Dead. Newspapers record that he told the assembled audience, "Because the revolution of 1918 broke the laws of that time, they could not expect that we would accept their rules as laws. At that time, as men and political soldiers, we declared war on them, determined to bring down the people responsible for November 1918, determined to bring them to justice one way or another. That's how we marched in November 1923, full of the belief that we could succeed in defeating those guilty of November 1918, in destroying the men who were guilty for the unspeakable suffering of our fatherland. At that time, fate decided otherwise." A decade later, Hitler announced that the division that had once pitted the Nazis against the Reichswehr and Landespolizei no longer existed. On the 9th of November 1923, he claimed, they had all been tools of a higher power. If our dead were to return to life today, Hitler promised in 1933, they would shed tears of joy that the German army and the reawakened German people have once again become one. As the cloth that covered the memorial fell, the audience sang the Horst Wessel song, the Nazi Party's anthem celebrating a member of the SA who had died fighting the Communists in Berlin in 1930. The front of the memorial consisted of a large concrete block symbolizing a religious altar. Instead of a cross, above the altar there was a bronze swastika beneath a bronze imperial eagle. The text on the concrete block stated that the men who had lost their lives did so in the loyal belief that their race would one day rise again. It faced directly onto the site where the gunshots were fired on the 9th of November 1923. The back of the monument carried the words, "And you were nevertheless victorious." For the remainder of the Third Reich, 2 SS men stood guard in front of the memorial, and anyone passing it was expected to raise their right arm and salute it. By the time of the 12th anniversary of the Putsch in 1935, Hitler was the undisputed Führer. The Reichswehr had accepted their new commander and his ambitious plans to restore Germany to greatness. Hitler's rivals within his own party had been done away with in the summer of 1934, during the so-called Night of the Long Knives, when he had his internal party rivals executed, including Röhm, one of the most important veterans of the Putsch, and other opponents such as Kahr, who was murdered in Dachau concentration camp. In the aftermath of Röhm's murder in November 1934, the celebrations of the anniversary of the 1923 Putsch were subdued. The reenactment of the march from the Bürgerbräukeller to the Feldherrnhalle was shorter than it had been the previous year, and Hitler did not join in. A year later, in 1935, the organizers of the commemoration restored the event to the central position it had held in Nazi mythology in 1933. The party's political headquarters had now moved from Munich to Berlin, but they wanted to emphasize the Bavarian capital's central role in the historic origins of Nazism. The first stage of their reenactment began on the evening of the 8th of November, when the Bürgerbräukeller was teeming with bureaucrats and state officials, as well as representatives of the Wehrmacht and the families of the fallen. At 8:30 p.m., Hitler reenacted his entry. Unlike 12 years before, when he had to force his way through the crowd to reach the stage, this time Hitler shook hands as he made his way through the hall. Goering spoke first. He was followed by the Führer, whose speech was constantly interrupted by cheering. After he finished, the crowd sang the Horst Wessel song and the German national anthem. Outside in the streets there were more crowds, who greeted Hitler with cheers of Heil wherever he went. The 1935 celebrations instrumentalized the bodies of the martyrs. At midday on the 8th of November, at 3 separate graveyards in Munich, the graves of the 15 Nazi martyrs, plus that of the waiter, Karl Kulm, were dug open. The family members of the dead watched as their relatives were exhumed and their bodies placed in new coffins, plain metal coffins, which were decorated by a dark red pall with a swastika in its center. At the bottom of the swastika, the name of each of the individual fallen was visible in gold letters. It is most likely that the organizers of the event included Kulm among the exhumations because they wanted 16 coffins, so that there would be an even number on either side of their resting place in the specially constructed Temple of Honor. That evening, 3 separate processions brought the coffins into Munich in carriages pulled by 6 horses and accompanied by a guard of honor. On both sides of each procession, 10 meters apart, SA men carried torches to light the way. The torches were the only source of light. The streetlights were turned off and public transport did not run for the duration of the ceremony. The sound of trumpets rang out to announce that the procession was approaching. As the coffins passed by, all of those present in the crowds raised their hands to give the Hitler salute. At 10 p.m., the 3 processions met in the Ludwigstrasse. The coffins were then taken together through the Victory Gate, a 21-meter-high 3-arch memorial gate which was built in the 1840s to honor Bavarian soldiers returning from war. The front of the procession reached the Feldherrnhalle at midnight. The Odensplatz and Feldherrnhalle were illuminated by more torches. As each coffin was carried into the hall, a new torch was lit. They were to remain there for the night. The entire display was watched by tens of thousands, including members of the Hitler Youth and League of German Girls. When Hitler arrived at the Feldherrnhalle, a spotlight lit up his car as it passed through the Victory Gate, whence it made its way through the cheering crowds. At the Feldherrnhalle, Hitler paused in front of each of the coffins, raising his arm individually to give the German greeting to each of them. When he left the building, there was silence. Members of the SS and Hitler Youth took up their places as the guard of honor for the rest of the night. After Hitler and Rudolf Hess left the square, all of those who had marched behind the coffins paraded past them, and the front of the Feldherrnhalle was lit up by spotlights. The next day, around noon, the old fighters, led by 3 men carrying the blood flag, once again set out from in front of the Bürgerbräukeller to retrace the steps they had taken on the 9th of November 1923. Hitler marched with them, in the middle, at the front, as he had done in 1923. When Hitler reached the Feldherrnhalle, the coffins were brought out to join the procession as it continued to the Königsplatz, where a temple of honor had been specially built as their final resting place. At the Königsplatz, Munich's Gauleiter Wagner read the names of the dead, while the crowd answered, "The risen one is here. Hier die Wiedererstanden." Following a further rendition of the German national anthem, Hitler went into the temple, where he paid his respects to each of the coffins individually. Until they were removed by the Americans in 1945, they would remain visible across the square, a permanent Nazi monument to the origins of Hitler's movement. Later, in the courtyard of the Regional Military Command, Himmler unveiled a memorial plaque for Casella and Faust, the two putschists shot dead in the building, which read, "Through your blood, Germany lives." In 1935, tens of thousands of people participated in these events. The pro-Nazi press described them in glowing terms, arguing that what Munich had just experienced was like the burial of heroes in Valhalla. Another reporter claimed that the people watching were extremely serious and respectful. The party's enthusiasm for its own spectacle should not be overestimated, however. The event was watched in secret by an observer for the Social Democratic Party, and a report was sent to the exiled party leadership in Prague. Had its author been discovered, they would have paid for their opposition with a period in a concentration camp at the very least. The Social Democrats' observer recorded that, among the people of Munich in 1935, a wide range of opinions about the spectacle could be heard. According to the secret report, the most common response was, "We have to let Hitler do that. He honors his dead. But the cost and effort are a little bit too much." At the same time, public interest in the spectacle should not be underestimated or ignored either. The same observer noted depressingly, "The 9th of November was theatre the likes of which Munich has never seen. It must be admitted that the population participated in the events. For many people, it was surely only curiosity that led them to attend. But the incredible power of the theatrics did not lack for effect. For the event on the evening of the 8th of November, people were already standing in lines at midday, just to be able to watch a torchlit parade pass by in the distance. The masses were standing deep into the side streets, and it seemed like all of Munich was on its feet until well after midnight. It is not true when people say that the people did not participate in this piece of theatre. The participation is powerful. Everyone is amazed by the splendor unfolded by the Nazi Party. It wasn't just people in Munich who participated in the reenactment of the putsch. With membership of the Nazi Party reaching 5 million by 1939, a huge number of Germans now became part of the official version of the party's history. Since the start of the Third Reich on the 30th of January 1933, there had been a never-ending wave of regime propaganda that celebrated the putsch. Reenactments of the gunfire at the Feldherrnhalle took place in theatres across Germany. During the night of the 8th to the 9th of November 1938, the speed of the pogrom was only possible because it occurred on the anniversary of the putsch, when an order from the party leadership in Munich immediately transformed a night of singing and drinking into a night of violence across the German Reich. Hundreds of synagogues were burned down. An unknown number of Jews were killed and tens of thousands arrested. In Munich, the annual commemorative ritual continued until 1943. From that point on, it was no longer possible for the Nazis and their supporters to gather on the Königsplatz because the square had been covered with camouflage in a vain effort to prevent Allied bombers from using it to identify their location above the city. When American forces entered Munich in 1945, they destroyed the Temple of Honor and reburied the coffins in the graveyards from which the bodies had been taken in November 1935. The glorification of the putsch and its importance to the Third Reich are at the heart of the historical paradox of the Nazis' first attempt to seize power. When it happened, The putsch was so brief that its historical echo quickly went silent. After months of threatening the state with violent rhetoric, in November 1923, when his now or never moment came, Hitler's attempt to seize power lasted around only 20 hours before ending in defeat at the hands of the Bavarian Landespolizei. At most, the putschists controlled a small number of buildings during those hours, and after their defeat, there were those who celebrated the loss publicly. Just a few days after the putsch, one Bavarian supporter of democracy, a 16-year-old girl, proudly walked through public spaces with a black, red, and gold ribbon, the colours of the flag of the Weimar Republic, an important symbol of democracy pinned to her chest. Her celebration is a reminder that there was no direct line from Hitler's defeat in 1923 to his victory a decade later. The speed with which German supporters of democracy forgot the putsch is a reminder that it was only after 1933 that the putsch's historical significance resounded inescapably through German politics, and only after the horrors of Nazism fully revealed themselves between 1939 and 1945 did it become a major event in the history of the European continent, a moment of fate for tens of millions of people who would lose their lives because of decisions taken by the putsch's leader in the following 2 decades. But when it happened during the year 1923, the putsch was not as important as the French occupation of the Ruhr and the ensuing economic collapse. Photographs taken in Munich on the 8th and 9th of November 1923 are strongly revealing of that contrast. For Germans alive in 1923, the photographs of the putschists are images of anonymous young men, armed and determined to destroy Weimar democracy. It was only later that the anonymous faces became recognizable. In one photograph, there is a young skinny man wearing rimmed spectacles. It is Heinrich Himmler, the future head of the SS and the architect of the Holocaust, one of the vilest humans to have ever existed. In another image, a 30-year-old provincial journalist from the city of Nuremberg is giving a speech in central Munich at the Marienplatz. It is Julius Streicher, one of Nazi Germany's most important propagandists, a man whose success in spreading racist ideas through German society in the 1930s and 1940s helped to create the conditions for genocide. In 1946, Streicher was one of 10 men sentenced to death at the first of the Nuremberg trials. 6 of the other Nazis who received the same sentence were veterans of the putsch. In November 1923, Hermann Göring marched alongside Hitler at the front of the procession. On the 15th of October 1946, Göring committed suicide just hours before he was due to hang. The other veterans of the putsch who were sentenced to death were hanged later that night. The youngest of them, in 1923, was the 23-year-old Hans Frank, later known as the Butcher of Poland for the crimes he committed during the Second World War when in charge of the territory the Nazis called the General Government, which covered part of the former state of Poland. The concentration and death camp at Auschwitz, where well over 1 million people were murdered, was in his territory. Alfred Rosenberg, who hanged alongside him in 1946, was 30 years old during the 1923 putsch. Like Streicher, Rosenberg dedicated his life to spreading virulent anti-Semitism. 2 of those hanged in 1946 were not among the marchers on the morning of the 9th of November 1923. By the time they started marching, 46-year-old Wilhelm Frick was already under arrest. He had been sent to Munich's police headquarters during the night, where he was tasked with subverting the police response to the putsch. Had he been successful, he would have been appointed Munich's new police president. In 1933, Frick joined Goering as one of the 2 Nazi ministers in Hitler's first cabinet. During the first few months of the Third Reich, he played a key role in the establishment of the Nazi state, overseeing the dismissal of Jewish civil servants. Fritz Sauckel was the only veteran of the 1923 putsch to be executed at Nuremberg who was not actually present in Munich on the 8th to the 9th of November, as he had been arrested on his way to the city. In 1946, he was hanged at Nuremberg for his role as organizer of the Nazis' forced labor program. It is because we know of the horrors of the regime that Hitler later created that the putsch overshadows all of the other political events to have taken place in the early Weimar Republic. It is the single event that ordinary people across the world are likely to have heard of in German political history before 1933. As we saw earlier, most famously, the Nobel Prize-winning German author Thomas Mann told an audience at Princeton University in 1942, the year when the majority of the Holocaust's victims were murdered, that there was a straight line from the madness of 1923 to the madness of Nazism. Mann had good reason for doing so. He wanted to explain what had gone wrong in German history, and he was determined to do everything he could to ensure that democracy would win. But Mann's words from the 1940s overlook that just weeks after the putsch he had seen things differently. At Christmas 1923, he was part of an international coalition of artists who argued that they could lead Europe to a unified peace. By the time their words appeared in print, many in Germany had already forgotten Hitler. In the putsch's aftermath, German supporters of democracy were more preoccupied with Bavaria's conservative political establishment for failing to deal with him sooner than they were with Hitler. They had lived through a year of disruption and were beginning to see a path to stability on the other side. Mann's earlier optimism is a reminder that in their moment of victory, the supporters of Weimar democracy squandered their chance to destroy Nazism once and for all. The failure to insist on the punishment of the putschists according to the laws created for the protection of the Republic was a terrible error. If anything, in their moment of victory, democracy's supporters were too complacent. That complacency did not just allow the putschists to avoid punishment, it helped them secure a symbolic victory. They might not have seized power on the 9th of November 1923, but they had terrorized the state, and their stories about the event became central to their political movement for the remainder of its existence. Instead of removing the anti-democratic thread from the tapestry of modern German history, the victors of the 1923 crisis left it hanging on.